شيء ثاني أحد يمنعني لكن كتبي والمركز الرابع اللي قاعدين نأسسه حاليا اسمه ماشي على ذا السلسلة. وبعدين صار يعني محل بس هذا اللي كان صار طلع لأن العلم هذا ما كان مبني على أساس صراحة.
Sosial, iqtisadi və siyasi proseslər mövzusunda təşkil edilmiş bu beynəlxalq konferansda salamlamaqdan məmnunluq duyuruq. Minnətdarıq ki, vaxt tapıb bu konferansda bizimləsiniz. İndi isə açılış nitqlərinə başlayırıq və ilk sözü mən cənab Elnur Aslanova vermək istəyirəm. Prezident Administrasiyasının Siyasi Təhlil və İnformasiya Təminatı Şöbəsinin müdürü. Buyurun Elnur müəllim.
Təşəkkür edirəm. Hörmətli xanımlar və cənablar, əziz dostlar, ilk öncə olaraq bir çox ölkələrdən Azərbaycana gəlmiş qonaqlara xoş gəldin deyirik və sizi Azərbaycanda görməkdən çox şadıq. Bugün bu konferansa olan çox böyük maraq bir daha onu göstərir ki, həqiqətən də Strateji Araşdırmalar Mərkəzinin qaldırdığı mövzular böyük aktuallıq kəsb edir və istər yerli, istər xarici təhlilçilər və tədqiqatçılar tərəfindən bu məsələlər ətrafında geniş müzakirələr aparılmaq üçün çox böyük və çox geniş bir zəmin vardır. Son 2-3 il ərzində Ərəb baharı mövzusu həqiqətən də bir çox təhlilçiləri, tədqiqatçıları, artıq filosofları və siyasətçiləri, iqtisadçıları, sosial-mədəni inkişafla məşğul olan insanları çox geniş narahat edir. Mən bilirəm ki, burada Ərəb şərqi ilə bağlı və Ərəb şərqinin həyatını çox gözəl bilən, çox dərindən təhlil etmiş insanlar var və onlardan təbii ki, üzrxahlığımızı gətiririk ki, onlarla yanaşı burada baş verən proseslərə öz çox kiçik və müəyyən mənada baş verən hadisələrə siyasi və iqtisadi cəhətdən qiymətin verilməsini ortaya qoyacaq. Ərəb baharı son 2-3 il ərzində həqiqətən də öncə qeyd etdiyim kimi bir çox insanları narahat edir. Yalnız ona görə deyil ki, Ərəb baharı 74-cü ildən başlamış 3-cü demokratik dalğanın bir davamı idi və Huntington'ın söylədiyi həmin 3-cü demokratik dalğa yenidən bərqərar olurdu və yenidən yaşamağa başlayırdı. Eyni zamanda ona görə ki, demokratik dalğa tamamilə yeni bir məkanda başlayırdı və tamamilə yeni bir nəticələrlə yekunlaşmalı idi. Ərəb baharı başladığı zaman Ərəb küçəsindən də olan gözləntilər çox geniş idi. Bir çox insanlar bunu böyük geosiyasi oyunun tərkib hissəsi kimi qələmə verirdilər. Digər təhlilçilər bunu artıq yeni demokratikləşmənin bir başlanğıcı kimi qiymətləndirirdilər. Digərləri tənəzzülün, dördüncü qrup isə bunu yeni bir inkişaf mərhələsinin və dünya xəritəsinin yenidən cızılmasını ortaya qoyacaq bir addım kimi qiymətləndirməyə çalışırlar. Amma bir neçə il keçdikdən sonra təbii ki, yenə də Ərəb baharının nə olduğu haqda suallar hamını narahat edir. Çünki bir tərəfdən siyasi xəritə dəyişmədən insanların siyasi münasibətlərində, ictimai münasibətlərində müəyyən dəyişikliklər baş verdi. Digər tərəfdən Ərəb baharının nəticələri bugün də bir çox insanları narahat edir və suallar meydana çıxarır. Və üçüncüsü, ümumi dünya qlobal krizi nəticəsində, iqtisadi krizi fonunda Ərəb baharının digər məmləkətlərə, digər bölgələrə, digər coğrafiyalara təsiri haqqında suallar təbii ki, hamı üçün maraqlıdır. Və bugün əgər biz Ərəb baharının nəticələri və səbəbləri haqqında deyil, nəticələri haqqında danışsaq, təbii ki, ilk meydana gələn sual ona bağlı olur ki, əgər Ərəb baharından öncə Ərəb ölkələrində adam başına düşən ümumi daxili məhsul orta hesabla 2000 dollara bərabər edirsə və Ərəb ölkələrində, Ərəb baharı baş vermiş ölkələrdə 20%-dan çox əhali yalnız gündə 2 dollara yaşayırdısa, Ərəb baharından sonra nələr dəyişdi? Çünki istənilən dəyişiklik yalnız siyasi dividendlərlə ölçülmür. İstənilən dəyişiklik eyni zamanda onun iqtisadi və iqtisadiyyatın gətirdiyi nəticələri ilə ölçülməlidir. Və iqtisadi rentabilliyi, bu və yaxud digər dəyişikliyin belə deyək, iqtisadi rentabiliyini təhlil etdikdə, o zaman təhlilçilər üçün çox geniş və müzakirə açılacaq çox geniş bir məkan meydana çıxır. Mən güman edirəm ki, bu günlər ərzində, bugün və sabah ərzində burada iştirak edən həm qonaqlar, həm yerli ekspertlər bu məsələyə çox geniş diqqət yetirəcəklər. Ərəb baharı demokratikləşmədir deyənlər zənnimcə bir şeyi unutmamalıdırlar ki, istənilən cəmiyyətdə demokratikləşmə həmin cəmiyyətin tarixi, mədəni, eyni zamanda siyasi və iqtisadi inkişafı ilə bərabər həyata keçirməlidir. Və Ərəb küçəsində birdən-birə demokratikləşməni gözləyən insanlar təbii ki, unutmamalıydılar ki, bu və yaxud demokratikləşmə cəmiyyətin inkişafı ilə, cəmiyyətin sosial, siyasi və iqtisadi inkişafı ilə birgə həyata keçirilən amildir. Və hansısa bir cəmiyyətə biz demokratikləşməni yalnız ixrac etdiyimiz zaman, həmin cəmiyyətlərdə demokratikləşməni hazır və konkret reseptlər üzərində qurmaq istədiyimiz zaman, təbii ki, bu hallarda çox böyük problemlərlə və çox gözlənilməz bir nəticələrlə üz-üzə qala bilərik. Bu baxımdan Ərəb baharının həqiqətən də nə qədər Ərəb cəmiyyətlərinin demokratikləşməsinə səbəb yaratdığını, şərait yaratdığı haqqında aparacağınız müzakirələr zənnimcə həm təhlilçilər üçün, həm tədqiqatçılar üçün, həm də ki, təbii ki, siyasətçilər üçün çox önəmli və çox maraqlı olacaqdır. Ərəb baharı eyni zamanda Ərəb küçəsində baş vermiş hadisələr bir çox ölkələrdə bir sıra transformasiyaları gətirib çıxartdı. Suriyadakı baş verən olaylar, Liviyada həyata keçirilmiş siyasət, Tunisdə və Misirdə bugün şahidi olduğumuz proseslər. Bunlar və sairə və digər ölkələri də təbii ki, saymaq olar. Bunlar hamısı öz növbəsində bugün bu və yaxud digər yolla eyni zamanda İslam aləmi ilə bağlıdır. Və İslam dedikdə təbii ki, Ərəb küçəsində baş verən hadisələr və bunun nəticəsində çox təəssüf olsun ki, bəzi dövlətlərdə radikal qrupların fəallaşması və bunun nəticəsi olaraq radikal qrupların, radikal İslamçı qrupların siyasətə gəlməsi gözlənilməz nəticələrlə yekunlaşa bilər. Bu baxımdan İslamın da imajına və İslam ümmətinin də imajına müəyyən mənada mənfi bir təsir vardır bu proseslərin. O baxımdan ki, İslamın və İslamofobiyanın müxtəlif cəmiyyətlərdə, müxtəlif ölkələrdə geniş yer alması bizi təəssüfləndirir və təbii ki, bununla bağlı Azərbaycan dəfələrlə öz mövqeyini bildirmişdir və öz sözünü demişdir ki, Azərbaycan İslamofobiyanın istənilən növünə qarşı, istənilən formasına qarşı hər zaman mübarizənin avangardındadır. Çox təəssüflər olsun ki, İslam dedikdə bəzi qüvvələr və bəzi tərəflər dərhal terror haqqında düşünürlər. Bəzi tərəflər terror təşkilatları haqqında düşünməyə başlar və bunu dilə gətirirlər. Bunlar ümumiyyətlə bir masa üzərində müzakirə ediləsi məsələlər deyil. O baxımdan ki, dinin, terrorun nə dini, nə milləti vardır. Amma Azərbaycan o baxımdan təbii ki, terrorla üzləşən və terrorla üz-üzə qalan ən böyük terrorla üz-üzə qalan dövlətlərdən biridir. Azərbaycanın 20% torpaqları işğal altındadır. Azərbaycanın 1 milyondan çox insanı bugün qaçqın şəraitində yaşayır və bu baxımdan təbii ki, İslamla terroru eynələşdirmək istəyən müxtəlif dövlətlər və müxtəlif qurumlar anlamalıdırlar ki, terror dedikdə daha çox separatist, daha çox əsl terror mövqedən çıxış edən qüvvələr və dövlətlər haqqında danışmalıdır. Bugün Ermənistan Azərbaycan ərazilərini işğal edərək Azərbaycana qarşı etnik təmizləmə siyasəti nəticəsində 1 milyonun insanı qaçqın və didərgin həyatında yaşamağa məcbur etmişdir. Əziz dostlar, əziz hörmətli qonaqlar, təbii ki, bu 2 gün ərzində müzakirə aparacağımız mövzular çox geniş və çox ətraflı məsələləri müzakirə üçün bir zəmin yaradır. Siz həm İslam məsələləri haqqında, həm eyni zamanda Azərbaycanda bugün bir ənənəvi mövqedən çıxış etdiyimiz multikulturalizm məsələləri haqqında, eyni zamanda Ərəb küçəsində baş vermiş iqtisadi və siyasi proseslərlə bağlı müxtəlif məsələlərlə bağlı müzakirələr aparacaqsınız. Mən güman edirəm ki, bu müzakirələr gələcək tədqiqatlar üçün, gələcəkdə siyasətçilər üçün, gələcəkdə bu siyasətdən çıxış edəcək və bu siyasəti reallaşdıracaq insanlar üçün çox önəmli olacaqdır. Çünki inqilabı həyata keçirilən zaman bu və yaxud digər cəmiyyətlərdə inqilabı keçirən tərəflər və qüvvələr anlamalıdırlar ki, istənilən inqilabın və istənilən çevrilişin çox acı və çox çətin nəticələri olur. Və acı nəticələr ondan ibarətdir ki, o zaman daha qəddar, daha qanlı mübarizə üstün verən qüvvələr hakimiyyətə gəlirlər və hakimiyyətə radikallaşma meyilləri arta bilər və həmin o qüvvələr həmin o meyillərdən istifadə edərək ümumilikdə geosiyasi və geoiqtisadi mənzərəni dəyişə bilirlər. Çox təəssüflər olsun ki, yaxın şərqdə gördüyümüz bu proseslər bugün bizi narahat etməyə bilməz və bugün Azərbaycan da Birləşmiş Millətlər Təhlükəsizlik Şurasının qeyri-daimi üzvü olaraq yaxın şərqdə sülhün və əmin-amanlığın yaranmasında maraqlıdır. Mən konferansda iştirak edən insanlara uğurlar diləyirəm. Güman edirəm ki, bu konferans həm təhlilləri ilə, həm geniş müzakirələri ilə, həm Azərbaycanda bu mövzuda ilk dəfədir belə bir konferans keçirilir və Azərbaycan artıq yalnız qərblə şərqi birləşdirən və yalnız dialoqlar arası, sivilizasiyalar arası dialoq məkanı kimi çıxış etmir. Eyni zamanda Azərbaycan bugün yaxın şərqdə və qərbdə baş verən siyasi proseslərin bir təhlilçisi olan bir məkan kimi çıxış edir. Bu baxımdan güman edirəm ki, bu günlər ərzində burada keçəcək müzakirələrdə sizin verəcəyiniz töhfə, sizin verəcəyiniz fikirlər gələcəkdə həm yenə də təkrar edirəm, həm siyasətçilər tərəfindən, həm də ki, təhlilçilər tərəfindən diqqətlə öyrəniləcək və gələcək fəaliyyətlərində istifadə ediləcəkdir. Bu baxımdan sizə uğurlar diləyirəm. Çox sağ olun.
Çox minnətdarıq Elnur müəllim. İndi isə söz açılış nitqi üçün sözü cənab Muhammed El-Fatah Nasiriyə vermək istərdim. O, Ərəb Dövlətləri Liqasının Türkiyə Respublikasındakı missiyasının rəhbəridir. Buyurunuz, cənab Nasir.
صباح الخير. مدير مركز الدراسات الاستراتيجية التابع لرئاسة جمهورية أذربيجان. حضرات السيدات والسادة، بداية أود أن أشكر مركز الدراسات الاستراتيجية على الدعوة الكريمة التي وجهها إلى أمين عام جامعة الدول العربية الدكتور نبيل عربي للمشاركة في هذا المؤتمر، إلا أن انشغالاته قد حالت دون حضوره، وهذا المؤتمر يشكل أهمية خاصة نظرا لأنه يتمحور حول البلدان العربية بعد التحولات الأخيرة، التغيرات الاجتماعية والاقتصادية والسياسية. لا شك أن الاهتمام بالعالم العربي والتحولات الجارية فيه وانعكاساتها على المنطقة وعلى العالم برمته هو موضوع الساعة، والرؤى والتوجهات تختلف حوله، وما يرتجى منه قدر الاستقطاب الذي تعيشه المنطقة والإرهاصات التي تبعث على الأمل والخوف في آن واحد. إن طول أمد الاستبداد والتفرد بمقاليد الحكم دون مشاركة شعبية ودون محاسبة، وافتقار دول المنطقة لمؤسسات فاعلة وأحزاب وكيانات مجتمع مدني، الأمر الذي أكدت عليه تقارير دولية معتبرة، ولا سيما التقارير التي دأب البرنامج الإنمائي للأمم المتحدة في إصدارها منذ بداية القرن، التي تسمى بأرب Human Development Reports، تقارير التنمية البشرية، والتي لفتت النظر إلى مقدار تخلف البلدان العربية على مقياس التنمية البشرية Human Development Index. إن أحداث 11 سبتمبر جاءت لتزيد الطين بلة، لأن محاربة الإرهاب أصبحت مطية للأنظمة للتهرب من عملية الإصلاح وتشديد قبضتها الأمنية بموافقة ودعم كبيرين من المجتمع الدولي ولا سيما الولايات المتحدة وأوروبا. ثم جاء المحافظون الجدد لينادوا بالفوضى البناءة، وتم غزو العراق الذي كان تنفيذا لفرض الديمقراطية من الخارج، مما فتح الباب على مصراعيه للصراع الطائفي بين الشيعة والسنة وقلب موازين القوى في المنطقة، الأمر الذي تعاني منه المنطقة وستعاني منه نرجو أن تتخلص المنطقة من هذا الداء الذي يحول دون تحقيق تنمية حقيقية إنسانية ودون تحقيق ديمقراطية. إن الاحتدام والاحتقان نتيجة التهميش والتفقير لطبقات واسعة من الشعوب العربية قد انفجر في 17 ديسمبر 2010، وكلكم تعلمون كيف البعزيزي قد انتحر للاعتراض على هذا الغبن. وكانت تونس التي تعد المثل الذي تضربه المؤسسات المالية الدولية في التنمية هي بداية ما أطلق عليه فيما بعد بالربيع العربي. انطلقت من هنا انتفاضة شعبية كانت تنادي بالحقوق المعيشية الأساسية، ثم تحولت إلى ثورة شعبية سياسية عارمة انتقلت إلى أغلب دول شمال أفريقيا والشرق الأوسط. ومظاهر الثورة الشعبية التي نادت بإسقاط الحكم اختلفت من بلد إلى آخر بقدر اختلاف ظروف وتطور كل بلد ومدى توفره على مؤسسات، ولا سيما مؤسسة الجيش التي وقفت في كل من تونس ومصر إلى التي انحازت إلى الشعب وسندت حركة تغيير. لن أدخل هنا في التفاصيل وأترك ذلك للسادة الأكاديميين والباحثين الذين يشاركون في هذا المؤتمر الدولي الهام، إلا أنني أود أن أستعرض سريعا معكم جهود جامعة الدول العربية وكيف واكبت أحداث ما يطلق عليه بما تم تسميته بالربيع العربي، وهو في الحقيقة صحوة عربية تنبثق من الداخل للتغيير من الداخل. أول النقطة الفارقة، اللحظة الفارقة في تاريخ الجامعة العربية هو كان اجتماع مجلس جامعة الدول العربية على مستوى المندوبين الدائمين بشأن المستجدات الخطيرة التي شهدتها ليبيا يوم 22 فبراير 2011. فلأول مرة في تاريخ الجامعة يتم استخدام لغة قوية للتنديد بالجرائم المرتكبة من قبل نظام دولته عضو في الجامعة العربية، وتم إدانة كيف قابل النظام في ليبيا التظاهرات السلمية التي شهدتها العديد من المدن الليبية في قرار رسمي للجامعة العربية، والذي من خلاله تم التأكيد على أن تحقيق تطلعات الشعوب العربية ومطالبها وآمالها في الحرية والإصلاح والتطوير والتغيير الديمقراطي والعدالة الاجتماعية هو أمر مشروع وحق يجب احترامه، وكفالة ممارسته بالأسلوب السلمي وبما يحفظ الحريات الأساسية للمواطنين ووحدة الأوطان وسيادتها إلى آخره. كما أن هذا القرار قد أكد على وقف مشاركة وفد حكومة الجماهيرية العربية الليبية في اجتماعات مجلس الجامعة وجميع المنظمات والأجهزة التابعة لها إلى حين استجابة السلطات الليبية للمطالبات الشعبية وضمان أمنه واستقراره. كما قامت الجامعة العربية بفتح مكتب للجامعة في ليبيا لمتابعة الأحداث، وبعثت بوفد خاص للاطلاع على الوضع في ليبيا ومساعدة السلطات الليبية على الخروج من الأزمة التي تواجهها ومن بناء المؤسسات الليبية. تعلمون أن هناك مؤخرا تم عقد اجتماع يوم في الجامعة العربية في الأسبوع الماضي، والجامعة تعمل وعملت على التعامل مع الأزمة في سوريا بكل جدية، إلا أنها قد وجهت بصعاب يعلمها الجميع. بدأت الجامعة الأول كان قام الأمين العام بزيارة سوريا والاتفاق مع النظام على تهدئة الأوضاع، وتقدمت الجامعة بمبادرة لوقف إطلاق النار ومظاهر العسكرية، ثم قامت بتعيين بعثة للمراقبين. وعندما لم تنجح الجامعة في هذه المبادرات قامت بالتوجه لمجلس الأمن، إلا أن مجلس الأمن قد أخفق في تحمل مسؤولياته، والموضوع معقد إلى حد كبير كما تعلمون، نظرا للتدخلات على الصعيد الإقليمي وعلى الصعيد الدولي. وكان المجتمع الدولي يتحدث ببلاغة عن ضرورة التغيير وعن ضرورة تغيير النظام، ثم كانت الإجراءات والتجاوب مع لحل هذه الأزمة التي تفاقمت بشكل كبير في تراجع. الآن نعتقد في الجامعة العربية أن حل الأزمة السورية لابد أن يكون حلا سياسيا، ونؤيد الأخضر إبراهيمي المبعوث المشترك، ونؤيد عقد اجتماع جنيف الثاني والذي يلاقي عدة صعوبات نتمنى أن يتم تخطيها. وهذا الاجتماع الذي تجتمعون فيه بهذه الكوكبة من الأكاديميين سيكون له أثر كبير، ونتمنى لكم النجاح في تدارس كافة الجوانب التي تحوط برغبة الشعوب في التغيير وفي الخروج من هذه الأزمة. ونتمنى أن يتم التركيز على أنه لا بد من الخروج من الاستقطاب الطائفي، لأن هذا يؤذن بشرور كثيرة. نتمنى أن تتوقف هذه، وأن يكون هناك حوار وأن لا تكون هناك نوع من الحصرية، وأن يتم مشاركة الجميع في التغيير، متمنيين أن تكون هذه المرحلة الانتقالية مرحلة للنظر في الوصول إلى حياة أفضل لشعوبنا جميعا، وشكرا.
Minnətdarıq, cənab Nəsiri. İndi isə sözü cənab Fərhad Məmmədova vermək istəyirəm. Azərbaycan Respublikasının prezident yanında Strateji Araşdırma Mərkəzinin direktoru. Buyurun Fərhad müəllim.
Təşəkkür edirəm Gülşən xanım. Mən çox qısa olaraq bir neçə fikri bildirəcəm ki, biz artıq bura təşrif buyurmuş qonaqlara və birbaşa olaraq müzakirələri keçək. İlk növbədə onu bildirim ki, Strateji Araşdırmalar Mərkəzi Azərbaycanda ən böyük dövlət beyin mərkəzidir və artıq 6 ildir ki, fəaliyyət göstərir. Və bu illər ərzində biz bir neçə ənənəvi olaraq istiqamət üzrə öz araşdırma işlərimizi həyata keçirdirik, tədbirlərimizi həyata keçirdik və bir çoxlarınız artıq bu tədbirlərdə iştirak edibdir. Lakin bizi üçün çox maraqlı olan digər bir məsələlər var ki, onlar dünyanın gündəmini müəyyən edir. Və birbaşa olaraq Azərbaycan bu proseslərin iştirakçısı olmasa da, amma Azərbaycan Respublikasının BMT-nin Təhlükəsizlik Şurasına üzv olması, bir çox qlobal səviyyədə olan məsələlərin məsuliyyətini öz üzərinə götürməsi, mədəniyyətlər arası dialoqun bir məkanına çevrilməsi və digər, belə deyək, təşəbbüslər və iddialar bizi məcbur edir ki, biz dünyada müzakirə olunan məsələləri özümüz birbaşa qoşulmasaq da müzakirə edək və araşdıraq. Digər tərəfdən, Ərəb baharı artıq dünyada 2-ci Dünya müharibəsindən sonra, müstəmləkəçiliyin son qoyulmasından sonra sərhədlərin dəyişməsi ilə nəticələnə biləcək bir prosesdir. Dövlətlərin sərhədlərin dəyişdirilməsi ilə nəticələnə biləcək bir prosesdir. Digər tərəfdən, dövlət quruculuğuna yeni baxış formalaşır. Siyasi İslam haqqında yeni nəzəriyyələr və praktikalar, siyasi partiyalar formalaşır. Bu məkanda olan dövlətlərin ənənəvi birliyi pozulur və yeni koalisiyalar formalaşır. Digər tərəfdən, bizim Cənubi Qafqaz regionunda bəzi münazirələrə görə böyük yaxın şərqin bir tərkib hissəsi olaraq müəyyən təsiri də əlbəttə ki, regiona mövcuddur və İslam sərhəd tanımadığı üçün də müəyyən radikal cəryanlar Azərbaycandan da yan keçmir. Və bütün bu məsələləri, çox ciddi məsələləri müzakirə etmək üçün biz birbaşa olaraq həmin ölkələrdən mütəxəssisləri, digər tərəfdən bu regiona birbaşa olaraq təsiri olan Amerika Birləşmiş Ştatları, Avropa Birliyinin ölkələrindən mütəxəssisləri dəvət etmişik ki, bu prosesləri həm daxildən, eyni zamanda xarici təsir baxımından təhlil edək və gələcəkdə də bütün burada səslənən fikirlər gələn il nəşr olunacaqdır və daha uzun müddətli istifadə üçün nəzərdə tutulacaqdır. Çox vacib bir məsələ, mənim fikrimcə, bu informasiya təminatıdır. Çünki bu proseslər haqqında biz tamamilə fərqli informasiyalara və fərqli informasiya cəryanların şahidi oluruq. Tamamilə fərqli və bir-birinə zidd olan materiallar yerləşdirilir fərqli ölkələrdə. Və bu istiqamətdə ilk əllərdən olan məlumat, regiondan olan məlumat biz üçün çox dəyərlidir və inanıram ki, bu müzakirələr faydalı olacaqdır və bizim gələcək işlərimizdə və burada təmsil olunan təşkilatlarla gələcək münasibətlərimizin aydınlaşdırılmasında da çox böyük rol olacaqdır. Bir daha hamıya təşəkkür edirəm. İnanıram ki, çox maraqlı müzakirələr olacaqdır və Gülşən xanımın rəhbərliyi ilə birinci sessiyasının başlanmasını elan etdim. Sağ olun.
Minnətdarım Fərhad müəllim, çox sağ olun. İndi isə icazə verin, biz birinci sessiyaya keçirik. Ona görə bu sessiyada iştirak edən proqramda 4 nəfər məruzəçini mən öz yerlərini tutmağa dəvət edirəm. Deməli, bu bizim məruzəçilər bugünkü konferansda birinci sessiyada Muhammed Halim Ben Salem'dir. Cənab Muhammed Ben Hamudu, Cənab Basek Salem Abdülqadir El-Haşimidir və Cənab Samih Mahmud Seydi Yazal Xəlifədir. Buyurun, zəhmət olmasa öz yerlərinizi tutun və biz birinci sessiyanın birinci hissəsini başlayaq. Hörmətli xanımlar və cənablar, mən inanıram ki, bizim konferansın işçi dilləri İngilis, Azərbaycan və Ərəb dilləridir və ona görə də icazə versəz, biz bu sessiyanı İngilis dilində aparacağıq. Ona görə mən İngilis dilinə keçəcəyim. I hope everyone is here and we can start our first session, which devoted to the current political processes taking place in Arab countries today. We are going to discuss this topic in 2 consequent parts of this session, which will follow one after another with the coffee break between them. As you know, Arab Spring is not a single event actually, we know that. It's rather a long-term process of political change began to unfold almost 3 years ago, the ultimate goal of which was considered by many analysts in different parts of the world as an attempt to move towards successful transition to democracy. However, the disruption which associated with the degrees of uncertainties in political, economic and social spheres posed serious challenges in the Middle East and Northern Africa, many countries for the time being. At the same time, an enormous change is underway with the coming to power of Islamic parties and of marginalization of both the former nationalist parties and the democratic secular forces in these countries. Besides, there are also some suggestions coming from the leading Muslim intellectual that the Arab Spring is a Western conspiracy to dominate in Islamic world. Therefore, I think it will be very interesting today to look at this from different angles to this problem and just to answer to some questions. How best can we understand these revolts and which analytical framework is most helpful in this context? Will the political transformation that have taken place in Arab Spring countries bring the future democratic prospects and lead to lasting improvements of the people living in the affected countries? Or perhaps I would like to be here provocative. Perhaps it's more important to have stable governments in the Middle East, even if there is less democracy in the region. To further understand these issues and appreciate the moral and political significance of Arab Spring, we must first of all probably see the things from the perspective of the people in this region and from their own historical experience to get more deep insight about these processes which is taking place right now in Arab Spring countries. Therefore, in this context, we are very fortunate today due to the fact that there are a lot of actually people came from this region to this conference, and right now in this specific session we have 4 distinguished panelists with us who came from many regions and are ready to share with us their thoughts about current political processes in the region. In that case, let's start our session, and I will introduce you our speakers. And at the same time, I would like us everyone, in order just to be I am going to be very strict on the time perspective. In that case, let's just, stick on 15 minutes presentation, because later on we are going to have also the question and answer session. Therefore, I would like everyone to just, keep this kind of small request from my side. The first speaker of this session is Ambassador Mohammed Hatem Ben Salem, former Minister of Education and Training of Tunisia. He has also served as Secretary of State in charge of European Affairs and as Secretary of State in charge of Maghrebian and African Affairs in the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. Moreover, he was Tunisian ambassador to Senegal, Guinea, Gambia, Cape Verde, Turkey, and UN, as well as WTO. The floor is yours, Ambassador.
Good morning. Ladies and gentlemen, almost 3 years after the outbreak of the Arab revolutions, questions are raised about the future of a strategic region undergoing one of the most critical periods in its history. Today, 3 key Arab countries, Egypt, Tunisia, and Libya, are facing political, economic, and security challenges which call into question not only their national cohesion, but also the stability of the Euro-Mediterranean area. The biggest loser in this endless period of transition, especially in Tunisia, happens to be the state, whose institutional and legal bases are in full disintegration. In the light of recent events, we cannot but notice the fragility of the political process, its permeability to interference, and hence its inevitable reversibility. So what is the impact of the exceptional changes that occurred in this crucial period of political transition on the overall situation? 3 observations summarize, however imperfectly, what is happening today in Egypt, Tunisia, and Libya. The first is that in these countries, precursors of the Arab Spring, the period of political transition evolves more and more within a process of national deconstruction. The state, the guarantor of the national cohesion and the sustainability of institutions, appears to be the main target of the different forces that claim, between brackets, to own the revolution. The 2 constituent elements of the state, the social, political, and legal orders on the one hand, and the authority that establishes and maintains them on the other, are permanently challenged. These systematic attacks against the foundation upon which the national unity is built do not emanate from the revolution, but are the result of politicking with the aim of taking over. By assimilating the state to the previous rulers and by reducing its eminence, it has been desecrated and dispossessed of its superior power of action, command, and coercion. The impact of the resignation of the state of its total eclipse from all areas of public life is clearly perceptible today. For instance, the Tunisian public service has degenerated, and the inertial tendency of the administration has intensified its opacity and encouraged new forms of corruption hard to combat in the future. In Tunisia and Libya, the maintenance of public order is in part out of the reach of the police forces to become in the hands of the armed forces or the militias. Their action is often based on the use of force which only keeps feeding doubts as to the real possibility of establishing a state of law in the near future. What is more disturbing is that the monopoly of jurisdiction, an essential attribute of state sovereignty, suffers from the assaults of a new pseudo-religious category of people, self-proclaimed sources of a parallel power. Some imams ignore the laws in place and enact fatwas calling into question the basic principles of the Tunisian Civil Rights Code, such as the prohibition of polygamy or the legality of adoption. This phenomenon undermines the foundation of the rule of law and creates an unacceptable state of confusion over the prerogatives and the functioning of state institutions. A real war is being waged against the institutions. The prerogatives of the state, which even the mafia clan under the dictatorship have not been able to fully shake, suffer from the assault of a new political establishment which, under the guise of working toward the establishment of a democracy, deinstitutionalizes the state and deprives it of its main functions. Unstructured forces whose political project transcends ideologies and national borders are taking root even within the public administration through hazardous recruitments threatening the viability and the future of the states. In addition, the priorities set by the governments of transition clearly do not reflect the popular aspiration. Neither in Egypt nor in Tunisia or Libya has the transitional phase been clearly tagged. The future of the democratic process has become a hostage of political forces with unpredictable behavior and, as a consequence, hardly controllable in an environment where violence is a feature of political debate. The amateurism of the Troika in power in Tunisia and its serious impact on the daily management of the state, the takeover of the Libyan economy by the armed militias in this country are not encouraging signals for the future. Yet, in the three countries, public opinion, becoming more mature and aware of historic importance of the period, has mobilized and created synergies which, as in Egypt, can change the course of history. That is precisely the second remark that can be made in relation to the political landscape emerging in this country. Certainly, at this stage of the transitional process, we are witnessing a fragmentation of the political scene and paradoxically also to its holding by political currents advocating other societal and even civilizational models. But this cannot be but a temporary situation. It will evolve with the reconstruction of the political landscape that will be shaped by the economic and social imperatives and subject to the awareness of the population to take control of its destiny. Slowly but surely, the peoples of the Arab Revolution realize that meta-economics is not the panacea. Neither in politics nor in economics does the religious referent solve the problems of a daily living becoming more and more difficult to bear by the social classes that have brought the current governments to power. The raging global crisis does not explain by itself the difficult economic and financial situation in Egypt and Tunisia. The real reason for the decadence lies in the incompetence of the current rulers and their inability to introduce the necessary reforms dictated by the disastrous situations of these countries. In those countries, despite its disengagement of several economic sectors, the state remains a vital lever of development thanks to the financial and fiscal measures that it can implement. However, no initiative has been taken so far to reassure the economic operators who ceased to invest and thus helped intensify the crisis and exacerbate social discontent. Yet, thanks to the role of counterpower that will be played by current and future civil society organizations, democratic culture will take root. Democracy cannot be decreed. It's built through participatory approaches that put the citizens at the heart of any societal project. It's for this reason that the importance which will be taken by non-governmental organizations constitute at the same time the greatest challenge and the best guarantee for a positive evolution of the transitional process. The contribution of Arab civil society organizations to democracy depends on their ability to instill a true cognitive ability in the citizens. Their perception of their role, as well as their willingness to preserve their independence, especially from temptation of external funding, will be decisive for their future. All should be done to avoid that financial assistance and cooperation with the international civil society turns into an ideological alignment which could politicize their action and endanger their own legitimacy. The independence of the media will also be the cornerstone of the democratic project, and this explains the relentlessness of the enemies of democracy against the freedom of expression. The third remark, which has emerged from the analysis of the current situation, touches upon an aspect which has accompanied the transitional process, but which, in the revolutionary euphoria, has not mobilized public opinion. It's the current interference and, under various forms, of some international actors with the aim of imposing specific ideological orientation on the political developments in progress. It's worth noting, in this regard, that the results of the political upheavals experienced by the countries of the south of the Mediterranean and are consistent with the objective established by the American project of the Greater Middle East. It's also noteworthy that it's not a coincidence that the same state relays which have taken part in the reshaping of the Middle East in recent years are unconditionally supporting the new regimes. Sharing similar ideological orientation may in part explain the frantic democratic activism of certain parties who previously strongly supported the dictatorship in place before their demise. Certainly, throughout Arab history, Islam was instrumentalized by all the revolution which lacked a political project. But this does not explain the logistic and financial support that the radical groups received from conservative states in the Middle East who have always fought terrorism. The position of the United States may seem in this regard quite naive. What conclusions can be drawn from these three observations? The first conclusion is that this experience, which contains much hope but also a great apprehension, should lead to a new form of governance that transforms permanently the relationship between the governors and the governed. Given the situation in Egypt and the political deadlock in Tunisia, this assumption seems to become more and more unlikely. However, achieving this goal will be the greatest achievement of the Arab Revolution and will boost the people's immunity against dictatorship. This scenario can be achieved only within the framework of a democratic state based on national harmony and respect for fundamental freedoms. Having political protagonists who consider their divine truth as the deus ex machina of political life, as is the case today, will only hamper this scenario. Second remark, for the Arabs of the south of the Mediterranean to remain masters of their own destiny, it's important that the state, in its modern sense, remains the sole guarantor of national sovereignty. It's no longer acceptable that at the dawn of the third millennium, the Arabs are the only people who remain defiant to change and resistant to the inexorable march of humanity towards progress. Finally, the economic and social pressures represent real challenges for any peaceful political transition and may constitute a major obstacle toward establishing a real democracy. If the effects of the economic crisis continue to harshly impact the purchasing power of the working classes, and if it turns out that the worsening living conditions originate from the mismanagement of the current government, then countries such as Tunisia and Libya in particular will face new revolutionary shocks that will make them more vulnerable to external interference with disastrous effect on their sovereignty. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much, Ambassador. It was very, very interesting and comprehensive presentation. So, we heard different ideas about the role of contribution of Arab civil society organizations, the role of media, as well as it was very interesting to probably have this idea about how this new, what could be the the ways out of this situation, and what kind of new form of government which can really do much better work and just be guarantor of the national sovereignty of the states is should be really considered as one of the very important areas in order to do much work. I think that right now it was very good because we also look at from kind of three different segments, like from the perspective of Tunisia, Libya and Egypt. And at the same time we have also three speakers here in this session, and we will also one of them actually also give us probably more deeper analysis regarding the Egypt experience. But right now, if we can just go, by the program, the floor I would like to give to Mr. Mohammed bin Hamou, the President of the Moroccan Center for Strategic Studies and the President of the African Federation for Strategic Studies. Floor is yours, Dr. bin Hamou.
Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, I will switch to Arabic language. لقد هيأت ورقة حول الموضوع، وأنا سعيد في البداية لأن أعبر عن شكري لمركز دراسات الاستراتيجية بأذربيجان على هذه الدعوة الكريمة. لقد هيأت ورقة نزولا عند طلب المنظمين، ولكن سأخرج عن هذه الورقة التي وضعتها رهن إشارتكم والتي يمكن للحضور الكريم أن يطلع عليها، والتي تطرقت إلى الحراك العربي أو الحراك في المنطقة العربية. هناك أكيد الورقة التي قدمتها تعتبر بالنسبة لي ورقة أكاديمية، لأنها توقفت عند بعض المفاهيم، وما يحدث في المنطقة العربية يتطلب في الوقت الراهن ضبطا مفاهيميا، لأننا أمام ظاهرة اجتماعية وسياسية نعتت أو عرفت تسميات مختلفة ومتعددة. لذلك كان هناك في نظري لزوما أن نتوقف عند هذا الجانب المفاهيمي. فهل نحن فعلا أمام ربيع عربي؟ ونحن نعلم أن هذه التسمية غريبة عن ما يحدث في المنطقة، وهي تسمية أتتنا في البداية بالأساس من الولايات المتحدة الأمريكية. هل هو فعلا انتقال ديمقراطي؟ والأمر لا يبدو في محطته الأولى كذلك؟ هل هو تحول؟ ويبدو أننا لم ندخل كذلك في مرحلة التحول. هل هو تغيير؟ وهنا كذلك يطرح إشكالية حول التغيير. تغيير ماذا؟ تغيير من؟ والتغيير لأي اتجاه ومع من؟ إذن هناك العديد من المفاهيم التي تطرح، وأضيفت إليها كذلك مفاهيم أخرى، آخرها ما يرتبط بالانقلاب العسكري أو بالحركات الإسلامية أو بالحكومات الإسلامية إلى غير ذلك. إذن لذلك فورقتي تضمنت في بدايتها يعني هذا الضبط المفاهيمي من الجانب الأكاديمي، ثم الوقوف عند هذا الحراك وخصوصياته. وبالأساس أننا أمام ظاهرة يمكن اعتبار أن كل حالة لها خصوصيتها، خصوصية النشأة، خصوصية الانطلاقة، وخصوصية التدبير كذلك. لذلك فلسنا أمام حالة أو ظاهرة أو حالات منسجمة متطابقة متشابهة، ولكننا أمام حالات تعرف خصوصيات متعددة وإن كانت تتقاطع وتتشابه في بعضها. كان هناك مناخ يمكن اعتباره ساهم في الدفع بهذه الحالات نحو الاتجاه الذي نعرفه الآن جميعا، ولكن لا يمكن بأي حال أن نتحدث عن ظاهرة منسجمة وعن حالات متشابهة بشكل كبير. ثم هناك كذلك ديناميات مختلفة داخل كل بلد، ومراكز ومواقع قوى وقوى كذلك مختلفة داخل كل بلد، ثم أجنحة صراعات مختلفة داخل كل بلد، مما يجعل أن يعني هذه الديناميات المختلفة وهذه الصراعات المختلفة وهذه الأجنحة المختلفة تجعلنا نطرح السؤال حول حقيقة ما يحدث وحقيقة من الفاعل، وخاصة أن السؤال المحرج والسؤال الجارح الآن هو إلى أين؟ لأننا لا نعلم فعلا إلى أين، ولأننا فعلا أمام جواب وحيد حول المستقبل، وهو عدم اليقين. عدم اليقين في الأهداف، عدم اليقين في التوجه، وعدم اليقين كذلك في الشكل والنوع الذي ستكون عليه المنطقة بعد هذا الحراك الذي تعرفه وبعد ما نعيشه في المرحلة الحالية. إذن نحن أمام أولا سؤال أولي، هو هل كانت هذه الدول في نفس الدرجة أو في نفس المستوى من الانتظارات حين حدث ما حدث؟ وهذا لا يمكن أن نعزله بشكل كبير، أن هذا الحراك في هذه المنطقة العربية يأتي كذلك في ظل منتظم دولي يعيش حالة عجز كبير، في ظل منتظم دولي يبحث عن نظام دولي جديد، في ظل منتظم دولي كذلك يعيش حالة تشتت، ويعيش حالة عودة قوى قديمة إلى الساحة، ومحاولة قوى ناشئة أن تجد لها مكانا في المنطقة، ويعيش كذلك حالة أزمة اقتصادية ومالية كبيرة جدا. إننا فعلا نعيش في زمن العولمة، وما يطبع زمن العولمة في هذه اللحظة الراهنة هو بدوره عدم اليقين والشك في أي اتجاه نسير جميعا. فالتحولات أو الحراك في المنطقة العربية جاء في هذا الخضم، وإذا كنا يعني بشكل عام يمكن أن نضع نوعا من من التمييز بين مجموعات من الدول. فهناك دول دخلت في هذا الحراك بشكل سلمي وتفاعلت معه في البداية بشكل سلمي، ووصلت بلوغ درجته الأولى بانهيار على الأقل رأس النظام كما هو الشأن في تونس وفي مصر مثلا. فإن دولا أخرى دخلت في هذا الحراك بشكل أكثر عنفا وربما أكثر قوة، وبلوغ الهدف كان بشكل على مدى أطول، وهي حالة اليمن. ثم هناك نوع ثالث من الدول التي دخلت هذا الحراك بشكل سلمي، ولكن سرعان ما تحول إلى عنف دموي وإلى نوع من الحرب الأهلية كما هو الحال في ليبيا مثلا، إلى دول أخرى دخلت هذا الحراك سلميا وسرعان ما استقرت في حرب أهلية لم تنتهي منها إلى غاية الآن كما هو الحال في سوريا، إلى دول أخرى اختارت أن تنخرط في موجة التغيير هذه بالاستمرار في نهج التغيير الذي كان قائما بها، وبالتالي كانت استمرارية للتغييرات السلمية الإرادية القائمة بها، ولم يحدث بها رغم أن كان هناك بعض الصدى لهذه الظاهرة التغييرية في المنطقة العربية كما هو الحال بالنسبة للمغرب، إلى دول أخرى كانت داعمة أو مساندة للتغيير كما هو الحال بالنسبة لعدد من دول منطقة الخليج أو بعض دول المنطقة التي كان لها موقف جامد داخليا من أي تغيير ورافض خارجيا لأي تغيير في المنطقة. لذلك هناك فعلا هذه الحالة تطرح علينا أسئلة كثيرة جدا، وتتطلب ربما أننا ننتظر المزيد من الوقت لفهم الكثير من تفاعلاتها. هناك الآن إشكاليات يمكن أن نتوقف عنها، أننا حين نتحدث وكان هناك سرعة في الوصول إلى النتائج، حين نتحدث عن الانتقال الديمقراطي أو حين نتحدث عن التحول، فنحن نعلم أن الانتقال والتحول هو محطات عدة ودرجات عدة وبناء كذلك يتم على مستويات مختلفة، وخاصة أن هذا التغيير أو هذا الانتقال يتم على امتداد زمني محدد. لذلك فإن ما نلاحظه أن هناك غياب لأية رؤية أو استراتيجية لبناء هذا التغيير أو هذا الانتقال الديمقراطي في هذه الدول، مما أفرز نوعا من سوء تدبير هذا التغيير وسوء تدبير هذا الانتقال الديمقراطي، وربما حتى عدم تحديد أهداف هذا الانتقال لدى جل الدول التي دخلت فيه. لذلك لا أعتقد بأننا فعلا دخلنا مرحلة الانتقال الديمقراطي في هذه الدول، ولكننا للأسف الشديد سنتين أو أكثر بعد الدخول في هذا الحراك لا زلنا في مرحلة ما قبل الدخول في مرحلة الانتقال الديمقراطي. وهل فعلا ستدخل دول المنطقة في مرحلة الانتقال الديمقراطي أم لا؟ لأننا نعيش الآن مرحلة هجنة، ومرحلة للأسف الشديد يطبعها للأسف الشديد سمتان أساسيتان. السمة الأولى التي تطبعها هي العنف وظهور العنف أو عودة العنف داخل مجموعة من هذه الدول، والسمة الثانية للأسف الشديد وهي عدم الاستقرار، وهذا يمكن رصده سواء في جانبه الاجتماعي أو في جانبه السياسي أو كذلك يعني في جانبه يعني المجتمعي من حيث التساكن والتعايش الذي كان قائما داخل مجتمعات هذه البلدان. لذلك فالسؤال الذي يطرح الآن وبحدة وكذلك بشكل مخيف هو حول مستقبل الدولة في البلاد التي عرفت هذه الحراكات. مستقبل الدولة أي دولة ستخرج أو ستطلع من هذه الحراكات بعد كل هذه الديناميات المتناقضة التي تعيشها، وبعد كذلك كل هذه الصراعات التي تم تفجيرها أو تفجر الآن داخل هذه الدول. ثم إذا كان الحديث يعني عن شكل الدولة وطبيعة الدولة، فهناك كذلك حديث عن نوعية الدولة التي ستخرج من هذا الحراك، الذي يمكن أولا أن نؤكد بأن الآن هناك يعني بعض نقط اليقين. نحن على يقين بأن هذه المرحلة ستدوم في الزمن، فهي يعني مرحلة لن تتوقف على الأقل بالنسبة لبعض الدول بعد على الأقل عقد من الزمن أو أكثر. اليقين الثاني الذي يمكن أن نرصده الآن بأن شكل وطبيعة المنطقة العربية سيتغير بشكل يجعلها مغايرة للشكل الذي تعيشه الآن. ثم النقطة الثالثة التي أعتقد بأنها أساسية، أننا نجد أنفسنا الآن في مرحلة إعادة بناء نظام عربي جديد، لأننا في مرحلة تعرف انهيار الأنظمة التي قامت، أقول الأنظمة الإقليمية والنظام يعني النظام الإقليمي والجهوي والنظام الذي أقيم بعد الحرب العالمية الثانية. وبالتالي نحن أمام مرحلة تتطلب كذلك إعادة بناء نظام إقليمي عربي جديد يأخذ بعين الاعتبار كل هذه المعطيات. ثم إذا كان هناك كذلك يقين بأن الفاعلين السياسيين داخل هذه الدول لم يحسنوا تدبير هذه المنطقة أو تدبير هذه المرحلة عفوا، فإنه للأسف الشديد لا يمكن، وإن كنت لا أؤمن بنظرية المؤامرة، فإنه لا يمكن بأي حال إغفال أدوار بعض الفاعلين الإقليميين أو الدوليين في هذا الحراك، والتي قد تكون بحسن نية، ولكن كم من النوايا الحسنة أدخلت إلى جهنم، أو قد تكون يعني بسوء نية ولكنها قدمت بشكل نصائح الأصدقاء، وكم من نصائح الأصدقاء تؤدي كذلك إلى الخراب. إذن هناك إشكالية حقيقية مرتبطة بما نعرفه الآن في هذه المنطقة، ومرتبطة بالأساس بجوهر الأسئلة التي لم تطرح وبجوهر النخب التي أحيل إليها تدبير هذه المرحلة. سبق لأحد العارفين بالسياسة الداخلية والدولية المتمرسين أن قال: الخطر أن تعطى القيادة لمن لا يحسن إدراك دقة المرحلة وخطورة وتهديدات المرحلة. والرجل كتب ذلك منذ أكثر من 3 عقود من الزمن، وهو يعني خبير في هذه الأمور بجميع تراكيبها، والأمر يرتبط بكاتب الدولة الأسبق في الخارج الأمريكي هنري كيسنجر. إذن نحن أمام مرحلة للأسف الشديد عرفت غيابا لطرح الأسئلة الحقيقية هي إلى أي اتجاه أو نحو أي تغيير نريد أن نتوجه، وعرفت بالأساس سوء تدبير لهذه المحطة. وإذا كان التساؤل يظل مطروحا حول بلوغ الحركات أو الأحزاب الإسلامية إلى السلطة، فإنه لا يمكن اعتباره وهذه من مفارقات هذا الحراك. نحن أمام حراك انطلق شبابيا في العديد من الدول، نحن أمام حراك كان شعاره الخبز والكرامة والحرية، وينتهي في نهاية المطاف في نتائجه بتدبير أو بين يدي من يدبره هي الأحزاب الإسلامية في هذه المنطقة. هذا لا يعني بأننا أمام مجتمعات ارتفعت درجة أسلمتها في خلال الشهور التي انطلقت مع هذا الحراك، ولسنا كذلك أمام تطرف داخل هذه المجتمعات أيا كان نوعه، ولكن فقط نحن أمام مجموعة ما يميزها هو طابعها، هو اغتنامها للفرص واقتناصها للفرص، وما يميزها كذلك هو طابعها البراغماتي، وما يميزها أو ما ميزها عند هذه اللحظة التاريخية المفصلية هو أنها كانت المجموعة الأكثر تنظيما والأكثر حضورا في المجتمع والأكثر كذلك امتدادا داخل هذا المجتمع، وبالتالي استطاعت أن تقتنص فرصة السلطة. ونعلم جميعا أنها أدخلت من خلال هذا التدبير الذي يمكن اعتباره بمنظور ضيق للحياة لهذا التوجه، أدخلت هذه البلدان في مرحلة عصيبة، وسبقني زميلي من قبل لطرح بعض أوجهها. إذن هل يمكن الآن أن نتحدث؟ وسيدتي الرئيسة سأختم لأن 20 دقيقة بقي دقيقتين. إذن سأختم من خلال التداعيات التي وإن كنا في مرحلة يصعب معها إلى الآن عرض جميع تداعيات هذه المرحلة، وكذلك عرض كل ما يمكن اعتباره نتائج لهذه المرحلة، لأننا لا زلنا في دينامية قائمة، ولا زلنا أمام كذلك صراعات متعددة قائمة يصعب معها في اللحظة الحالية استخلاص نتائج. ولكن هناك للأسف الشديد بعض النقط التي يمكن الوقوف عندها. أولا وهو ضعف الدولة وضعف الدول. هناك إشكالية حقيقية الآن مرتبطة بالدولة في هذه المنطقة، وضعف الدول التي عرفت أو تعرف هذا الحراك أصبح جليا، حيث أننا أصبحنا أمام دول يمكن اعتبارها في المرحلة الحالية دول عاجزة. لسنا أمام دول فاشلة لأنها لم تبلغ ولن تبلغ درجة الفشل، ولكن للأسف شديد إننا نعيش في مرحلة يمكن اعتبار أن الدولة في هذه المنطقة إما أنها عاجزة أو معطلة في أحسن الأحوال. والأمر مرتبط هنا بقدرة هذه الدول على السيطرة على مجموع ترابها، وقدرة كذلك هذه الدول على فرض سلطتها ونفوذها على مجموع تراب وطنها، وقدرة هذه الدول على خلق انسجام بين مجموع الأطياف داخل المجتمع. فبالتالي دور المنظم ودور المؤطر ودور المراقب ودور المساند الذي تلعبه الدولة يمكن اعتباره غائبا الآن. ثم هناك إشكالية جديدة، وهي ظهور فضاءات جديدة للهشاشات المرتبطة أساسا بالجانب الأمني. نلاحظ بأن هناك يعني ظهور لفضاءات جديدة، لهشاشات جديدة مرتبطة بالجانب الأمني. ونحن نعلم أن المنطقة العربية هي يعني خاصة في شمال إفريقيا توجد جارة لمنطقة أخرى وهي منطقة الساحل الصحراوي التي تعرف تهديدات أمنية.
I am very sorry. The time is just,
the last few seconds. إذن هناك هذه الإشكالية المرتبطة بالهشاشات الأمنية. وأخيرا أعتقد بأن يعني ما يمكن اعتباره يعني عجزا أو نقصا في هذه العمليات هي أنها عمليات كانت تنتظر مساندة من المنظمة الدولي، مساندة مادية بالأساس، ولم تتوفر عليه. لذلك إذا كانت هذه المرحلة تطرح الكثير من التساؤلات فإنها تطرح كذلك الكثير من الفرص، ولكنها تتطلب في المرحلة الحالية انخراط الجميع لبناء المستقبل. وشكرا.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Mr. Benhamou. I think it was very, very interesting, presentation, and we appreciate very much your openness about some issues which you raised here, and definitely the changes which you mentioned that very unpredictable. With the unpredictability, create some kind of definitely some risks, as well as if you are looking forward, definitely that there could be, as you mentioned very rightly, some kind of uncertainty, and a lot of things depends on the governments in these countries, how they are really capable to deal with all of these challenges which right now you have, and you're just trying to inform these countries from this Arab Spring country, how they're just really dealing with this whole of this complex situation in the political level. Especially you very rightly mentioned about the nature of political power, and at the same time mentioned that it's so important sometimes really to know where you are going, what's the direction of these changes. Right now we are moving to the third, our speaker, to Dr. Vasek Salim Abdul Gader Al-Hashimi. Mr. Hashimi is the director of Iraqi Group for Strategic Studies, and the topic of his presentation is Outcome of Arab Spring Between the Reality and the Ambition. Please, floor is yours.
شكرا جزيلا. السلام عليكم. شكرا لمركز سام دراسات اللي عودنا دائما نتابع الأحداث أول بأول. قضية الربيع العربي قضية مهمة تشغل الرأي العام العربي والعالمي، تحتاج إلى تحليل، تحتاج إلى استنتاجات كثيرة. هل هو فعلا ربيع أم خريف عربي؟ نتائج ثورات الربيع بين الطموح والواقع. منذ أن تفجرت ثورات الربيع العربي في تونس في ديسمبر 2010 وامتدت رياح التغيير بعدها إلى مصر واليمن وسوريا وليبيا، والحديث يكثر حول جدوى هذه الثورات، وهل قادت إلى تغيير حقيقي؟ هل كانت نتاج فعلي لعقود من الاستبداد والفساد، أم أنها أرضت فقط طموحات الشعوب إلى التغيير وأن قاد ذلك إلى أنظمة أكثر استبدادية وأكثر دموية؟ كثير من الشعوب العربية التي قامت بها ثورات الربيع العربي بعد مرور قرابة عامين من الثورات بدأت في الشعور بالحنين إلى الأنظمة السابقة بكل سلبياتها بعد أن فقدت هذه الشعوب الأمان. كثير من الشعوب العربية التي قامت بها ثورات الربيع العربي بعد مرور قرابة العامين بدأت في الشعور بالحنين إلى الأنظمة السابقة بكل سلبياتها بعد أن فقدت هذه الشعوب الأمان، ودخلت في دوامة متواصلة من الاضطرابات السياسية، وأصبحت مطاردة بهواجس وصول أنظمة أكثر تشددا من الأنظمة السابقة. وربما يصل الأمر إلى إعادة إنتاج أنظمة قمعية جديدة خاصة على يد التيارات الدينية المتشددة التي عانت من التهميش والاستبعاد عبر عقود طويلة في الأنظمة السابقة. وجاءت الفرصة على طبق من ذهب عقب ثورات الربيع العربي، التحقق والتغييب، هكذا أطلق على ثورات والانتفاضات التي حدثت في دول عربية عديدة بغض النظر عن دراسة ظروف هذه الثورات والقوى الأساسية التي كانت المحرك الرئيسي لها وآفاق تطورها لاستكمال مهمات الثورة بدون تعرجات والتواءات وكوابح. ظهرت منذ البداية مع الوجهة الإصلاحية، لكنها حالما انتهزت الفرصة أصبحت قاعدة للرد لإفشال مهام الثورة وتقدمها. لقد صحت على الأكثر التوقعات التي دارت حول الاحتقانات الجماهيرية قبلها، وجرت تأكيدات واستنتاجات أن هذه الاحتقانات لا بد لها من الانفجار الحتمي بعد أن اتهم البعض الجماهير بالسلبية واعتبرها راقدة إلى الأبد أمام التحولات التي تجري في العالم واستهتار العديد من الأنظمة الاستبدادية في المنطقة العربية وتجاوزها على الحريات المدنية وخرقها لحقوق الإنسان. أن الربيع العربي الذي أدت نتائجه الأولية إلى تغيير في وجهات النظر لدى كثير من المثقفين والسياسيين الذين كانوا لا يثقون بدور الجماهير وإمكانياتها في الانتصار والتغيير، ويلوحون بعمل عسكري أو انقلاب عسكري تقوم به بعضا من قطاعات الجيش بأنها إحدى الوسائل المتقدمة في تخليص الشعوب من الأنظمة والحكام الفاسدين. وهؤلاء لم يفطنوا للظروف والتغيرات التي طرأت في العالم والمنطقة، وأن الأنظمة والحكام استفادوا من تلك الأحداث الانقلابية وخططوا بشكل منهجي للهيمنة والتدقيق في هويات أكثر الضباط ومنهم ذوي الرتب العليا، حتى أنهم أسسوا فرق عسكرية خاصة بهم تكون مضادة ضد أي عمل أو تحرك عسكري ضد النظام. وما يؤسف له وقد يقف البعض بالضد من القول أن الربيع العربي لم يبقى ربيعا مستمرا بالمعنى الواسع لمفهوم التغيير الجذري، أنه أصبح في الواقع الأمر يراوح في مكانه ويجابه بشكل مباشر لتحييده على الرغم من نجاحات إسقاط بعض من هذه الأنظمة والحكام. وبمجرد رحيل القدامى الذي شيبوا رؤوس ودمروا النفوس زحف آخرون كانوا ينتظرون الفرصة تحت ظلال الزيزفون، بينما الذين خرجوا إلى الشوارع بمئات الآلاف وأكثرهم من الطبقات والفئات الكادحة والمتوسطة وصارحوا الأجهزة الأمنية معرضين أنفسهم للاعتقال والتعذيب والسجن وحتى الموت. وهو ما حدث فعلا مع عشرات الجرحى والمصابين مسحوا أيديهم في الحائط، لأن الذين جاءوا إلى السلطة ومن خلفهم قوى الردة بدأوا يكبحون التواصل والمضي لإتمام باقي المهمات ويسعون لتجيير إسقاط الأنظمة لأنفسهم مدعين بمعارضتهم وتضحياتهم في تلك الأزمنة. هذا الكابح الجديد والقديم هدفه تعطيل مسيرة الثورة وإيقاف التغييرات عند حدود مصالح القوى المعادية للثورات والانتفاضات. إذن لا بد من التدقيق في الإمكانيات التي تساعد القوى الوطنية وحركات الشباب الواسعة لكي يقفوا بالضد من تمرير مقولات الأنظمة السابقة فيما يخص الأمن والاقتصاد ومستقبل البلاد، لأن هذه المقولات عاشت عليها الأنظمة السياسية السابقة واستغلتها للبقاء في دست الحكم، وفي الوقت نفسه مارست سياسات القمع والاضطهاد والاعتقال والسجن ضد أي معارضة حتى لو كانت سلمية. ومن هنا يجب عدم المهادنة والتراخي في استمرار الضغط الشعبي السلمي لإنجاز المرحلة وللانتقال جديدة يعزز فيها القانون وفق دستور وطني يحافظ على حقوق المواطنين السياسية الاقتصادية الثقافية والاجتماعية، والتأكد على الحياة الدستورية الديمقراطية وتبادل السلطة سلميا وفق مبدأ الانتخابات التشريعية الحرة، والتي يجب أن يلعب فيها المواطن دورا مسؤولا. وهذه المهمات لا يمكن أن تتحقق بشكل عفوي أو الاعتقاد بأن سقوط الأنظمة وكأنه النهاية والربيع المرتجى، وأن الأمور ستكون على ما يرام. ولا بد من الحسبان كونها البداية لتحقيق الأهداف المهمة ومواصلة العمل بلا تراجع، واستيعاب المرحلة كونها مرحلة انتقالية وقد تستغل نتائجها الثورية من قبل قوى الردة والحكام الجدد لتعطيل مسيرتها نحو تحقيق مزيدا من التقدم. وما نراه الآن من تطورات على الساحة السياسية في هذه البلدان يؤكد لنا أن التوجهات لقوى الردة وفلول الأنظمة وقوى أخرى تريد الحكم وليس المضي أكثر باتجاه حصر النتائج الإيجابية بسقوط تلك الأنظمة. وقد عادت إلى الساحة السياسية الشعارات الدينية المتطرفة أو اتخاذها مطرقة بالضد من القوى التقدمية والليبرالية، والعودة للشعارات التكفيرية وقضية حقوق المرأة والاتهامات بالفساد الأخلاقي المنافي للدين الإسلامي بشكل منظم ووفق منهاجية وآليات جديدة تنطلق من الجوامع والمساجد وأماكن العبادة لتعميمها على الشارع. ثم تبلورت للقوى اليمينية وفي مقدمتها التنظيمات السلفية التي بدأت منذ البداية استغلال ما يمكن استغلاله من قوانين وأوضاع جديدة. لقد كانت سابقا منهاجية ميكافيلية لخلط الأوراق في قضايا تخص موضوعة الدين والسياسة، وبالرغم من الحديث عن الدولة المدنية الإسلامية لكنها لم تتغير إلا بإضافة خطاب تمويهي لخداع المواطنين. أن الخطاب الذي ما زال يطبق سياسة خلط الأوراق لتغييب الأهداف الكامنة خلف شعارات خداعة ومنها عدم فرض الشريعة الإسلامية، لكن ذلك ما عاد لا ينطلي على الذين لديهم خبرة واطلاع على تاريخ هذه الحركات التي كانت وما زالت تقف بالضد من قضايا حيوية ومهمة مثل الفنون، تمثيل، المسرح، الموسيقى، الغناء، دور السينما، النوادي الاجتماعية، السفور، فرض النقاب وحقوق المرأة. وهذا ما أكدته بعض الأصوات التي انطلقت مؤخرا في تونس وفي مصر وليبيا بعد النتائج الأولية للربيع العربي، مؤكدة على النهج الذي مارسته في السابق لكن بوجه جديد، تدعي أنها لا تعتزم فرض الشريعة الإسلامية وهي مغالطة، لأن الخوف والقلق الذي يلازم المواطنين بخصوص حرياتهم العامة والشخصية تجعلهم لا يثقون بهذه الأقوال. والقضية التي لم تنتهي بعد، فهناك بشكل واقعي توجهات معادية حتى لهامش الديمقراطية وللحريات المدنية والقوى الوطنية والديمقراطية تتبلور لدى أحزاب الإسلام السياسي بعد أن تمكنت من الفوز في الانتخابات في تونس ثم في مصر، التي أشارت العديد من وسائل الإعلام أن هذه القوى الإسلامية تسيطر حتى على لجنة صياغة الدستور، والتي وعدت بإنجاز دستور جديد خلال فترة قصيرة، إلا أن الكثير من الخبراء يعتقدون أنهم ليسوا متجاوبين مع الشارع الثائر، أي هناك التفاف على نتائج الربيع العربي. من هنا يمكن أن نستنتج أن أهم نتاجات ثورات الربيع العربي هي ما يلي: 1. أن الثورات العربية قام بها شباب عربي مثقف واعي استخدم وسائل الاتصال الحديثة فيسبوك، تويتر وغيرها من النتاجات منهاجا للتحشيد والتثقيف، وخرجوا إلى الشوارع معتصمين أياما وليالي رافضين المساومة ليسقطوا أنظمة عتيدة قوية. لكن سرعان ما سرقت هذه الثورات من الأحزاب الإسلامية التي تمتلك تاريخ طويل في العمل السياسي دام لأكثر من 80 عام كما في حركة الإخوان المسلمين في مصر. والنقطة الأخرى أن شباب الثورة لم يمتلكوا خططا ما بعد الثورة مما سهل للإسلاميين القفز واستلام زمام الأمور. 2. بروز ظاهرة الإسلام السياسي في مصر وتونس وليبيا واليمن، والأمر يمهد لصعود في مناطق أخرى في المنطقة العربية. 3. حاولت التيارات الإسلامية بعد فوزها في الانتخابات أن تغير دساتير هذه الدول إلى دساتير ذات طابع إسلامي، مع تسلق القيادات الإسلامية إلى أغلب مرافق الدولة وإقصاء قيادات الجيش حتى لا تشكل خطرا عليها في المرحلة المقبلة. 4. حدوث حالات الاحتجاج الشعبي ضد ممارسة الأحزاب الإسلامية التي استلمت السلطة والتهديد بثورات جديدة كما حدث في مصر يوم 30 حزيران الماضي، وإسقاط حكومة الإخوان المسلمين مع وجود أجواء مشابهة في تونس وحالة عدم الاستقرار في ليبيا واليمن. وأنا أكرر دائما أن شعب مصر حقق إعجازا على مستوى العالم بأن حقق ثورتين في عامين، وهذه حالة نادرة يجب أن نحترمها ونقف لها إجلالا واحتراما. 5. بروز التنظيمات الإرهابية التي تقوم بعمليات تفجير واغتيالات كما حدث في سيناء وليبيا، وموجة اغتيالات في تونس وأوضاع غير مستقرة في اليمن. 6. حالة الاضطراب وعدم الاستقرار في جميع دول الربيع العربي منذ انطلاق هذه الثورات إلى يومنا هذا، فالتظاهرات والاحتجاجات والاعتصامات أصبحت سمة سائدة في هذه الدول. 7. لا زالت دول الربيع العربي بعيدا عن تحقيق الديمقراطية والكرامة وحقوق الإنسان والمساواة الاجتماعية والأمان الاقتصادي، رغم إنجازها أهدافا رئيسية كإزاحة قادة ظلوا طويلا في الحكم في 4 بلدان: تونس، مصر، ليبيا واليمن. 8. ارتفاع نسبة الجريمة وغياب الأمن هو فاتورة أخرى للتغيير السياسي، لأن كثير من العصابات ترى في مرحلة الضعف السياسي فرصة خصبة لانتعاش نشاطها، وهي تحارب فكرة تعافي الدولة وعودتها إلى السيطرة على أمور الحكم. 9. بروز الصراع الطائفي والديني في هذه الدول: الأقباط والمسلمين في مصر، الإسلاميين والعلمانيين في تونس وليبيا واليمن، وبروز الصراع الشيعي السني. 10. الأداء غير المقنع للقادة الجدد في دول الربيع العربي جعل الكثير من شعوب هذه الدول بعد تأييدها الكامل للتغيير تراجع نفسها ومواقفها في المقارنة بين الأنظمة القديمة والجديدة، مما يعني تحول هذا الربيع العربي إلى خريف عربي يحمل حالات عدم الاستقرار. خلاصة، لم نكن نتوقع أن نودع العام الثاني للربيع بهذه الحالة من الإحباط وتهاوي اقتصاديات دول وانهيار عملاتها وتناقص احتياطاتها النفطية بشكل مخيف، وسط حالة انقسام مجتمعي غير مسبوقة وحالات مستميتة لإلغاء الديمقراطية والتفرد بالقرار والتأسيس لأنظمة طويلة المدى وفقا لدساتير تؤطر هذا البقاء، واستئصال كل من يعارض، بل محاولة إرغام بعض أطياف المجتمع على الهجرة القسرية خوفا من القادم. إذن ماذا أضافت ثورات الربيع العربي للمواطن العربي؟ الإجابة تكمن في أن الذي يقرر نجاح أو فشل ظاهرة الربيع العربي وثوراتها هو حجم الإصلاحات الاقتصادية وتوفير فرص العمل وتوفير الحد الأدنى من الخدمات والتأسيس لمناخ من الحرية والديمقراطية والعدالة الاجتماعية وتوفير الأمن والطمأنينة، إلى جانب توفير الخبز على صحن الكرامة والعيش الكريم للمواطن. فهل تتمكن حكومات الربيع العربي من تحقيق ذلك؟ أنا لدي تعقيب صغير. هناك من يقول الإسلام، هناك فوبيا الإسلام. الدين الإسلامي هو دين تسامح ومحبة، ولكن بعض رجال الدين، وأؤكد بعض رجال الدين من المتطرفين، هم الذين يفتون بالقتل وعدم القبول بالآخر. شكرا.
Thank you very much, Dr. Al-Hashimi. Right now, it was very unfortunate that unfortunately we had some troubles with the translation, but at least, I've just, I can just at least try to very shortly summarize the idea that the main idea was that really you gave a very good analysis of the issues of how this Arab revolts in these countries actually happened, and what was the main factors, like different kind of groups within the society, like youth groups, the role of social media, Facebook and Twitter, as at the same time as the role of Islamist groups in this specific countries, especially Salafis. They've been just pointed out. At the same time, you mentioned that the rule of law is not, usually obeyed and observed in these countries. The role of cultural aspects was very seriously emphasized in your presentation, and I think it was also very good that you mentioned that the actual fear is not about the Islam, but Islam about the peace. In that case, if you are looking forward and hope that, you know, and then you are finalizing, and it was also very useful for everyone, at least, you know, maybe in the future presentation touch upon to the issues, okay, if there are still some kind of questions mark about some issues regarding economic reforms or free environment, about, you know, livelihood of the people, what about all of these things, where, you know, again, it somehow also coincides with the presentation of Mr. Ben Hamour about the future direction of these changes. And in order just to, you know, wrap up this, you know, this session, the last speaker of this session is Dr. Samet Mahmoud Saiful Yazal Khalifa, who is the ex-army, he is, I'm sorry, he is ex-army general, yeah, and he is at the same time chairman of the Al Ghothoria Center for Political and Security Studies. Please, floor is yours.
Thank you very much. Since I'm Egyptian and my language is Arabic, so allow me to speak in Arabic as well as our speakers before. So أبدأ بالشكر الجزيل لمركز سام للدراسات الاستراتيجية على دعوته لنا، وأيضا على تبني فكرة هذا المؤتمر الهام للغاية، والذي يجيء في فترة هامة جدا أيضا في تاريخ الأمة العربية حاليا. وبالتالي هذا المؤتمر الموضوع الصحيح في الوقت الصحيح وفي المكان الصحيح، وبدعوة من أيضا الحضور الكرام والمتحدثين المحترمين. وبالتالي سأبدأ مباشرة في الحديث. أرى أن التعب قد بدأ يحل على بعض من السادة الحضور، لذلك سأحاول أن أختصر من الكلمة حتى نستطيع إعطاء فرصة للأسئلة أيضا والإجابة عليها. حتى نتحدث عن الفترة الانتقالية، هناك فترتين انتقاليتين حدثت في مصر. الفترة الانتقالية الأولى حدثت بعد ثورة 25 يناير واستمرت حتى لمدة 18 شهرا، وأعقبت هذه الفترة الانتخابات الرئاسية التي أفرزت وصول الإخوان المسلمين والنظام الإسلامي السياسي إلى الحكم عن طريق الانتخابات الحرة النزيهة التي تمت في مصر، والتي أفرزت وصول الدكتور محمد مرسي إلى كرسي الرئاسة المصرية بفارق 0.7% وليس 7%، يعني 0.07% عن المنافس الآخر. عندما وصلت النخبة الإسلامية التي تمثل الإخوان المسلمين إلى رئاسة الجمهورية في مصر، كان الجميع يتعشم أن تكون مصر إلى الأفضل وتتجه إلى الأفضل، وكان هناك نقدر نقول طموح كبير لدى الشعب المصري في أن تكون الفترة الرئاسية بعد ثورة 25 يناير وبعد الفترة الانتقالية الأولى التي كانت لمدة 18 شهرا يبدأ الشعب المصري في الانطلاق نحو المستقبل، ويبدأ الشعب المصري في تحقيق طموحاته ومطالبه. إلا أن الأيام أثبتت غير ذلك. استمرت فترة حكم الإخوان المسلمين عن طريق رئاسة الدكتور محمد مرسي لمدة 12 شهر، بدأت من 30 يونيو 2012 وحتى 30 يونيو 2013. في هذه الفترة مرت مصر بالكثير من الصعوبات والعقبات، على سبيل المثال وليس الحصر، ولأول مرة حدث في مصر مشكلة في الحصول على الوقود من محطات البنزين للسيارات العادية وسيارات النقل. وكما تعلمون مصر مرت بثلاثة حروب، حتى في خلال هذه الحروب سنة 67 وحرب الاستنزاف و73 لم يقف الشعب المصري أمام محطات الوقود انتظارا لأن يأخذ 10 لترات من الوقود لمدة 10 ساعات و18 ساعة في بعض الأحيان، وكانت الصعوبات تزداد. أيضا خلال فترات الحروب لم يعاني الشعب المصري من انقطاع التيار الكهربائي في منازله، لكن في هذه الفترة في هذا العام عانى الشعب المصري من انقطاع التيار الكهربائي لساعات طويلة يوميا، وهذا لم يحدث حتى في زمن الحروب. الغلاء، محاولة الاستقطاب، تعيين الكثير من هم لهم ولاء للنظام السياسي في ذلك الوقت وليس الأكفاء أو من يستحقون إدارة البلاد، أدخل البلاد في مشاكل ضخمة مشاكل سياسية، مشاكل اقتصادية، مشاكل اجتماعية، ومشاكل أيضا مع دول الجوار، حتى مع دول الخليج والدول العربية الشقيقة التي كانت ولا تزال تقف مع مصر موقف يشهد عليه التاريخ ويشهد عليه الشعب المصري. إذن كل هذه الأحداث في الآخر تمخضت إلى أن الشعب المصري رأى أنه، ورغم أن الرئيس الجمهورية، لأن هناك الحديث عن الشرعية وأن رئيس الجمهورية قد وصل بانتخابات رئاسية صحيحة وأن الشعب المصري قد اختاره، كل هذا صحيح، ولكن ليس معنى، وهذه الديمقراطية بالتأكيد، ولكن ليس معنى أنني أنتخبك أن تستمر في إدارة بلادي بشكل يصل في النهاية إلى حالة الانهيار الكامل كما كانت ستصل مصر إليه في هذا الزمن. خلينا برضو نقول، هل حقيقة كانت ستصل مصر إلى حالة الانهيار أم أنه حديث فقط؟ 7 أيام فقط قبل 30 من يونيو 2013، يعني قبل خروج الشعب المصري للثورة الثانية، كما قال صديقي الأخ الفاضل الدكتور واثق أن الشعب المصري قام بثورتين، وأنا أشكرك على تحياتك، في زمن قياسي، وهو لم يحدث يمكن في الكثير من الدول الأخرى. الشعب المصري خرج حتى ينقذ بلاده من حكم قد يؤدي في النهاية بالبلاد إلى حالة الانهيار الكامل، وبالتالي من يقول أنه الشعب المصري قد خرج على الشرعية هو قول غير صحيح، وهأثبت ذلك. ولكن خلينا برضو نقول ما حدث في مصر قبل 30 من يونيو في عام 2013 العام الحالي. 7 أيام قبل خروج الشعب المصري إلى الشارع خرج 33 مليون مصري إلى الشارع ليقول لا بد من التغيير، لا بد من أن ننقذ مصر مما هي فيه. وبالتالي ما حدث 7 أيام فقط قبل خروج الشعب المصري إلى الشارع، استقال 7 من وزراء حكومة الدكتور محمد مرسي، استقال 23 عضو من مجلس الشورى، لأن هناك كان لا يوجد برلمان مصري في ذلك الوقت، لأن البرلمان قد انحل، وبالتالي كان هناك مجلس الشورى وهو المجلس اللور هاوس اوف ذا بارلمنت، كان متواجدا في ذلك الوقت، وتستقال 23 فرد او عضوا من هذا البرلمان. اذكركم ايضا بان حتى الاثنين سفراء المتحدثين الرسميين لرئيس الجمهورية في ذلك الوقت قد استقالوا ايضا وقالوا اننا لا يمكن ان نستمر مع هذا النظام. ليس هذا فقط، ولكن المحافظون ايضا 4 من المحافظين لمحافظات مصرية قد استقالوا. كل هذا تم في حوالي 48 ساعة، 7 أيام قبل خروج الشعب المصري إلى الشارع للقول بأنه لابد من التغيير. إذا خروج الشعب المصري كان بشكل واضح وشديد الوضوح إنقاذا للدولة. الشعب المصري خرج عندما شاهد أن الدولة بدأت تنهار من حول رئيس الجمهورية الموجود المنتخب انتخابا شرعيا، ولكن ليس معنى أنني انتخبتك انتخابا شرعيا أن أعطيك صكا لتدير البلاد إلى الهاوية وتنزل بها إلى الانهيار الكامل. هذا ما خرج إليه الشعب المصري في 30 من يونيو عام 2013 ليقول للعالم كله أنني أنقذ مصر من براثن حكم قد يصل بنا إلى حالة الانهيار الكامل. أنا أول من قال في مصر أيام الحكم اللي كان موجود أن مصر كانت قد بدأت في الدخول وعلم السياسة، وأنتم كلكم تعلمون هذا، وعلوم استراتيجية، في ما يقال الفراجايل ستيت أو الدولة الهشة. مصر كانت قد دخلت بالفعل إلى مدار الدولة الهشة، والدولة الهشة تأخذك حتما وضرورة إلى حالة الانهيار الكامل، إلى الدولة المنهارة. لذلك خرج الشعب المصري حتى ينقذ بلاده في نهاية مرحلة الدولة الهشة وقبل أن تدخل إلى مرحلة الانهيار الكامل. وبالتالي الخروج الشعب المصري هو خروج شرعي وليس خروجا على الشرعية. هذا هو الفرق بين الخروج على الشرعية وعندما تخرج خروجا شرعيا تطلب فيه إنقاذ دولتك من الانهيار الكامل التي كانت لا محالة مصر تدخل فيها. الجيش المصري وهو 10 أقوى قوة عسكرية في العالم، أكرر 10 أقوى قوة عسكرية في العالم، هذا ليس بشهادة المصريين ولكن بشهادة مراكز الدراسات العسكرية والأكاديميات العسكرية العالمية. وهنا القوة على فكرة أريد أن أوضحها أنها ليست بالحجم، ليس لديك 2 مليون جندي وليس لأنك لديك 4 مليون دبابة، لا، القوة القوة العسكرية للدول لا تقاس بهذا الشكل، ولكنها تقاس بما يطلق عليه الكفاءة القتالية للدولة. الكفاءة القتالية للدولة تجيء بمقاييس كثيرة جدا، ليس من ضمنها العدد ولكن مقدار القوة والقدرة. الجيش المصري هو أكبر عاشر قوة عسكرية في الكرة الأرضية. خرج الجيش المصري لمساندة شعبه عندما طلب شعبه المساعدة. إذن لم يكن انقلابا عسكريا، لأن الجيش المصري لم يخرج طواعية ورغبة منه في تغيير الدولة أو تغيير النظام، ولكنه انتظر حتى طلبه الشعب وبإلحاح للنزول لمساندته لتغيير النظام. هذا هو الفارق بين الانقلاب العسكري والمساندة لشعب طلب التغيير. إذن حتما وبكل تأكيد أنه لم يكن انقلابا عسكريا. الانقلاب العسكري كما تعلمون حضراتكم وأنتم متخصصون في السياسة والعلوم الاستراتيجية، عندما تدار الدولة بعد الانقلاب بواسطة العسكريين، عندما تشكل حكومة يرتدي أعضاؤها ووزرائها الزي العسكري، كما حدث في مصر عام سنة 1952 عندما قامت الثورة المصرية في 23 يوليو. استمر الحكم العسكري في مصر وكان حكما عسكريا لمدة عامين من 52 ل 54. كانت فيه الحكومة المصرية بالفعل حكومة عسكرية يرتدي وزرائها الزي العسكري وأداروا مصر لمدة عامين بهذا الشكل. ولكن بعد عام 54 لم تتواجد حكومة عسكرية واحدة في تاريخ مصر. القول بأن رؤساء مصر عسكريين قولا غير صحيحا. الرئيس جمال عبد الناصر والرئيس أنور السادات والرئيس السابق محمد حسني مبارك كانوا بخلفية عسكرية، ولكن لا يعني أن يكون هناك رئيسا بخلفية عسكرية أن تكون الدولة عسكرية. والدليل على ذلك أنه لم يقال على سبيل المثال على أمريكا عندما كان ايزنهاور رئيسا لها أو روزفلت أو جورج بوش الأب أن النظام الأمريكي نظاما عسكريا. لم يقال هذا في فرنسا عندما كان شارل دي جول رئيسا لفرنسا وهو رجل بخلفية عسكرية ورجل رئيس من العظماء الرؤساء في دول العالم. قيل أن فرنسا تدار بواسطة حكومة عسكرية. إذن ليس بالضرورة طالما أن هناك رئيسا بخلفية عسكرية أن يكون هذا النظام العسكري يدير الدولة، لأن ما يقال الآن على أن مصر أديرت لعقود طويلة بواسطة أنظمة عسكرية هو قول غير صحيح. الوضع الحالي نحن بعد 30 يونيو 2013 مصر دخلت في فترة انتقالية هامة للغاية وهو مسار حديثنا اليوم. هذه الفترة الانتقالية بدأت يوم 3 يوليو بالإعلان الذي صدر عن مجموعة القوى السياسية المصرية ومعهم الاتجاهين الإسلامي والمسيحي عن طريق تواجد شيخ الأزهر وتواجد البابا تاودروس بابا الكنيسة القبطية المصرية في هذا الاجتماع الذي أعلن فيه خارطة طريق جديدة وتحول جديد في الحياة السياسية المصرية. في 8 يوليو سنة 2013 الرئيس المؤقت عدلي منصور أعلن إعلانا دستوريا جديدا جمد فيه دستور 2012 الذي تم بواسطة الإخوان المسلمين ومن معهم، وهو دستور رفضه الشعب المصري بكافة طوائفه. جمد هذا الدستور وأعلن عن القيام بعمل دستور جديد. مصر الآن تقوم بكتابة دستور جديد أعتقد أنه سينتهي في الفترة القريبة المقبلة، قد تكون قبل نهاية هذا العام يتم الاستفتاء عليه. وهي المرحلة الأولى من خارطة الطريق تتكون من 3 نقاط. النقطة الأولى هو كتابة دستور جديد لمصر يستفتى عليه الشعب المصري ويقبله أو لا يقبله. المرحلة الثانية هي انتخابات برلمانية حرة لبرلمان جديد يقبله الشعب المصري يمثل الشعب المصري الحقيقي. ثم تنتهي الفترة الانتقالية بالمرحلة الثالثة وهي انتخاب رئيس جمهورية. ومن المتوقع أن تنتهي هذه المرحلة أو المراحل الثلاثة لخارطة الطريق قبل نهاية الصيف القادم أو قبل حلول شهر يوليو القادم، شهر 7 القادم إن شاء الله. المسألة ليست بالسهلة. خارطة الطريق التي تطبق حاليا في مصر تقاوم بشكل كبير من التيار الإسلامي السياسي خاصة الإخوان المسلمين. نحن الآن نواجه حالة من العنف الكبير. هناك تيار يستعدي الشعب المصري، يقتل الشعب المصري، يضع سيارات مفخخة، يستهدف المصالح العامة، يعطل المواطنين في الشارع بشكل ممنهج ومبرمج حتى تضع هذه القوى التي لا تريد الخير لمصر الشعب المصري والدولة المصرية تحت ضغوط مستمرة. هذه الضغوط تصل في النهاية إلى غضب شعبي، ولكن الشعب الآن وبشكل واضح جدا متضامن بشكل كبير مع نظامه الحالي المؤقت، وأيضا يقدر ويثمن ومع جيشه الذي يقف معه الآن في الشارع لضمان أمن الدولة المصرية.
I am very sorry. We are just really
أنا الحديث كان له بقية، ولكن لنظرا للوقت أنا شكرا جزيلا وأشكر مرة أخرى دعوتي لهذا المؤتمر.
Thank you very much. It was the last presenter today in our session, in this part of the session. It was very, very useful insight in the way that we also, looked from the perspective of one of the very important actors in these specific countries. It's the role of military groups, as well as in this case, as well as it was also emphasized the role of Islamist groups. But at least we already heard 4 very interesting presentations. And I am opening right now the floor for the question and answer sessions, and I can tell you, unfortunately, we don't have a lot of time. Maybe I can just pick up 2 or 3 questions. That's it. And then you just please raise your hand, introduce yourself, and just put the question to whatever the speakers you would like to raise. Please.
Dr. Tariq Al-Suwaidan from Kuwait in the leadership of Muslim Brotherhood.
I hope we have someone who can just, or you can just, please.
Assalamu alaikum. I'm Dr. Tariq Al-Suwaidan from Kuwait in the leadership of Muslim Brotherhood. My question is Dr. Sameh. You said that the constitution of 2012 was refused by most of the Egyptians. I was confused. Could you please give us the statistics? Who said yes and who said no on this constitution? Thank you.
Thank you very much. At the second place, please. Please introduce yourself as well, Rafa, please.
I am Rafa Guluzadeh, President of Caspian Policy Studies Foundation. I want to ask my Arab brothers, whom I listened here, maybe in Arabic. يا إخواني العرب، أنا عايز أسأل منكم، هل ثوراتكم كان الثورات أو شيء ثاني؟ لأنني أعرف الثورة الروسية في 1917. في هذه الثورة كانت هناك أحداث دموية كبيرة، لأن النظام القيصري قاوم الشعب الروسي، وهناك كان الحرب الأهلي 30 مليون ناس قد تموت في هذا الحرب. أنا أعرف الثورة الفرنسية، في الثورة الفرنسية كان نفس الشيء، ولكن في ثوراتكم لا شيء. أنا أعرف الثورة الإيرانية، الثورة الإيرانية كانت الثورة، ولكن في الثورة الإيرانية كل القوى الملكية قد طرد من الإيران، شاه إيران قد هرب من الإيران. ولكن في مصر جاء محمد مرسي، جاءوا الإخوان المسلمين، ولكن كل المنظمات والجيش وكل شيء تابع للمبارك قد في مكانه. لهذا السبب مكان هذه الثورة كان عليه أن يطرد كل القوى القديمة. أنا عايز أعرف ماذا تفكرون عن الثورة. بعدين أنا اشتغلت مدة طويلة في مصر، أنا أعرف أن في مصر إخوان مسلمين هي أقوى منظمة في مصر. لهذا السبب هذه المنظمة القوية جاء إلى الحكم وكان لها تأييد أكثر من نصف الشعب المصري. كيف يمكن بهذه السهولة أن يروح؟ شكرا جزيلا. هناك أسئلة كثيرة، ولكن علينا أن نفكر كيف نناقش كنه المسائل، ليس فقط ما في السطح. مع الأسف أنا سمعت هنا كثيرا من الآراء، إلا أنا أسمع من CNN، من المحطات الأمريكية الأخرى، ومن محطات أوروبية، من يورونيوس، نفس الآراء عن العالم العربي. وأنا أنتظر أن أسمع الآراء من العرب العربي، ما هي المغز، ما هي الكنه. شكرا جزيلا.
Thank you very much. And I think we have one comment from the ambassador of Iraq. And as I mentioned, we have only one question. It's for you. That's it. I can give you the floor for the comment for the ambassador, please.
بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. Dear Shan Khanum, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullah. Actually, I have 3 short notes, okay, and 1 comment. So if you allow me for 2-3 minutes, I'll be appreciate that. أولا إذا نريد أن نعود قليلا إلى ما حدث في المنطقة العربية من تحولات أو ثورات، فيجب أن لا نبحث حقيقة ما حدث في عام 2003. ما حدث في عام 2003 من إسقاط لنظام ديكتاتوري كان الشرارة التي انطلقت وغيرت جميع الأنظمة الديكتاتورية في المنطقة بعد بضعة سنين. هذه أولا. ثانيا، العراق وباقي دول المنطقة يعيشون في منطقة حساسة جدا، بمعنى كل قوى العالم وكل اقتصاديات العالم أو معظمها تعتمد على مصادر النفط والغاز، مصادر الطاقة في هذه المنطقة، وبالتالي فنحن نؤثر على الغير ونتأثر من الغير. المنطقة حساسة جدا جغرافيا، تاريخيا، جيوسياسيا، وما حصل في العراق حقيقة من تدخلات دولية وإقليمية قد تكون مبررة لهذه الدول انطلاقا من أمنهم القومي، ولكنها قطعا وحتما لا تكون مبررة ومقبولة من قبلنا. وهو ما قاد إلى الاحتقان الطائفي في العراق، وما تصاعد الهجمات الأخيرة لداعش الدولة الإسلامية في العراق وبلاد الشام إلا نتيجة لضعف الدولة السورية. وبالتالي المبدأ الذي يقول نحن نأثر ونتأثر هذا مبدأ صحيح. فبعد أن خرجنا من مرحلة الاحتقان الطائفي بال2000 بعد نهاية 2010-2011 وبداية الأحداث في سوريا، تفاجأنا بأن الأفواج التي تذهب تقاتل النظام في سوريا تأتي ترجع تعود علينا، لأن الحدود غير ممسوكة من قبل الجانب السوري، وبالتالي أصبح على العراق مزدوج حماية حدودنا والحدود السورية. حقيقة الذي يحصل في المنطقة لا يسر لا عدو ولا صديق، والأفواج الإرهابية التي تأتي من سوريا، ومع كل الأسف بعض قوى المنطقة تريدها أن تحكم وتوصلها إلى سدة الحكم، كما أريد لها أن تحصل في العزيزة مصر، باءت بالفشل بسبب حكمة المصريين. سبقت حقيقة غباوة بعض الأقزام في المنطقة الذين أرادوا أن يكبروا كالضفادع المنفوخة، ولكنهم سرعان ما سينفجرون أمام العمالقة مثل مصر والعراق وغيرها. التعليق الأخير أود أن أعلق على ما تفضل به الأخ الشقيق رئيس ممثل الجامعة العربية في تركيا، إنه الحرب الطائفية والحرب أول ما بدأ مصطلح الحرب المذهبية بدأ من العراق، وهذا حقيقة خطأ فادح كبير جدا يجب أن نقف عنده. في عز الاحتقان الطائفي في سنة 2006-2005 كان هناك بنية مجتمعية سلمية بين مكونات المجتمع المذهبية والقومية والعرقية إلى آخره. أكثر من نصف المجتمع العراقي فيه زواجات مختلطة، زواجات مذهبية مختلطة وزواجات قومية مختلطة، وبالتالي هذا المصطلح يجب أن يلغى من القاموس السياسي. ما حصل هو التدخلات الأجنبية التي دفعت هذه الدول للتدخل في الشأن العراقي، وغرت بعض السياسيين لإشعال هذه الحرب وخلق فتنة وتهديم تركيبة المجتمع العراقي. لكن الحمد لله والشكر إلى الآن نحن متماسكين، وكل هذا وكان الأجدر حقيقة بالجامعة العربية لدينا عتب، ولكن العتب مرفوع. يعني لو كانت الجامعة العربية قامت بدورها بشكل جيد بعد 2003 واحتضنت العراق باعتباره من مؤسسي هذا المحيط العربي الكبير، لما وصلت الأمور إلى ما وصلت إليه الآن. ولكن لغاية في نفس يعقوب، الله أعلم. وفي هذا يقع جزء كبير من اللوم على الإخوان في الجامعة العربية. شكرا جزيلا. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your comments, Ambassador. Please, last question. Yeah.
من هون. تحية طيبة للجميع. هناك أكثر من سؤال أردت أن أعقب على بعض المداخلات للزملاء. من الأخير بالنسبة للإخوان المسلمين، أنا أعتقد أن تجربة الإخوان المسلمين في تدبير الحكومة بعد فوزهم بالانتخابات كان سيئا جدا، ولكن ما المخرج؟ هل نرمي بهم في البحر؟ هل هناك الآن في الحكومة الجديدة عندها تصور كيف يتم احتواء الأزمة؟ لأنه بالفعل الطرف الآخر له أيضا حديث عن الشرعية وحديث عن الانقلاب وحديث كثير جدا. لا يمكن بهذا المستوى من الإقناع أن نقول بأن الإخوان ليسوا على شيء. أنا ضد الإخوان، ولكن لا يمكن أن نقول هذا الكلام. لكن حتى أختصر الوقت أريد أن أعقب على كلام السيد سفير محمد الفاتح البعثة العربية في جملة من الموضوعات. مثلا نحن للأسف في العالم العربي يعني فوجئنا بثورة. الثورة فرضت علينا يبدو، وسأعود وأنضم إلى زميلنا المغربي. لازم من ضبط المفاهيم. الثورة في العالم العربي ليست هي الثورة كما عرفناها في المهجم اللفظي والفلسفي في تاريخ الثورات. ثورات ليست مسبوقة بأي نوع من ليس لها نظير في العالم، لأنه خضعت ولا زالت تخضع لتمييع كبير في المفاهيم، لأنها في الحقيقة نموذج للثورة التي حصل فيها زواج بين الرجعية والليبرالية، وهذا شيء عجيب جدا. الرجعيون هم الذين أشرفوا على هذه الثورة وسرقوها، والثورة لا يمكنها أن تتسامح مع الرجعية، ولا يمكن للثورة إلا أن تكون قطائعية تقطع مع مرحلتين، وهذا كلام كبير جدا. لكن دور الجامعة العربية، لأن كلنا يحكي عن الطائفية وكلنا مسؤول عن الطائفية. الطائفية أعيدت ولادتها من داخل الجامعة العربية. في العراق كما تفضل الزميل الآن أنه بالفعل العراق لم يكن يعرف حربا طائفية. حتى في هذه المعارك الذين أشرفوا على هذه الثورة منقسمون فيما بينهم. وخلينا نحكي بوضوح، قطر تبنت الإخوان والسعودية لم تكن راضية بالانقلاب في مصر ولا بالانقلاب في تونس. ولحد الآن نحن نتساءل ما هو الفرق بين أن يقوم حراك في العالم العربي ويكون الاستثناء في البحرين مثلا. لماذا لم تكن المبادرة من الجامعة العربية في موضوع البحرين؟ لماذا لا نجد هذه السرعة والصرامة كما فعلوا؟ يعني طبعا هناك خلاف طبعا، لكن هذه الصرامة وهذا الجري وهذه السرعة في الاجتماعات. ثم صاروا إلى مجلس الأمن ولم يتيحوا فرصة للأطراف التي يتنازعون، أو يعني الجامعة العربية طرحت نفسها جزءا وآلية من الحرب مثلا على سوريا. لنكن صرحاء، اليوم يقول احنا نريد الحل السلمي والسياسي في سوريا. لماذا؟ بعد أن فشلوا. والآن النظام السوري هو الذي يفرض أو يحدد شروط مع من يفاوض في جنيف 2. هو الذي لا يقبل وهو الذي يفرض الآن شروطه. لذلك يجب أن نتحدث. نحن كعرب لسنا جيوستراتيجيين. هنري كيسنجر نفسه يعتبر أنه نحن ننتظر إيران والعراق كدول حليفة، ممكن أن تكون دول حليفة في المنطقة، أما الدول الأخرى فقط عم يمشوا بها الوقت لأنها لا تتوفر على خصائص الدولة الجيوستراتيجية. محاور سياسية صغيرة في المنطقة، والنتيجة التي آل إليها الوضع الآن تظهر لنا أن أمريكا لماذا التفتت إلى الجهة الأخرى وأدارت ظهرها على المحاور السياسية الصغيرة. وكل ما نجده اليوم هو نوع من الحيرة لدى هذه الدول الصغيرة التي ظنت أنها بالفعل حليفة ولكنها مجرد أدوات صغيرة في انتظار المحاور الكبيرة. وشكرا.
Excuse me, could you tell to whom you would like to refer your question? Your question to whom? You know, everybody.
سؤالي خليني أختصره كمثال. ما هو دور الجامعة العربية اليوم في مصر؟ والسؤال الثاني، كيف تستطيع الجامعة العربية أن تقنع المعارضة في سوريا مثلا اللي هي منقسمة جيش حر وداعش، كيف تقنعهم لأن يكونوا أطرافا حقيقية في حوار في جنيف 2 مع النظام السوري؟
Thank you. Sorry. I think we already, a little bit late. We right now should be in the coffee break actually, and then in 5 minutes, if we just be very clear with our agenda, we should start the second part of this session. In that case, I would like really to ask the speaker who is going to who gets some questions from the audience to answer very clearly and very short and to the point, please, because we don't have any time, and I would like ask to really request you to be very short. Thank you.
I think I have to answer. Sorry. Okay, go ahead. Thank you. I thought there's 2 questions for me. That's why I'd like to answer these 2 questions, if I may, if you allow me. Okay. أول سؤال من الأخ الكريم من الكويت، أخ الفاضل، كان يتحدث على أن الشعب المصري قد خرج واستفتى في استفتاء 2012 بالموافقة على هذا الاستفتاء، وهذا صحيح، ولكني أريد أن
تسأل عن
النسبة. نعم، أولا أريد أن أوضح شيئا قبل أن أقول النسبة. أولا، لم يحدث في تاريخ الكرة الأرضية لأول مرة منذ أن أنشئت الأرض وأنشأ الله الأرض في هذا الكون أن قام رئيس دولة في أي مكان في العالم منذ نشأة الأرض وقال لشعبه: هذا هو مسودة الاستفتاء الذين ستخرجون للتصويت عليه بعد أيام قليلة، وأنا أعترف أن هذا الدستور به أخطاء، وأن هناك على الأقل من 7 إلى 10 مواد يجب أن تعدل. هذا قبل أن يذهب الشعب إلى الاستفتاء. هذا كان في خطاب رسمي وفي مؤتمر عام نقلته التلفزيونات والوسائل الإعلامية، ومسك الدستور وقال: هذا دستور أنا أعلم أنكم لا توافقون عليه، وأنا أعلم أنني يجب أن أغير فيه من 7 إلى 10 مواد على الأقل، وأعدكم بالتغيير قريبا. ولم يحدث التغيير لمدة عام. عندما ذهب الشعب المصري المخول له بالتصويت 52 مليون، ذهب فقط 12 مليون من 52 تعبيرا عن غضبه وتعبيرا عن عدم رغبته في الاستفتاء على هذا الدستور الذي كان عليه شكوك. ومن هؤلاء ال 12 مليون وافق 62%. يعني إذا في النهاية 62% من 12 مليون من 52 مليون. ال 62% دول من 12 مليون نحن نتحدث على أقل من 6 مليون. من 52 مليون كان يجب أن يقولوا نعم. هذه هي نتيجة الاستفتاء. السؤال الثاني كان من الأخ الكريم الذي خرج وقال أن الشعب المصري نصفه إخوان مسلمين. لا يا فندم، الشعب المصري ليس نصفهم الإخوان المسلمين. الإخوان المسلمين لا يشكلون أكثر من 2 إلى 3 مليون من الشعب المصري المقدر ب 92 مليون. فلا تقول لي أنه نصف مليون.
نصف الشعب المصري ليه إخوان. أنا لا أقول أن نصف الشعب المسلمين نصف الشعب المصري إخوان مسلمين. 52% ساعدوا إخوان المسلمين في الانتخابات.
لا، هذا غير صحيح أيضا. اسمح لي أوضح النقطة دي بعد إذنك. رئاسة الجمهورية المصرية كان هناك 13 مرشح طلبوا أنهم يدخلوا القائمة الأولى، المرحلة الأولى. المرحلة الأولى أفرزت عن 5 مليون صوت للدكتور محمد مرسي، 5 مليون صوت. عندما دخل في المرحلة الثانية الدكتور مرسي والفريق أحمد شفيق، فاز الدكتور مرسي بنسبة 51.7%، يعني بفارق 7% عن الثاني. ولكن الدكتور محمد مرسي حصل على 12.7 مليون صوت في المرحلة الثانية. 12.7، يعني ال 51% دي تشكل 12.7 مليون صوت، في حين انه اخذ في الفترة الأولى 5 مليون صوت. ال7 مليون صوت اللي ادوا له اصواتهم في المرحلة الثانية من الانتخابات لم يكن حبا له ولم يكن تأييدا له، ولكن كان نكاية في المرشح الأول. المرشح الثاني أحمد شفيق كان رفضا للمرشح أحمد شفيق وليس حبا في الدكتور مرسي وموافقة عليه. هذا هو يجب أن يكون واضح للجميع. هذا ما حدث. الشيء الآخر، سيادتك برضه تفضلت قلت أن نظام مبارك لم يتغير واستمرت الثورة ونظام مبارك موجود. يعني خليني أذكرك أن مبارك استمر 30 عاما في مصر. 30 عاما في مصر، هناك ملايين المصريين عملوا معه. ليس بالضرورة أن يكون كل هؤلاء الملايين المصريين فاسدين. ليس القول بأن كل من عمل تحت مظلة مبارك. أنا شخصيا ضد، ما بحبش مبارك، أنا شخصيا أرفض نظام مبارك وعليه أخطاء كثيرة، ولكن ليس من الصحيح وليس من العدل أن أقول أن كل من عمل تحت مظلة مبارك وكل من كان تحت نظام مبارك هو نظام فاسد، هو رجل فاسد، لأن هناك ملايين المصريين عملوا في هذه الفترة من 30 مليون. شكرا جزيلا.
شكرا. أود أن أحاول الإجابة على ما جاء في سؤال موضوع تصنيف ما وقع في بلدان الربيع العربي. هل أنها ثورات؟ هل أنها تغيرات؟ هل هو حراك؟ أظن أن الحراك الذي وقع في هذه الدول هو الانقلاب بمفهومه اللغوي على السلطة المتواجدة في ذلك الوقت، وهذا الانقلاب كان انقلابا شعبيا ضد ما كان يقع في هذه الدول. ولكن الأهم هو أن الثورة لا يمكن أن تكون إلا عندما تغير النمط السياسي والاجتماعي والثقافي للدول التي تقع فيها هذه الثورات، مثل ما وقع في روسيا كما قلتم وفي إيران إلى آخره. نحن في دولنا، وأتكلم هنا عن تونس، نحن في دولنا وفي مصر أيضا وقعت محاولة ثورة على النمط السياسي والاجتماعي والثقافي. إذا أخذت مثال تونس، رئيس الحكومة التونسية الإسلامي المعتدل حماد جبالي عندما أخذ زمام الحكم من أول ما تحدث عنه تحدث عن الخلافة السادسة، والمشروع هو مشروع تغيير اجتماعي، تغيير وطني، تغيير ضد كل ما هو مفهوم الدولة الحديثة. لم ينجح ذلك في مصر بفضل ما قامت به المؤسسة العسكرية المصرية، ولن ينجح ذلك في تونس بفضل ما يقوم به المجتمع المدني والمعارضة السياسية التونسية، لأن الجيش التونسي على خلاف الجيش المصري ليست له الإمكانات، ولو نحن نعلم أن له من الإرادة في تغيير الأمور، ولكن ليست له الإمكانات اللوجستيكية بأن يقوم بإعادة وضع القطار في مساره الحقيقي. أود أن أختم بمكانة الإخوان المسلمين، لأنهم الإخوان المسلمين في تونس ولا في مصر وفي غيرها اسمهم النهضة أو العدالة إلى آخره، ولكن هم إخوان مسلمون ينضوي تحت شعار الإخوان المسلمين على المستوى الدولي. نحن نقول في تونس أنه لا يمكن للمشهد السياسي أن يقصي الإخوان المسلمين من مشهد الحكم، هذا غير ممكن. الإقصاء هو فتح الأبواب على العنف وعلى عدم الاستقرار. يجب أن نجد طريقة ووسائل لوضع هؤلاء في إطار المشهد السياسي الوطني، ولكن أن يكون ذلك بالتفاوض، بالحوار، وبالوسائل السلمية. نقطة الاستفهام هي هذه الحركات الجهادية والسلفية التي لا تقبل ولن تقبل في المستقبل أن يكون هنالك نظام مستقر في دولنا، لأن الإيديولوجيا ولأن الأهداف هي أهداف دولية خارجة تماما عن نطاق ما تريده شعوبنا. شكرا.
أنا
I have one comment for the last question, please? It's 1 minute. Oh, okay, it's fine. Because, yeah, okay, thank you.
I'm very sorry, really we are very late, 20 minutes late. I would like to just conclude just a couple of sentences. The point is, I really appreciate all of our speakers. The presentation was really great, and we have right now got more questions regarding the issues which we are discussing right now. And you know that after the break, coffee break we are having for 20 minutes, we are going to continue this session and we'll again probably raise some issues which we already discussed. But I think at least there is some kind of consensus, at least, that the processes which is going on right now in Arab Spring countries is it's just, it's underway. It's the process which is going on, and we don't know yet in which direction this process is going on and how they're going to get the final destination. Hopefully, the next session we will get more answers. Thank you very much for your attention.
Good morning, and want to express my appreciation for the invitation to this conference, which has allowed me for the first time in many years of my career in the Arab world to cross a border where I'd never been before, and I appreciate that opportunity. I'd like to share some thoughts on American reaction to the Arab Spring as it's been shaping the events of the past 2.5 years, and some perceptions as to how the countries involved may evolve in the years ahead. First of all, the only real surprise that there was an Arab Spring was the timing. I think most of us who have looked at the situation in the area had watched the growth in the numbers of the youth, the growth in unemployment, the lack of opportunities, the political frustration felt by the citizens that they had little or no share in the decisions of their governments. And the basic reminder is that the events of the Arab world, the basic lesson is that it is much easier to rule than to govern. Americans at the outset were genuinely excited by the atmosphere of events as they unrolled so quickly between Tunisia and Egypt. The crowds gathered in Tahrir Square were exhilarated, and their calls for freedom, for democracy, to American ears seemed to be echoes of what we had called for in our own early years as a republic. And the appeal was enormous. The events moved quickly, and following the brief intervention by European and American Air Force in Libya, we assumed that we were watching an area-wide groundswell of change in the Arab world, one with common goals and based on indigenous forces. The Cold War had ended, that long series of events which had so neatly organized events in our thinking, the competition with the Soviets, who was going to be with the Soviets, who would be with the Americans. Our relations with the Russians were correct, if still cool. We were not actively competing for Arab countries to join our respective power blocs. And the Arab publics had access to the many new means of communication, enabling political movements in one country to draw inspiration from the struggles elsewhere. In part, our analysts and our political leaders were perhaps overly influenced by the Arab world's long-standing affirmation, "We are one people," divided only by the arbitrary actions of foreigners. Abdel Nasser's leadership in the 1950s and 60s had built heavily on that assumption. And furthermore, as the analysts correctly pointed out, the upheavals shared similar roots. They sprang from the alienation of citizens from their authoritarian leaders who had refused any broad political participation. They also resented the economic stagnation with its deepening unemployment and the growing corruption in ruling circles. We assumed that the entire Arab world was on the verge of revolutionary change. And after the speedy changes in Tunis and Cairo, it seemed realistic to hope that these regime changes could be accomplished with minimum bloodshed. That hope may explain the rather odd comment by President Obama in August 2011 that it was time for Bashar Assad to step aside. This showed a limited understanding of Syrian history and its present-day society. The American-Syrian relationship was one long characterized by mutual ignorance, strain, and frustration. In any case, Syria quickly showed that it was going to be an exception to our initial assumption about the developing pattern of the Arab Spring. And perhaps, if I might spend a word or two on Syria, that may clarify prospects for the broader region. When the trouble started, March 2011 in southern Syria, President Bashar Assad said that the Arab Spring could not affect his country. His regime remained close to the Syrian people, unlike those throughout the Arab world. Their values were fully represented, and their leaders had total respect because of their unbending resistance to Zionism and imperialism, and for their protection of Syrian minorities. Many outsiders held the alternate and contrary assumption that the regime was going to collapse either quickly under domestic pressure, as in Tunis and Cairo, or soon after a domestic struggle, perhaps aided by limited foreign intervention. Neither was right. Personally, I had doubted there would be a quick ending, and so far, despite the remarkable performance by Syrian rebels, it has settled into a bloody civil war, complicated by the rebels' internal divisions, the addition of jihadist elements close to Al-Qaeda, who are welcomed for their fighting skills and their access to weapons. Syrians are famously attracted to conspiracy theories involving the most common are the insatiable appetites of foreign powers. The Syrian mindset, which prevails across its many sects, is that their country has been the perpetual target of foreign conspiracy, and that reasoning is not unreasonable. Their land was marched over, its borders reshaped in the Christian era by Romans, Crusaders, Ottomans, Turks, and most recently by the Israelis. Personally, When the trouble started in Syria, I hoped that everyone outside would stay out, and that for once a Syrian basic change in direction could be asserted to be caused by Syrians. For 2 decades after the Second War, Damascus labored through a series of political coups, including one which the Americans had engineered. The Ba'ath Party, which seized power in 1963, ended those coups and quickly cemented the image of a newly stable country. Hafiz al-Assad took power within the Ba'ath in 1970. During his 30 years as president, he allowed some token representation in the Syrian parliament by non-Ba'athis, but he made it clear that one's political advancement, often one's progress in other careers, lay in Ba'ath Party membership or at least clear demonstration of support for the regime. The party, inspired by European socialism, pledged itself to help the workers and small farmers. By the time Hafiz died in 2000, the party had long since become simply the mouthpiece, the loudspeaker for his politics and domination. And this was manifest in the quick transformation and transition of power to his son Bashar, who, being underage for the post, needed a constitutional amendment allowing his accession, which was granted immediately. As violence mounted in 2011, there was an effort to develop a unanimous position on Syria in the UN Security Council. There were exchanges uncomfortably reminiscent of the Cold War. Moscow and Washington attacked each other's approach. Russia maintained the Syrian people were the only ones to decide on Syrian leadership. Let the Syrians decide, don't intervene, it's a civil war. China joined Russia. And there was no, therefore, unanimous position on the Council to take action aimed at ending the conflict. Russia adopted the path of repeated statements. It had no love affair with Bashar, and whoever won the civil war, it would deal with that winner. Meanwhile, it would continue friendly relations with Damascus and honor its arms contracts. Washington undertook the harder task, which was trying to stimulate negotiations between the various opposition factions. Our efforts to coach opposition leaders to get together, to stop their constant infighting, and develop a coherent political platform still has yielded no significant results. The political solution has proven elusive. The opposition remains highly fragmented, united only by its desire to see an end to the Assad regime. And Syrian history has not been encouraging in this regard. For those of you old enough to remember, or who went to the films and saw Lawrence of Arabia, you might remember the final scene where a tribal leader, disgusted with the political wranglings in the newly formed Syrian parliament, rode his horse up onto the rostrum of the speaker to call for an end of such infighting. There's been a similar lack of unity among the fighting units of the opposition. For the past 2 years, Washington has refrained from supplying any significant arms. Well, Washington was long frustrated by Syria's attitude towards peacemaking with Israel and its interventions in Lebanon and Iraq. Obama's statement in 2011 that it was time that Assad step aside reflected that frustration. By 2011, Bashar had largely isolated himself in the Arab world. The contemptuous insults he hurled against Saudi and Gulf leaders, when he termed them dwarves, half-men. His courtship of Tehran had earlier alienated those countries. International commentators had begun to urge that weaning Syria away from Iran would be a wonderful way to deal a body blow to the Iranians. All of these comments served to prove to the regime and its followers that once again Syria was facing a broad conspiracy, and reinforced their decisions to follow a hard line, suppressing all challenges to the regime's authority. The chemical warfare attack of last August, which in one neighborhood of Damascus killed up to 1,500 Syrians, stimulated a new demand for the United States to take action. President Obama had been reluctant to get more deeply involved, and he welcomed the prospect of Russian cooperation to arrive at a Security Council resolution which would start the process of eliminating the Syrian stockpile of chemical warfare materials. The new diplomatic initiative may have opened the door, and I emphasize may, to a degree of cooperation between Washington and Tehran. This would be positive, although in the short run it has deflected attention from the ongoing war in Syria and even from negotiating a nuclear agreement with Iran. I have to admit that even if the Russians had not been so obstructive over the past 2 years in New York at the Council, whether because of its strategic interests or short-term anger over the way it felt it had been cheated in Libya, I question that would have made a difference in Russian behavior in Syria. Its influence over Syrian leaders is limited. And I think back to 1974 when I arrived in Damascus as the ambassador to restore diplomatic relations with the country. I first met with the dean of the diplomatic corps, who was the Soviet ambassador. And he said, I know that your government considers this country to be a puppet, a client state of the Soviet Union. I hope that you will give some thought to what I'm about to tell you. The fact is, Syria does accept many things from Moscow. In fact, Syria accepts everything from Moscow except advice. And time will tell whether the Russian advice that Syria give up its chemical weapons arsenal was key to the prompt Syrian response to the Kerry-Lavrov agreement. Well, in the Arab Spring and its earlier political upheavals, the new regimes in Tunis, Cairo, and Tripoli shared the common problem of inexperience. The former regimes had allowed their critics no chance to develop experience in governance, in building political parties, or what working to implement the rule of law would require. Once the regimes were overturned, the principal appeal that the new leaders had for public support was that they had replaced hated authoritarians. The Muslim Brotherhood in Tunis and Cairo had been publicly tolerated, but only if the members kept their heads down and paid loyal lip service to the regime. In Egypt, their movement was not rated as illegal in recent years, but the party members elected to the Egyptian parliament had to campaign and be listed as independents. Unfortunately, when it came to office in 2012, largely through free elections, the Egyptian Brotherhood ignored the closeness of its victory and acted as if it had won the mandate to implement its policies freely and with no need to negotiate with other parties. As the Arab Spring wore on, domestic critics in Washington faulted the Obama administration for squandering an American role of leadership. They asserted that the president's cautious approach only prolonged the crisis both in Syria and Egypt and aroused fiercer anti-American sentiment. In Syria, the regime's conviction that once again people were attacking because everyone hates Syria helped to stimulate nationalistic sentiment among a sizable number of its subjects. The Assad family, the Ba'ath Party, have enjoyed the reputation of being protectors of minorities, especially the Christians and the Alawites. On Egypt, the administration is unsure where the country is heading. It finds itself faulted by the contenders for power in Cairo, who agree that America has been deliberately deceitful, giving a blessing both to the rule of the military and the brotherhood. We are charged with failing to stand behind our professed values of democracy. Posters portraying the American ambassador to Cairo, smeared with a big X, have appeared throughout the Egyptian capital. Offices of non-governmental organizations, both those with foreign and domestic sponsors, dedicated to supporting democracy, have been shut down in a wave of nationalistic fervor. How to explain this confusion over American policy towards Egypt and other Middle Eastern countries? The presumption that Americans know everything that's going on, our CIA, our NSA has pervaded the consciousness, our technology has opened every secret. It's useful to recall that Obama began his second term in office planning to dedicate American energies to other geographic areas as he oversaw the withdrawal from Iraq and Afghanistan. The American public broadly welcomed the withdrawal of our military from those countries and the president's stated intent to avoid getting involved in another war in the region. He had announced his decision to pivot to Asia months before the start of the Arab Spring and had displayed little of his predecessor's confidence that we could succeed in transforming other societies, such as those in Baghdad and Kabul. That said, President Obama has had to acknowledge the continued assumption abroad that if the United States wants changes in the international sphere, it has the ability to bring those changes about. The false corollary is that if nothing changes, then it is because the United States has so willed it. Our hesitant reaction to the Egyptian crisis when the legally elected Muslim Brotherhood government of Mohamed Morsi was overthrown is another case in point. Labeling Egyptian events as a coup under American law required that we cut off all economic assistance. Our hesitancy to do so meant or showed you that we were trying hard to avoid this. The military had been fully supportive over the years, maintaining the Egyptian-Israeli peace treaty, facilitating the rapid transit of Egyptian territory by American planes and naval vessels in the Suez Canal. Our tortured statement that we haven't decided whether it is a coup or not disturbed American liberal and conservative leaders alike. In Egypt's case, that government is currently in a prickly mood, as was that of its immediate predecessors, about our efforts to promote democracy. And Cairo has been able to take refuge from what it described as American pressure, thanks to generous offers of assistance received from Saudi Arabia, Kuwait, and other Gulf states. General Sisi in Egypt and Bashar al-Assad both assert that international terrorism will deepen in its roots and spread if they are not vigorously supported, if their regimes are not physically supported. They probably believe this. They also know it can help fend off Western pressure, particularly from the Americans, and our concerns about terrorism. There are, however, signs that this assertion is losing its appeal as Americans themselves are debating the growing weight of measures in their own country taken since September 2001 in the name of assuring homeland security. There's also awareness that Al-Qaeda's president-chief, Ayman al-Zawahiri, was converted to violence in Egyptian prison, and there's a good chance that out of this current wave of government-authorized brutality, another generation of terrorists will be born. The future, in brief, I remain optimistic that the future will be brighter for the people of the Arab world. There have been setbacks to popular participation in their governments. The road ahead will not be easy. New power structures will take years to develop. There are still white horses in the Arab stables waiting to carry strong men to power, who proclaim that they alone will be able to provide development, dignity, stability for their people. The biggest single change in the region has been that many regimes have lost their ability to rule by fear, instilled by the pervasive presence of state security services. The risk exists, however, that the general public, already burdened by stagnant economies and the loss of innocent civilian lives, will embrace radical solutions and even welcome a return to authoritarian rule. How long will it take? Judging by the experience in Lebanon, which took 15 years to end the civil war, it could be that long. It's an unhappy precedent, but that agreement was struck to end the war not by the brilliance of outside diplomacy, but by sheer exhaustion of the parties. America should be ready to give the new governments time to adjust to newly acquired power. They'll all be looking for help to build infrastructure and create jobs. There could be a prolonged period when some will seek American economic assistance. We can and we should be responsive. But we have to move carefully. Too much American involvement can damage our interests in the region. The changes that occur must be locally authorized and locally anchored. Local pride will then be created to sustain the changes. We're witnessing the beginning in the Arab world of what will be a prolonged process of defining not just a new balance of religious and secular values in their governments, but also a new citizen-ruler power balance. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. I would like again remember about the time limits, because you owe it from the question answer section and also from lunch. And next speaker, David Elliott Pollock. Please do on time your work. Thank you very much.
Thanks very much. I want to start by expressing my appreciation to this distinguished institution and to all of you for inviting me to address you today. And I hope that my presentation will be a follow-on to Ambassador Murphy's, perhaps a bit more personal. Because although I was in the US government until about 6 or 7 years ago, I'm going not to present US policy, but to try and explain it as it looks now to someone on the outside from my own personal point of view, and to also suggest some specific recommendations for changes in U.S. policy toward the region, and especially the countries of the Arab Spring. So let me start out with some very general comments, and then I'm going to look at a few specific cases as quickly as I can. My view is that the evolution of U.S. policy toward the Arab Spring is a tale of tensions between ideals and interests. The ideals are about democracy, human rights, elections, pluralism, and so on. But the interests have more to do with short-term regional stability and conflict management, energy and other economic resources, alliance relationships, credibility considerations, and power rivalries, and direct security factors such as weapons proliferation or counterterrorism. American policy reflects the attempt to balance these two different impulses, ideals on the one hand and interests on the other. And that is why, in my personal opinion, American policy appears, and in fact really is, contradictory, confusing, half-hearted at times, different from one country to another across the region. But before I delve a little more deeply into American policy, I have to say something that I think is very important. The Arab Spring is primarily an internal or regional, not an American phenomenon. In fact, the U.S. has played a modest and I think currently even decreasing role in this entire major and continuing series of upheavals, despite all the widespread conspiracy theories that I know have a powerful hold on imagination in the region. The reality is that U.S. influence is quite limited, and U.S. policy mostly reactive or even defensive, not the result of some grand strategy. And except in one case, Libya, U.S. policy is not decisive in determining the outcome in any country of the region. A very significant limit on American influence lately is the domestic political environment in the United States. War weariness in the White House, in Congress, and in the American public. A general preoccupation with internal economic and social challenges, and an unusually polarized partisan atmosphere, even on traditional foreign policy questions. All of these factors greatly limit American influence in the region, in my personal view. And I want to say something very particular in this regard. There is a common misconception, which I heard last night at dinner and I hear all the time wherever I travel in the region, that the United States supported the Muslim Brotherhood or a similar party in Egypt and Tunisia. This is not true. It's simply not true. The United States supported the outcome or accepted the outcome of democratic elections in Egypt and in Tunisia. And it so happened that the people in those countries, not the United States, elected the Nahda party in Tunisia and the Ikhwan al-Muslimin in Egypt to power. That was not an American plan. Second, going back to the Arab states themselves, the truth is that not all Arab states are in upheaval. In fact, many are not. From Morocco to Algeria
in the far west, to Gaza and the West Bank and Jordan in the center, to the GCC countries in the south and the east, stability or even stagnation is the norm. One could say that the monarchies, except for Bahrain, plus Algeria and the Palestinians, are riding out the storm better than the republics. Oil and gas revenues, direct or indirect, are a big part of the reason why. But Morocco, which is also stable and has no oil and gas revenues, proves that this cannot be the only issue. I believe that contrary to the common misconception, these quieter cases deserve as much analytical attention as the noisier ones, the unstable or the violent, the revolutionary countries. I also believe that U.S. policy, given the limited influence that it has, is quietly intended to keep the quiet countries quiet. By providing some extra economic or diplomatic support, by encouraging greater regional cooperation, and most of all, by refraining from rocking the boat with any serious demands for democratic reform. This is a very important, though almost always overlooked, aspect of recent U.S. policy in the region. Third, U.S. policy seems to me to have evolved in an ad hoc, case-by-case fashion. This pattern, in other words, one country at a time, not some big plan for the Arab Spring. This pattern is a true reflection of the inherent complexity and uncertainty of the Arab Spring itself, and of the American foreign policy machinery. Different situations in different countries, different lessons learned, or mistakes made, quite honestly, at different times, and different policy or bureaucratic priorities of U.S. policymakers. Most especially, these conflicting trends in U.S. policy reflect the tension between ideals and interests that I referred to right from the start. So now let me look at a couple of very important cases, and I'm going to talk quickly about some aspects of Syria and Egypt, already referred to by my distinguished predecessor at this podium. I'd just like to add a few observations. In my own view, in the wake of the deal on chemical weapons between the United States and Russia, and the UN and the Syrian government, we tend to forget, tragically, that the civil war in Syria continues without chemical weapons, but hundreds of people are being massacred there every week. And in my view, it is not too late for the US and other countries to fulfill their pledges to support the Syrian democratic opposition, which I think is the only guarantee that these massacres will subside. So why is it then that the United States, in fact, not in rhetoric, but in fact, is not providing more direct support to the Syrian opposition, even as the Syrian civil war continues? I think there are four basic reasons for this. One is the fear of Al-Qaeda, which unfortunately is exerting a very strong influence on the Syrian opposition today. And I know that the reason this happened is because the Syrian opposition did not get enough support in the beginning. But that's past. Today, when we look at the situation there, this is a real problem for the United States and for other countries in the region. Number two, the military balance on the ground in Syria, at least right now, has swung in favor of the regime, of Bashar al-Assad's regime. And the first thing that anyone in the United States government asks about a foreign policy option is, will it work? What are the realistic chances that we can make this work, that we can tip the balance with the limited influence that we have in the direction that we would like? And unfortunately, in Syria today, I think the answer is the odds are not very good in favor of the opposition, just from a military standpoint. The third factor is international diplomacy, which Ambassador Murphy alluded to. The US government does want to try to work with Russia, through the UN, with other countries, even possibly with Iran, in order to reach a diplomatic solution to the Syrian civil war. And I think the administration has decided, in my own personal view, wrongly, that providing more support to the Syrian opposition will hinder rather than help that diplomatic effort. I think it will help to support the Syrian opposition, because only with a better balance between the two sides is a diplomatic solution possible. And fourth, and this is the most important of all, and somehow people forget it, US domestic politics. Look what happened when President Obama proposed to intervene militarily in Syria. He was going to face defeat in the US Congress, both from the left and from the right, from the Democrats and the Republicans. The United States, as a democratic country itself, determines its foreign policy partly based on domestic factors like that. And that is the single most important reason for American hesitancy to intervene in Syria. There is one aspect of the Syrian tragedy that you could say is what we call in English a silver lining, right? Something good coming out of something really terrible. And that is increased cooperation between Turkey and Iraq and the Kurds in Syria and in Iraq and in Turkey, in order to face the challenges coming from across the border from this very violent instability in Syria. This is a very new and very important factor in just the last 6 months. It's not about democracy exactly, but it could have significant democratic effects inside Turkey by supporting, by encouraging a rapprochement between the Turkish government and its 15 or 20 million Kurdish citizens of Kurdish ethnicity. And it also has the possibility of relieving the tensions between Baghdad and Erbil, which is my own next stop on this trip, between the central government of Iraq and the Kurdish regional government in the north of that country, because they now have a common enemy. The common enemy is the instability and the terrorist threat posed by cross-border activity between Syria and Iraq. So even in this terrible tragedy, without American influence, there is some possibility for greater regional cooperation in part of the region at least, and perhaps for more progress toward democracy in a very unexpected way. Now let me turn to Egypt, and I'm going to conclude with this. Yes, I'm going to conclude with this. The United States policy toward Egypt is a perfect example of the tension between ideals and interests that I started out with. What have we just decided? We decided to cut, but not to cut off, right? To reduce, but not to stop American military assistance to Egypt. This is exactly the kind of compromise that Americans love, but most people in the rest of the world hate. I know this. It looks like hypocrisy. It looks like a half-hearted measure. It doesn't satisfy anyone, not the opposition in Egypt and not the government in Egypt. It makes all of our friends in the region nervous. What are you doing? Do you know what you're doing? You're cutting aid to Egypt, but you're not stopping it. Does that make any sense? It only makes sense if you understand that the United States is trying, maybe not very successfully, but trying hard to balance its strategic interests in Egypt and instability in Egypt on the one hand, and its commitment to democracy on the other hand. And I can tell you that I think that this might actually work. Strange as it sounds, in the Egyptian case, I don't think that Egypt wants to break relations with the United States, and I certainly know that the United States doesn't want to break relations with Egypt, and I do think that if Egypt proceeds on the path of carrying out the roadmap for a constitution, a referendum, parliamentary, and then presidential elections, as the previous panel discussed, I do think that the United States will be, and I certainly personally think it should be, prepared to resume, not just to resume, but to increase the amount of American military and especially economic aid to Egypt in order to help produce both stability and movement toward democracy in the future. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you, Mr. Pollock. Mediators have to be bad men and sometimes hated. So again, I'm asking a bank to be very strict on the time because we have very little time for question and answer. And now turn for Mr. Oytun Orhan. Please, floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Actually, this is a really hard task for me as I'm going to try to find an answer to a very complicated question, which is Syria. As everybody does, I also define the Syrian problem as a total deadlock with regards to both internal dynamics and also external dynamics. When you look at the internal dynamics, it has been nearly 3 years, and we can say that neither the regime can suppress the opposition, nor the opposition has capacity to topple the regime. So we are experiencing a total deadlock in Syria. When we look at the regime side, although they are controlling the strategical regions which are on the coastal line and also some city centers like the capital Damascus and also Hama, Humus and Latakia and Tartus, they lost the control of nearly the half of the 50% of the Syrian territory. When we look at the opposition side, although they are controlling nearly the 0.5% of Syrian territory, they are so fractured, they are still so weak, they are not getting real support from external actors. So when we look at the current situation in Syria, we can easily say that it is totally a deadlock, and as I said, it's a hard task and nobody knows how to find a real solution to the Syria problem and how to end this bloodshed in Syria. This deadlock also is valid for the external actors, actually. When you look at the countries who are supporting the regime and also who are opposing the regime, there are two sides, and on the one side there is Iran, Syria, and China, and on the other side there are a lot of countries which the so-called friends of Syria, but when we look at the actors who are supporting the regime, is so united to support the regime. They are coordinating their efforts to support the regime, and they perceive this Syrian conflict as an existential threat to their interest in the region. So they are coordinated when they are supporting the regime. And one of the advantages of these countries is that they have a united body which they can support, which is the Assad regime. But on the other side, there are a lot of countries, Friends of Syria groups, which is the so-called Friends of Syria. But the problem is, these countries do not have a united strategy to support the opposition. The other problem is which opposition? Every country has its own opposition inside Syria. For example, Turkey and the Gulf countries are trying to support the Salafis or the Muslim Brotherhood inside Syria. The Western countries and also mainly the US is supporting the Free Syrian Army, and which is considered as the more moderate groups and which might be more close to work with the Western countries, the Free Syrian Army and the Higher Military Council. So every country who is opposing the Assad regime has its own efforts, and also this results the fracturation of the opposition, which makes it much more weak. When the uprising started or spread to Syria, at first everything were tried to topple the regime by these Friends of Syria groups. I mean, the diplomatic sanctions, economic sanctions, political moves, everything was tried. But after 3 years, we came to a point that only military intervention, a foreign military intervention, which will be led by the US, is the sole solution to end this Syrian conflict in Syria. But at first, US said that the alternative to the Assad regime is the opposition, and it is so weak, it is so fractured, so we should wait to create a real representative and legitimate Syrian political opposition. And time passed, and as the time passed, we experienced the transformation of the Syrian opposition, which is the radical Islamists, mainly the Al-Qaeda linked groups, gained the upper hand within the Syrian opposition. And this gave the Western countries, mainly the US, another excuse or a factor that they do not want a rapid transition in Syria. And this also blocked any kind of military intervention inside Syria. So this is the main reason for the continuing bloodshed actually in Syria. The transformation of the Syrian opposition actually was a great success for the Syrian regime, because from the beginning, although it was a civil uprising, the Syrian regime said that it is not a war between the Ba'ath regime and the Syrian people, but it is a war between the regime and the terrorists. And after 3 years, now the regime has a real legitimate discourse to say that it's a fight against, it's a fight between the regime and the terrorists, because the transformation of the opposition, which led the radical Islamists, mainly Al-Qaeda linked groups, gained the upper hand in Syria, gave that opportunity to the Assad regime. And regime had opportunity to portray that this is a fight, war between herself and the terrorists. As I said at the beginning, it's a really hard task, a hard question to answer for the prospects for the post-Assad era. But I have to say something, and I think what I can say for the post-Assad era is that there will never be again a strong central authority in Syria. Nobody, I think, can answer how this civil war will end. Will it be a military intervention or a diplomatic solution, political initiative? But what I know is that after all kinds of these initiatives, there will be a very weak central authority inside Syria. And when we look at in the Middle East, there are two examples in the region to foresee what will happen inside Syria. If you have a heterogeneous society like Syria, I mean the different sects and ethnic groups, and if you do not have a strong central authority, you will experience a political structure as we saw in Iraq and Lebanon, which also have heterogeneous societies and also weak central authorities. What does that mean? I think in the long run in Syria we are going to experience the Iraqization or the Lebanization in Syria. What does that mean? First of all, ethnic, sectarian conflicts and civil war. In Iraq, you know that after the Iraqi invasion between Sunnis and Shiites and also Arabs and Kurds, there is an ongoing conflict and civil war, and it is still going on inside Iraq. And also in Lebanon, it is historically there are clashes between the Christians and also Muslims, and also now the Sunnis and Shiites. There is a huge conflict between those groups. And I think inside Syria, unfortunately, at the beginning it was a demand of civil Syrians for democracy and civil rights, but unfortunately it has turned to an ethnic and sectarian war. And we can be sure that after the post-Assad era, we are going to experience an ethnic and sectarian conflict. Already, actually, we are already experiencing it, but we are going to see a much more broader conflict within the Arab Alawites and Sunnis and also Kurds and Arabs inside Syria. And the second outcome of this Lebanization process for Syria will be political instability and weak governments, as also we see in Iraq and Lebanon, because neither group will have capacity to rule the whole country, as it's so heterogeneous, like we saw in Iraq and in Syria. For example, in Iraq, even the government is led by Shiites. They do not have real influence in Anbar or Mosul. In Lebanon, although the government is led by Hezbollah and Shiites, for example, in the northern side, the Sunnis are ruling their own regions. And I think in Syria, this will be the same. All groups, all sectarian and ethnic groups will rule their own regions, and somehow we are going to experience a de facto disintegrated country in the long run. And the third outcome of this process will be the vulnerability of these countries and being open to external influence and interference. This is also valid for Iraq and Lebanon, you know that. As there is no strong central authority, as all different sectarian and ethnic groups are feeling insecure, they are trying to depend on external actors. For example, Kurds. Some of them are depending on Turkey and some of them are depending on Iran. And Shiites are all depending on Iran. Sunnis, Saudi Arabia, Turkey, or the other Gulf countries. Also, this is the same for Lebanon. You know that Shiites are very close to Iran and Sunnis are close to Saudi Arabia and Turkey. And I think in the long run in Syria this will be the same, and those different ethnic and sectarian groups will try to depend on external actors for securing their situation inside the country, and this will lead to a very vulnerable country. And I think the fourth result of this process will be maybe partition, not preserving the territorial integrity, and this might be the worst case scenario, but in any case, we will experience maybe a federal system or a de facto federal system like in Lebanon. In Iraq, we know that they have a federal system. In northern Iraq, the Kurds somehow they de facto own state, and also Sunnis in the central area are claiming their own federal regions or independent states. Shiites in the south also are claiming for such demands. In Lebanon, there is no federal system, but somehow all groups, all these ethnic and sectarian groups are controlling their own regions, and the central government do not have real influence in those regions. And I think in also Syria we are going to experience the same thing. In practice, on the field, when we look at Syria, we can see such kind of a structure. Now on the coastal side, there is regime control, which is mainly supported by the Arab Alawites and some also secular Sunnis. On the northern side, we have also a de facto Kurdish region, and also in the eastern side and also southern side, we have a Sunni-ruled region. So from now, we have somehow three apartheid regions in Syria, and I think in the long run, this will lead to a maybe partition, but in any case, a federal system in Syria. And the fifth one is that as we do not have a strong central authority, we are going to experience armed militia groups or terrorist groups besides state authority, like we do have in Iraq. For example, Kurdish Peshmergas in the north. Apart from the Iraqi army, they are there, they are ruling their region. And also, Shiites have their own militia groups. In Lebanon also, there is national army, but besides that, there is Hezbollah, which is much more stronger than the Lebanese national army. And I think every group inside Syria is going to establish their own militia groups, and besides some terrorist groups might also find safe havens inside Syria territory. Already we are seeing some Al-Qaeda linked groups, and also the extension of PKK, which is a terrorist organization in the northern side, is having a safe haven inside Syria. So in this general context, as I said from the beginning, I don't know how the international community is going to find a solution to this very complicated problem inside Syria. But in the long run, this is what I expect in Syria. And lastly, let me make a brief evaluation about Turkey's approach about Syria, which is a crucial actor in Syria conflict, Syrian civil war. When the popular uprisings erupted in Tunisia, actually Turkey made her decision from the beginning. Because from Turkey's decision makers' evaluation, this was a historic transition in North Africa and Middle East, as we experienced in Eastern Europe in late 1980s. And this will not be limited with Tunisia, it will spread to the whole region. And the current regimes and governments will not resist to this transition. So from the beginning, Turkish government, to be on the right side, take a stance, take a side with the opposition, with the demands of the people against the regimes. This was the same in Libya, in Tunisia, and Egypt. And when this uprising spread to Syria, as I said, Turkey gave her decision from the beginning, and Turkey took a side with the opposition and the legitimate demands of the Syrian people. But there was a miscalculation, because as I said, Turkey thought that this transition period will lead to the collapse of all long-living regimes in the region. But it has been 3 years, the regime is still there, so Turkey's calculation and approach was based on miscalculation. And Turkey perceived Syria as an existential issue, apart from other countries, Egypt, Tunisia, and Libya, because they share more than 900 kilometers. Syria is an opening gate for Turkey to Middle East and also Far East. It's a very strategical issue. Okay. Turkey wanted to take the leadership of this transition process. So take a very harsh position in that Syria conflict and heighten the expectations. And when you look at the discourse of Turkish decision makers, you can easily see a very harsh stance and very high expectations against Syria. And Turkey was one of the first countries who wants to give up the presidency of Bashar al-Assad in Syria, and that told that the Bashar al-Assad regime is illegitimate. And Turkey gave her all support to the Syrian opposition, opened her borders to the Syrian opposition, let the political opposition to organize inside her own territory. But the result is the regime is still there, and apart from that, as my colleague said, the regime is getting stronger day by day. So the Syrian conflict is somehow becoming a total dilemma for Turkey. The Al-Qaeda linked groups are gaining upper hand within the opposition, and they are mainly controlling the northern Syria parts, which are bordering the Turkish territory. And there are some emirates which are ruled by Al-Qaeda linked groups, Al-Nusra Front and also Iraq and Syria Islamic Front, Islamic State. And this led Turkey a total dilemma, because Turkey wants a transition in Syria, and those groups are the real fighters, in quotation, who is fighting very actively against the regime. But on the other side, those groups are Al-Qaeda linked groups, and in the long run, they will also pose a threat for Turkey's stability, which is already we are experiencing. So this issue, the Syria conflict, is somehow turning to a total dilemma for Turkey. But this is only one-way road for Turkey. As I said, Turkey heightened the expectations, and Turkey cannot make a U-turn from that policy. So this is what Turkey is doing, and everybody is pushing for a political solution inside Syria, and Turkey do not have any chance, as there is no US and Western support to her policy. Turkey is also without enthusiasm, I think, will support this political solution, as they do not have any other chance. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. We have very little time. I will combine questions, and firstly the hand was raised there, and then next you two. Please introduce yourself, short questions, short answer. Up to you.
Hello everyone, it's Mohammed Galal from the Egyptian Embassy, and my question is for Dr. David Elliott Pollock, because he mentioned the Muslim Brotherhood and that America does not support the Muslim Brotherhood but rather the elected government. But what makes us feel that it's a direct support to the Muslim Brotherhood is actually the fact that it's turning a blind eye, I mean the US administration, on a lot of things that are obviously not the actions of a government. It's the action of a mafia, I might say. If you have a transcontinental fanatic party based on the ideology of the caliphate, how can you deal with that as a normal government and as a civil government? Although you know, as a researcher and what I have to say, the academia, of course they know that, and they deal with them as if they are simply a civil government. That's one thing. Second thing, the US administration forgot to mention or to think about the fact that any country goes through ups and downs. Through a democratic transition, it's not a direct shift towards democracy.
but it rather goes through stages. And one of the stages is a failed president who clearly was not acting for the interests of Egypt as a country, rather for his party. And this is all the time said and repeated, and nobody listens to it. Third thing is Hamas in 2005, which has the same basic ideology for the Muslim Brotherhood, and they are actually the same branch, was said to be a terrorist organization. And we are the same in Egypt. We say that the Muslim Brotherhood is a terrorist organization. It's not it cannot be acting as a civil, and it cannot in the future act in the same way. They have some fronts of civil people who act, but they operate with terrorists, and this is a well-known thing. We can see their actions in the Gaza Strip. And lastly, I will not have a long time, there is a systematic accusation always against the institutions in Egypt, like the police, for doing their legitimate work that can be done in any government. What kind of government allows sit-ins that have no license from prior to the marches or prior to the sit-ins, and does not operate its, what I say, security apparatus to deal with it? There's no country that allows that. But somehow we are expected as the government of Egypt to accept whatever is told to us by the US administration without having to open our mouths in objection to that. And when we say that, we say it's a totalitarian regime coming back, Mubarak time coming back, but it's actually, you can't turn a blind eye to 33 million people, and that's calculated with the area statistics. That's the areas, if you fill it up, it would get that number. Also the number of signatures for the Tamarrud movement against the Muslim Brotherhood. So we can't turn a blind eye to all of that. If the army did not intervene in Egypt, simply it would have been a civil war worse, much, much worse than in Syria. Thank you very much, sir.
It's clear, thank you. And your two questions.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Very quickly, two remarks, one for Ambassador Murphy and one for Mr. Bullock. The one for Mr. Murphy, Mr. Murphy said that the administration in Egypt doesn't know where to go. No, I tell you that the administration in Egypt knows quite well what they are doing, and the roadmap is done and is going to be done by the administration in Egypt. Secondly, you mentioned again the coup, the military coup. As I mentioned in my talk, actually it was not a coup, because if it had been a coup, then the military people would rule the country now. They are not ruling the country now. We have 36 ministers, 35 of them are civilians. One minister, Minister of Defense, General Sisi, is the only army man inside the cabinet, so it was not a coup. Regarding, again, General Sisi, you mentioned very quickly that something indirectly that he's involved in the administration in Egypt. General Sisi is not involved in the political life of the country, directly or indirectly. He is only doing his business as Minister of Defense. Regarding Mr. Bullock, very quickly, you mentioned that Americans did not bring actually Muslim Brotherhood to power or help them to do that. But the Egyptians, by voting, they brought the Muslim Brotherhood to the top of the country. In fact, this is not true. How can you explain, Mr. Bullock, that Mr. Carter comes to Egypt 2 weeks before the presidential election and comes directly from the airport to the head office of the Muslim Brotherhood, spending with them 1.5 hours, coming out of the building, making a press conference, saying that Muslim Brotherhood, they know what they do, goes directly from the Muslim Brotherhood head office to the SCAF, Supreme Council of Armed Forces, whom were ruling the country at the time, and spending with them 1 hour, 1.5 hour Muslim Brotherhood, 1 hour with SCAF, and directly go to the airport and back again to the States, without seeing any other parties, without seeing any other political groups, without seeing any other politicians. That's a message to the Egyptians that vote for Morsi because we want them. Not only like that, 1 week later, Mrs. Clinton came as her capacity as Minister of Foreign Affairs. She did the same thing. She came directly, but this time to SCAF, spending 1.5 hours with them, and 2 hours with Muslim Brotherhood, and back to the airport without seeing anybody. The message to the Egyptians was, elect Morsi, that's again for everybody, we will help Egypt economically and will be with you. So people went and voted for him because of this message from the States. Again, you said the stability in Egypt, the cut is not cut off, I agree, for the military aid. But you said this will put stability in Egypt. The Americans now, what they say every day, that they are fighting against terrorism. And Egypt is fighting against terrorism in Sinai against Al-Qaeda, which Ambassador Murphy and you said it's a nightmare. It's a nightmare for everybody, for the entire world. But the point is, by cutting the military aid and stopping the Apache contract, which actually is fighting against the terrorism, you're actually supporting the terrorism instead of helping Egypt to fight terrorism. This is number one. Number two, very quickly, Israel, they sent to the states telling them, this is wrong. What you're doing, cutting the military aid in Egypt, is wrong. Even Israel, they told you, your decision is wrong, don't do that. Lastly,
sorry, we have very little time.
Okay,
we have
so
need
that's
short
fine.
questions.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Yeah.
Thank you. First of all, to speak about Arab Spring or revolutions in the Arab world, we have to agree, first of all, that change or revolution is the responsibility of the people. So we will never agree with anybody that foreign interference or foreign invasion can make a revolution or a real change. It may make a setback or a coup, but not a revolution and not a real change. Second, concerning my friend Mr. Bullock, he talked about democracy and that the Americans are supporting democracy in Egypt, and that's why they supported the outcome of the elections. But, my friend, just remember that one day after Mohammed Morsi became president, he made something which was never happened, didn't happen in our recent history. He declared what he called the Constitutional Declaration. If you read the few lines of this Constitutional Declaration, you will discover that he declared himself a fascist dictator, above all laws, above the judiciary. He made all his decisions immune from any court verdict or any opposition from any democratic organization or any party or any political movement. Recently, we have to know that about concerning the non-governmental, Mr. Murphy spoke about civil society organizations. Mr. Murphy, you in the United States, if anybody is a candidate in any elections, you have a rule that you must know who assisted him by money and what is his name and how much he paid. Concerning civil society organizations, we agree that we must have such non-governmental organizations. It's a democracy, of course. But just to ask from where this money came and for what purpose. That was the only problem between Egypt and such organizations. And by the way, we have tens of thousands of such organizations in Egypt now working, and they will supervise all the next referendums concerning the constitution and the parliamentary elections. They will supervise it and they will make reports freely. Finally,
we have no any time actually now.
Okay, thank you.
Very sorry.
Okay.
I will do something differently. I will let speak all people shortly without let the answer, and you will do it during the lunch because no one outside. I want people to express their things, and you know, it is like some kind of punishment because we all the over.
Okay, I wanted to speak a little bit more, but we have a short time.
Yeah, okay.
That's why I want to say, first of all, I am supporting Ambassador Murphy that United States not supported Muslim Brothers. Why? Because United States is a democratic state. United States is not able to support democratically such an organization like Muslim Brothers. United States wanted to support Mohammed al-Baradei. United States wanted Mohammed al-Baradei to be president of Egypt, but United States failed because al-Baradei gathered only 2% of voices, but Mohammed Morsi gathered 52% of voices. That's why United States as democratic state not was in hurry to oust immediately Mohammed Morsi. It needed time, and it take only 1 year. After 1 year, democratically elected president of Egypt was ousted. It is, I think, it is my understanding of what happened in Egypt. Then, when we are talking about events in Egypt and Syria, let's not forget about interests of the closest ally of the United States, it's Israel. I don't believe that America stopped to strike Syria because Russia and China vetoed the decision of the Security Council. United States, if wanted to strike Syria, United States never paid any attention, nor to Russia and nor to China. Maybe the interest, it's my question, maybe the interest of the United States completely to eliminate Syria as a state, as a people, that threatens interests of the Israel in the region. Because now what's going on in Syria, it is elimination of very good, very nice people.
My question is for Mr. Bullock. As we were speaking yesterday, there is a big feeling now in Egypt that we have a new Nasser coming. They are creating the image, rightly or wrongly, and they are saying that the interests of the United States are not limited to the financial, economic, or even military aid. It is a global interest. The global Middle East, the new Middle East, the greater Middle East. If something happens to Egypt in its relation with USA, the whole Middle East will follow. I am afraid that USA is repeating the same mistake as she did with Nasser in '54, when John Foster Dulles withdrew the support of the financial aid for the High Dam. Then Nasser fought to nationalize Suez Canal to have funds, and then the aggression, and then the beginning of switching from American support to the Russian support. And then the whole Middle East have been transformed as socialist bloc and so on. Is USA repeating the same history again? And there is a big mood now in Egypt to cancel Camp David agreement. And if this happens, if Israel makes an aggression on Sinai, and the result will be the cancellation of Camp David agreement, then you have created a new Nasser.
Assalamu alaikum. Thank you. First of all, I will not answer the rhetoric of the Egyptian embassy and the Egyptian government, because I will pose my opinions and the opinions of the Muslim Brotherhood in my lecture tomorrow. So you have heard about us, please hear from us. That is tomorrow, inshallah. As for the United States, I would like to thank Dr. Pollack. Your assessment is the best I have ever heard of the situation in the Middle East. And I would like you to think of certain points to add to that. But let me emphasize certain things before I go on. First of all, we do not believe there is a conspiracy. It is all internal. Of course, there are people who plan, they try, but as you said, they don't have most of their cards. Most of the cards are internal. Secondly, it's a huge myth that the United States supported the Muslim Brotherhood. As a matter of fact, it is very clear, and I'm talking while I'm in the leadership of the Muslim Brotherhood, that we feel that the stand of the United States is anti-Muslim Brotherhood for more than one reason. One of these reasons is a person like me with my moderate opinions that most people know if they follow my programs, but I will present them tomorrow. A person like me is banned from entering the United States for more than 10 years now, and that is continuing today. So that doesn't make sense that they are supporting us. Leave the rhetoric aside. Secondly, it is very clear that the United States have lost its direction since it is democratic, idealist, pro-democracy. Five times the people of Egypt voted, and every time they voted for us. Never they voted for the other side. The choice of the people is very clear. Leave the rhetoric aside. Are you for the choice of people? It's very clear. You are not. The United States is not. It's hesitant. Now, this, I will add my opinion. It's very clear that there is a problem whenever there is a democratic government in the United States, that their foreign policy suddenly is unclear. It's the Republicans who are more decisive in their foreign policy.
I'm very sorry if we have the
time. Thank you. I will leave by a question. I have heard excellent things, but I have not heard what is this thing doing to Israel, and what is the relationship of Israel in the whole thing, and the protection of America to that. Shukran,
thank you very much. I will ask you very briefly to conclude your ideas. Thank you very much. And then I know that this section was very reactive, but
باختصار تعليقي وأسئلتي أيضا سيد ريتشارد مورفي وأيضا أستاذ ولوك وأيضا آخر. على كل حال نحن نتعاطى لحد الآن مع، طبعا ما قدم هو تقريبا شرح لسياسة وزارة الخارجية أو لسياسات، ولكن نحن هنا نحلل، ويجب أن نحلل جيوستراتيجيا. ليس هناك فراغ في العالم. لا أستطيع أنا أن أقتنع بأن الولايات المتحدة الأمريكية لم تتدخل في المنطقة، وطبيعي أن في الأخير لم تتدخل في سوريا بكل بساطة، لأنها شخصت مصلحتها وعرفت أن التدخل في سوريا ليس في مصلحتها. فنشعل الحروب ونتساءل كيف نطفئها. في سوريا أشعلت الحرب، والجماعات المسلحة لقيت من الدعم ما لم تلقاه حتى جماعة الجهاد في أفغانستان. لو كانت المجموعة الآن التي تقاتل في سوريا في أي بلد آخر لانهار. قضية الحرب الأهلية اصطلاح مش في محله، لأن المعيار والأساس في موضوع الحرب الأهلية وأن الجيش متماسك، والجيش في سوريا مؤلف من كل الأطياف ومن كل الأعراق والأديان، وهو موحد حتى الآن، فسوريا بخير. في قضية الرهان السيد أوباما تحدث، قال بأنه لم يبقى إلا بضعة أيام أو أسابيع للأسد، ويومها كمواطن عربي بسيط ومحلل قلت أن الأسد لن يسقط. الأمريكيون يحبون الرهان، وأنا من هنا أراهنهم أن الأسد لن يسقط لسبب بسيط، أن قضيتين غائبتين في التحليل. نحن نغيب أن النظام السوري على كل علته التي يمكن أن تذكر فهو قدم أفضل تعليم، أفضل استقرار للبلد، رابع دولة في الاستقرار والسلم، وأشياء أخرى نحصيها في التنمية، وهنري كيسنجر أيضا أحصى هذا الموضوع. الجانب الأساسي المغيب وهو أن سوريا ليست عادية، لذلك قالت أن سوريا ليست هي مصر، سوريا عنصر أساسي في معادلة صراع بين العرب وإسرائيل. هذا الموضوع لاغي. سوريا تطرح نفسها كممانعة، والجماعة الأخرى تطرح نفسها كمقاومة. أين الممانعة والمقاومة من كل هذا التحليل؟ هذه الدول بنت نفسها على الممانعة وعلى المقاومة، وهي مستعدة لفعل أي شيء حتى لا تخسر هذه الدولة التي رغم كل ما قيل حولها صحيح في موضوع الديمقراطية وبعض الأمور نعم، لكن اسمحوا لي أن أقول لكم من خلال معرفتي بالنظام، أنا قبل أسابيع كنا مع الأسد إنه أكثر ديمقراطية من أردوغان، لأنه هو نفسه قال بأن أردوغان يتصرف كإخوان وليس كرئيس دولة. لذلك حينما كانت هناك مبادرة لإطلاق بعض المساجين قال له، اتصل أردوغان بالأسد وقال له كم منهم من الإخوان المسلمين.
I'm very sorry. Thank you very much. So as you have seen, is the many voices, big world. I'm very sorry, but still you are today and tomorrow here and you still can speak and have conversation with each other. The lunch will be on the first floor and we will return back in 1 hour. Thank you very much for all participants. Bye.
Distinguished panel members that they are going to have 15-20 minutes for their presentations, and afterwards we will open the floor to question and answers, and I'm sure most of you are interested in this panel because I personally, and I'm sure the panelists and a lot of members in this audience believe that despite the fact that Arab Springs have had many causes, one of the most important ones were economic underpinnings, which did not kind of turn out immediately, but what has lasted for the last 2 decades and resulted in the recent events, 2010, 2011, and more recently 2012. So we have a very distinguished panel today, I hope, and it's separated in 2 parts. So this is the first part with 3 guests. Dr. Paul Revlin from Tel Aviv University, Senior Fellow at Dayan Center in the Middle East and African Studies. And then we have Dr. Taleb Mohammed Warat, Professor of International Economics and Econometrics at the University of Jordan, and Dr. Murat Yulak, Professor of Economics at the Istanbul Commerce University. So they will follow this line, and without further ado, I would leave the floor to Dr. Rivlin, please.
Good afternoon. I would like to thank the organizers for inviting me to make my second visit, he said proudly, to Baku. I'm going to talk about the economics of the Middle East after the Arab Spring. On the 17th of December 2010, as we have heard, an unknown person, in international terms, set himself alight. Eventually he was to die, and his cause was a catalyst for the Arab Spring that brought about the overthrow of regimes that many had thought would be there for the rest of our lives. The reasons for this huge reaction to the death of Bouazi included lack of democracy, freedom, justice, the effects of crony capitalism, elitism, that channeled the benefits of economic progress into the hands of very small groups closely associated with the ruler, including members of his family. There were also wider economic causes: increasing food prices, dissatisfaction over the standard of living, high unemployment, especially amongst the young, growing inequalities in the distribution of income and wealth. In addition, many Arab countries had low and even deteriorating rankings of major governance indicators for levels of corruption, government effectiveness, and the quality of public services. Bouazi and millions of others wanted to be included in the economy so that they could survive, if not prosper. Political change was the means to achieve that objective. Demographic factors also played a key role in the Arab Spring. These included population growth, a change in the age structure of the population, especially the youth bulge, the fact that many people in the Arab world are young, high unemployment, underemployment, especially amongst the young,
as I said, rising food prices and inequalities. The main proximate cause of the economic malaise in the Arab world is the lack of industrialization. It was industrialization that transformed England, much of Europe, North America and Japan, China, India, South Korea and Israel in the 20th century, and that's only a partial list. The Arab world has largely, but not totally, missed out. Arab countries have also been dramatically affected by a number of developments within the region and in the international economy. The first was the rise in oil prices, which resulted in huge increase in the revenues of oil producers and also contributed to the rising cost of food. And I suppose here we see a major theme that is present in the region and has been enhanced by the Arab Spring, and that is the increase in inequality, not just within countries, but between countries of the region. In other words, partly because of the Arab Spring, oil revenues have remained high or have even in some periods increased, but the cost of higher oil, its effect on food prices, and the political turmoil that's followed has had a negative effect on growth in many countries, Egypt, Tunisia, and obviously the countries in which there is conflict like Yemen, Libya, and Syria. And this is a kind of, it's like a scissors. There's a double effect. The rich get richer and the poor get poorer, and the two factors are linked, not totally by one cause, but they are linked. And this, I think, can have long-term major significance in the political realm if the Arab world considers itself to be one group of countries. The effects of recent events have been a drying up of foreign investment, even the exit of funds. The Arab Spring has intensified this. And as I've said, the rise in oil prices has increased the price of food. That has raised the cost of subsidies, which are already heavy in all countries in the region, but this is particularly a problem in the poorer states. Even in Libya, the subsidy bill, which mainly keeps oil prices down, is a very heavy one. The links between oil prices and agricultural markets have strengthened since 2005. That's a comment the World Bank has made about not just the Middle East, but about the world as a whole. And I should add, of course, that the rise in oil prices was not the only reason for increasing food prices. A report that is probably going to be published in the spring by the International Climate Group is going to suggest, if it does come out, that climate change is having serious adverse effects on global food supplies, and if that happens, the price effects will affect the Middle East and other countries. And then the question is, who can afford the higher prices within countries, between countries, and what are the effects of these movements? The trend is representative of what's happened in the region as a whole, the intensification of the division between the rich and the poor. Rising food prices were a key trigger for mass demonstrations in the Arab Spring. Governments responded by increasing subsidies, which worsened their fiscal position. This may run contrary to the policy advocated by the IMF, and we've seen the difficulties that Egypt has had, or the unwillingness that the Egyptian government feels itself vis-a-vis making promises to the IMF. So there's no IMF deal, and this has consequences, obviously, for Egypt's financial stability, and this could spread to other countries. Now, the problem is really that many of the countries in the region have a lot to make up for. They start at a low level with high levels of poverty and with considerable levels of unemployment and even problems in the area of literacy. And some countries in the region at the moment are moving backwards. I think that probably Egypt and Tunisia are suffering from a lack of economic growth. that's making it hard to develop new programs because the funds are not coming on. But this doesn't mean to say that the population is starving. It doesn't mean to say that there's an outbreak of disease. But I have heard different stories. But if we take countries like possibly Libya, but certainly Yemen, and of course Syria, then the effects of conflict are disastrous. A generation may be being born in Syria that is not getting a proper education. And when this affects very young children, the long-term effects are disastrous. I don't want to talk about the psychological effects, the social effects. If we're just crass economists like me, we just look at the damage to human capital of a generation. Being a refugee is not necessarily an end for your education. I don't advocate being a refugee. Of course, I don't justify it. But the question is what happens to the refugees and how long they remain in that status. Although the Middle East has experienced a slowdown in demographic growth rates, the rate of growth of population, when it's taken as a percentage of the stock of people that there now is in Arab countries, remains very, very high. The Egyptian population is growing by approximately 1.8% a year, which is considerably less than the 2.5, 2.6% that was registered years ago. And that's very welcome progress that has been noted by everybody. But the problem is that with a population of the size that Egypt has, that translates into an increase of 1.4 million people a year. They have to be fed, they have to be housed, they have to be clothed, they have to find homes. And of course, this is an addition to the young population. And the result of this is a massive increase in the potential labor force. If we say labor force, then it's a suggestion that people are at work. If we say potential labor force, we say people who would like or need to enter the labor market, but there isn't necessarily enough for them to do. Now, they're not going to be registered as unemployed, because if they have X number of hours of employment in a week or in a month, then officially they're not unemployed. But if they are grossly underemployed, working in the informal sector at very, very low wages, then they need to be added in part to the total number employed. The employment challenge in Egypt and other Arab countries is huge. In Egypt, there are at least 600,000 young people added to the labor force each year. The numbers for Algeria, Iraq, Morocco, Saudi Arabia, and Syria are not very far behind. And if we're talking about the Middle East, we should add in, I'm talking about the Arab world, but Iran has a similar number to absorb every year under adverse conditions. Now, one of the ways in which the economic system worked in the past was a social contract formed within the framework of Arab socialism. Arab socialism meant that the state in Egypt, Algeria, Iraq, Syria, Tunisia, and the Yemen, and even in some of the monarchies without the title of socialism, the state took responsibility for finding, deriving, generating employment. And that is a welfare system, because if people are employed and they're receiving a salary, they don't need necessarily a welfare handout that becomes a fiscal burden. This welfare system was based on Soviet-type industrialization that I think is familiar to our hosts, with an emphasis on heavy industry and the squeezing of agriculture in order to provide the surplus to finance it. This was done by allocating funds for industrial projects and building up the cities. Industrialization usually means urbanization. And it meant that people left the villages and came to the towns with political, ultimately with social and economic, and then with political consequences. The problem was that the finance of these new industries was not really viable. These new industries needed a lot of imports. Egypt built steel plants that required import of ore and import of coal, which it didn't have, nor did it have the exports to fund these imports. And so, as in other countries, this import substitution system began to break down, and with it the welfare system. Now, in a very interesting Egyptian planning document issued in the 1980s, the planners warned that as the economy moves towards a market system, this was the early days of Mubarak, as the economy moves towards a market system, Egyptians are still looking at the state to provide them with employment and welfare. And I think that has remained the same right through the Arab Spring. It was the same under the Morsi government, which, as far as I can tell, very dispassionately looking for economic measures, I found practically nothing. And it remains the challenge for the new government, which was subject to some controversy this morning. Here, I'm an economist. I don't make any judgments about how and who. I ask the question, where to now? And the new government, like its predecessors, Morsi and Mubarak, will have to deal with this enormous burden. Remittances were another thing that helped Arab countries. Egypt and other Arab countries sent workers to the Gulf or to Europe, and they sent back huge amounts of money which benefited the economy. Interestingly enough, this continues. When this was accompanied by a domestic boom based on government expenditure, then you could say that the private sector received the money of the remittances and the public sector generated the money for employment in heavy industry. The latter has gone. The former remains, but the question that should be asked about those who are looking into the very long term is this a viable model for supporting a large percentage of the population a very long time into the future? I promised to be brief, and I'm going to conclude, and I know that I've only sketched a few of the problems, and in the paper, which I hope you will get, there's more and references that would enable anybody interested to follow up. Let me conclude in the following way. The Arab Spring occurred because of the accumulation of demographic pressures, economic failures, growing inequality in the distribution of income and wealth, and stifling political systems. The new media helped to spread information, encouraged young people and others to protest. This resulted in huge demonstrations in capital cities, which are the sensitive points, as I hinted to before, and also to the outbreak of what one might call a disaggregated conflict in some countries, in Libya, in Yemen and Syria, and also conflict in Bahrain, which is of a slightly different kind. It's got an ethnic side to it more than elsewhere. In Tunisia and Egypt, young people, many demanding democracy, confronted the police and the army and brought down the regime's head. In Egypt, the army remained perhaps in power behind the scenes, weakened but not defeated. Elections were held, the Islamists won, and then what happened has happened, and we heard about it this morning. All the problems that have been analyzed here continue to plague countries in the region in the aftermath of the Arab Spring. The events of June 2013 in Egypt suggest to me at least that patience is running low and people are less willing to accept the failure of the regime to strengthen the economy. Look what happened in Egypt. Mubarak was in power for 40 years, approximately, and he was overthrown by the people. Morsi was in power for 1 year. 1 year. Prior to the June events in Egypt, the question of what an Islamic agenda could do to solve the country's deep economic problems was relevant. It remains relevant in Tunisia, where the Islamists are still in power. Could it have offered a third way? Anthony Giddens, Tony Blair type third way between Arab socialism and the market economy advocated by what we used to call the Washington Consensus, using welfare and efficiency as joint criteria for economic decision making? The answer is that in theory it could, as could an alternative non-Islamic agenda. But in practice, it didn't happen. It didn't happen in Egypt, and the regime that could have done it has gone, and it hasn't happened in Tunisia and doesn't look like it's going to happen. I thought that Islam could possibly offer the, I think political scientists call it the space within which a debate could be held about an alternative third way. Somehow, I think that was a rather naive conception, and it simply hasn't happened, and others can explore why. I conclude by just making two final points. Inequality between countries in the region has increased. This has and will have political and economic and social significance that we're only beginning to be aware of. And the second thing is my excuse for everything. We are in the middle of events, and it's very difficult to work out what's going to happen in the future when you are in the eye of the storm. And I tell that to my wife whenever she criticizes me. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Rivlin. We will keep the questions for Dr. Rivlin to the end so that we can gather more. Now the floor is for Dr. Warad, and I think he was kind enough to switch. We were debating whether he is going to present in Arabic or in English, and he said he can do in both. So I kind of convinced him to do it in English because he has PowerPoint presentation. So he kindly agreed, and I thank him for that. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Good afternoon. Please allow me first to express my deep gratitude and thanks to the organizers of this conference for allowing this valuable opportunity to meet with such distinguished experts and guests. Today my presentation is about causes and consequences and remedies for Arab Springs in the region. Specifically, I will cover the following topic: why Arab Springs, impacts of Arab Springs, government response, challenges ahead. I think the last topic will depend if time permit, because it's out of the scope of my presentation. For the first question, why, I think lack of democracy and the dominant role of state is one factor. Demographic trends, weak private sectors, labor markets, segmentation, region fragmentation. I will go quickly over each of these factors. The state is the ultimate provider of essentials needs, especially basic foods and commodities. Common intervention in markets using non-competitive policies such as subsidies and price controls. Generalized bureaucratic system that was designed to serve the elite interests. A spread of inefficient practices and corruption. This is for the first reason. For the second reason, economic rent and lack of diversity. This is, of course, Dr. Ball referred to also. In most cases, development plan relied heavily on the rent derived from fuel oil exports, remittances, and foreign aid. Oil and gas exports accounted to more than 80% total exports of many Arab countries. Arab region is one of the most food deficit and one of the least diversified production structure regions of the world. As of demographic trends, in most Arab countries, high percentage of youngs under 30 of age. The previous study estimated that this particular category of population is accounting for more than 50%, 50 to 70% actually. Low on participation in labor force. For example, in many Arab countries, women participation is the lowest in the whole world. I mean, it can go as low as 7%, 10%. In Jordan, it's only 13%. The growth of labor force is almost 3 times the world average. And this is, of course, because of population growth and other factors. Higher rates of youth unemployment in Jordan, more than 70% of unemployment were below 29. So unemployment is concentrated in youth class. Also increased access to education for all Arab youngs without any discrimination between man or male or female. So the gap between man and female in access to education is disappearing, and this of course produces a huge number of women who are willing to participate in labor force, and this is explained why most of the unemployment in most Arab countries is concentrated in female unemployment. The quantitative expansion of education has built youth aspiration, at the same time frustration due to lack of opportunities and mobility. The demographic trend have contributed to unemployment, poverty, injustice due to unresponsive economic structure, and this is of course related to the problem of lack of diversifications that we have referred to. Other structural problems relate to Arab economies' weak private sectors. In most Arab countries, private sectors are either weak or even absent totally. Remained globally disconnected with minimum participation in domestic employment, and also remain totally dependent on government patronage and support. So we know in today's economies, with market forces playing the most important role to achieve efficiency and economic growth, without private sectors, these objectives cannot be achieved. Labor market segmentation in Arab countries, one of these 3 segmentations is dominant. Private, public. In most cases, public sector is the main employer. And this is true, for examples, in many Arab countries like Yemen, Syria, Jordan, and Iraq now. Formal, informal, for example, informal economy estimated to be 25% in Jordan and 40% in Lebanon. So this also contributes to lack of economic stability and lack of government revenues, because these informal sectors will not be counted with national income accounting. Nationals and non-nationals. In all rich Arab countries, non-nationals labor account for more than 90% of labor force. And in my country also, in Jordan, we have a lot of non-Jordanian workers coming from Syria, from Egypt, and from other Far East and other countries. Also, the region fragmentation is another factor, I think. In reality, no such thing as Arab world. Arab countries remained isolated and fragmented. All attempts of economic integration were close to failure. Fragmentation posed a high economic cost to the region and constrained economic development, prevented the advantage of large market size and economies of scale and agglomeration. Region fragmentation also has to do with political incentives of Arab elites are not fully consistent with liberalizing and integrating regional markets in many Arab countries. In addition, super economic powers contributed to regional fragmentation by pursuing and preferring bilateral trade agreements with individual small Arab countries. We move to the second topic of my presentations, impacts of Arab Springs. Arab Spring resulted, as we have heard today, in increased political and economic instability affected the region, of course. Sharp slowdown in economic activity, deteriorating external and fiscal accounts, decreasing the reserves. Will go it affected, although it affected all countries of the region, but major countries that was in the focus of the effect, including these countries, Libya, Tunisia, Egypt, Syria, and Yemen, as they were very active in the revolution activities. To see some of the effects, for example, on the growth in these particular country, you can see in most countries after 2010 the rate of growth decreased from above 5% to lower than 2.5%. So, for example, directly after 2010, it was as low as 1.8 in Egypt. It was minus 62 in Libya, and dropped down a little bit in Morocco, and also turned out to negative in Syria, as you can see, and also negative in Tunisia in 2011, and Yemen in the same years. There are some improvement after 2011, starting 2012, but not as the case before the revolutionary development. Still, rate of growth are much below the normal or natural level. These graphs, I'll go quickly on it. It shows, for example, the impact of unemployment. As you can see, the above blue line, sharp increase in unemployment. I think this is for Tunisia, for Jordan, sorry. And there is an increase in the red line for Egypt also. But other countries, in terms of unemployment, for example, I think for Bahrain, the unemployment is not changing at all. As impact on government lending, borrowing as a percent of GDP, and this, of course, has to do with government deficit or surplus. See, as you can see from the graph, most Arab countries in the focus of Arab Springs are achieving trade deficit. The numbers, the curves are below zero, which means this is a balance deficit in this. The government balance is in deficit, and the deficit is growing. For example, after 2010, after the revolution, for example, if you see the green line for Libya, it turned out from positive surpluses to a very sharp negative in 2011. But also for Jordan, as you can see, government deficit is deteriorating also. And for Egypt also, the red line, but not as fast as the case in Libya or in Jordan. Current account also, the lines below zero reflecting current account deficit, and of course this is the case after 2010 for most of the Arab Spring countries, for Tunisia, for Jordan, for Libya. Libya still, although it's in surplus because of oil, but the surplus deteriorated sharply after 2008 and after 2010, and this is due to two factors actually. It's not accurate to say this is all due to Arab Springs. It is also affected by global economic and financial crisis. Government net debt, which is, for example, as you can see for the green line, for Libya, it turned out from around negative 70 to more than negative 200 billion. And of course, as you can see in the above zero lines, it deteriorated for most of the countries. It increased, but not very sharp increase. Impact on tourism, I think, as you expect, the impact is negative in most countries. For example, for 2011, the impact is decrease in the case of all countries almost, as you can see from the graph. And this continues even in 2012. Although for 2012 reflect a little improvement compared to 2011. FDI also dropped down, and this is expected in light of lack of instability in the region. Some estimates a drop of FDI between 2010 and 2011 is estimated to be up to 46% compared to the previous year, 2010. And all countries are almost suffering because investors view the whole region as a one unit. Foreign exchange reserves also deteriorated in most Arab Spring countries, and this is in many cases prevented currency collapse because government has tried to stop the currency depreciation by buying domestic currency and selling foreign reserves. So this explains why foreign reserves in all countries dropped. I'll go quickly about what the government did. Most of the governments in the region responded to the political unrest by increasing their public spending. Highest increase in Tunisia and Algeria. Most fiscal measures aim to sustaining social coherence and mitigating effects of high food and fuel prices. Popular steps, for example, increasing subsidies on energy and food, raise public sector wages, and expanding unemployment benefits and other net security networks benefits. We'll finally end by referring to some of the challenges ahead. The most urgent challenges, in my belief, is the creation of more and better quality jobs, especially for youth, women, and the most educated people in the region. Large public sector has brought up a lack of economic dynamism in the region and further setting back unemployment. So structural reform is needed in this particular area. Lack of entrepreneurship with firm entry, almost 4 times lower than of Europe and Central Asia. Spread of corruption, lack of regional stability. Subsidy is an important issue, and we have seen when some countries like, for example, Jordan and Morocco try to correct and reform the issue, it was a reason for widespread rioting and kind of stability distorting matters. So it's not easy, so they have to do some gradual reform in this. I will stop here because this is beyond my topic. Thank you very much.
Dr. Warder, thank you very much for sticking to your time. And finally, I invite Dr. Murat Yürek for his presentation, which is called Arab Spring be an opportunity for economic transformation for Arab nations.
Thank you, Chairman. I wanted to first thank Strategic Research Center for organizing this fine event and inviting myself to Baku. It's always a pleasure for me to be back in Baku, and this time is no exception. The last time was another conference here in Baku 1 year ago. Yesterday I checked my passport. So 1 year is a good time to come back. And also I would like to thank the organizers for such really interesting speakers and very lively discussions. Although I couldn't get a right to make some comments in the morning, maybe I can now use my time to make some of my comments for the morning. The title of my intervention was the following: Can Arab Spring be an opportunity of economic transportation for Arab nations? In a way, this goes hand in hand with the other two speakers. Professor from Jordan has explained very succinctly the situation in Arab nations in the post-Arab Spring episode. but he basically stopped in the immediate run, short run. So mine is a little bit more of a, long run idea. And the crux of my intervention is a kind of, let's say, a wishful thinking maybe, but the idea is whether this break created by Arab Spring could be an opportunity for Arab nations to regain their importance economically, politically, etc. in the world. This may happen, this may not happen, but if it is to happen, I thought there could be some principles, some guidelines that they could follow. There is a well-known British politician who once concluded that democracy probably is not the best way to manage people. But he also said that it is until we find a better way as human beings, it's probably the best that we can use. The great and first, actually, economist that we know is an Arab scholar called Ibn Khaldun. The Arabs know him very well. The West also is slowly learning that he was the one who founded the science of economics. He identified the fact that politics and economics go hand in hand. And then the great British economists of the 18th and 19th century also underlined the same fact, that economics and politics go hand in hand. And in fact, they didn't invent the science of economics or reinvent, but rather they invented first the science of political economics. Now, I am an economist, I don't know much about politics, but I will start with the political side. What I think is tyranny can survive in societies under different ways. The tyranny can survive as dictatorship of a person, dictatorship of a party, or some other kind of a small group basically deciding on behalf of people. It can survive. But as an economist, I would think that there has to be at least two things happening at the same time, or at least one of them compensating the other, so that a tyranny can survive. One is, if the tyrant is physically very strong, if you have strong army, you can survive, so long as your economy can sustain your army. So the next one is, you have to make your people happy. You may be a surviving tyrant, you may be a surviving dictator, so long as your people feel happy economically, so long as they are prosperous. Why some of the Arab nations, the speakers before me and in the morning has mentioned that there was a deficit of democracy in the Arab world. Yes, there was. This is known by everyone. But why and how did Arab Spring come about? What triggered it? Again, as a professor from Jordan has said, it's basically an accumulation of past economic failures. It came to such a point that people could no more take it. Tunisia was the same, Egypt was the same. There was an economic failure which the people no more was able to take. Egypt is a case in that. Egypt has a glorious history, probably one of the best civilizations that mankind have seen. But in the last 5,000 years, Egypt lacked one thing, that was democracy. And that democracy came to Egypt about 2 years ago. And it went out this year. Now the democracy has to come back, and economic success has to come back to Egypt and other nations. Professor Paul Rivlin, I think I should underline what he said. If these economic failures in Arab nations cannot be corrected, this instability will continue. There is no way that any non-democratic state in the world can survive unless they can sustain themselves with a huge physical, military, etc. power, or a better solution is to make people happy economically. Make your people happy. Make your people prosperous. Then you don't have to be a tyrant. Now, a wishful thinking. What could be some of the ideas, maybe some of the guidelines, from the point of view of an economist, that Arab nations, be it Tunisia, Libya, or Egypt, could cherish in designing their policies of medium or long run? Immediate run, short run is very difficult. Everybody knows that. It's very difficult, it's unstable, it's not predictable, etc. But if these nations have to build a solid future, what could be some of the guidelines? So this is what I'm going to talk about in the few minutes that I'm left with. And of course, the details are already, details of this free thinking, let's say, unorganized free thinking is already going to be, I think, published among others. So I'm just going to give my headlines. Number one, I told you that I believe that, as some of our previous professors, great scholars of our vocation, economics, has said, politics, economics go hand in hand. So let's look at that first. The Arab nations, if they want to survive and re-emerge as a great civilization as they have been in the history of mankind, and I believe personally that Arabs have developed probably the best civilization that the mankind we have seen. I believe in this. Arabs have developed the best, the finest civilizations that our ancestors have built. But can the Arabs re-emerge from this strange situation? The first thing I would say is democracy, inclusiveness, and a developmental state. Democracy is well known, so I'm not going to spend time on that. Inclusiveness is a very interesting idea, let's say developed by two, one of them is actually Turkish-American, one of them is an American-American economist, one of them is Darun Acemoğlu, he's at MIT, the other one is James Robinson, I think he's at Harvard. They came about with a very interesting idea, very simple, very interesting idea. They said, be inclusive. That means have your people share the bounty of economics, create a big pie and share it with people. I wanted to use the words of another economist in looking at them. What they say is that an extractive state is doomed to fail. If you are an extractive state, you are going to fail. And we know that they are going to fail. What's an extractive state? In the words of another economist, is an economy or a state which have institutions in which a small group of individuals do their best to exploit the rest of the population in a Marxian sense. An extractive society is one where a small group gets most of the pie, basically. An inclusive institution, in his words, is a state in which institutions cause many people to be included in the process of governing, and hence they exploit the pie, the economic bounty. So basically, if you have the economic bounty and you share it with people, you make them happy, then you progress. Otherwise, you fail. This is inclusiveness. I think it's a very interesting idea. Partly Marxian idea, maybe, although Darun Acemoğlu doesn't accept that quite. But it's a very interesting idea. So be democratic, make people voice their concerns, and basically heed their concerns, and then include them in the economic process other than the political process. How about a developmental state? Professor Paul Rivlin has made a reference to Washington Consensus. I worked for the IMF 10 years ago. Washington Consensus was a great thing. But there is another American economist that I wanted to refer to, and he invented or coined a term that's called developmental state in explaining the success of resourceless East Asian economies. Many East Asian economies don't have resources, but they are called the miracle economies of our times. And I study those economies as well. And this professor, Professor Chalmers Johnson, has coined this term, which is very interesting, that in these countries, probably the architect of this development was a government which was quote unquote developmental, i.e. the objective function of the government was to create the environment, the right environment for long-term economic growth, not short-term, long-term economic growth. And now we know where an economy like Korea came from, where they were 50 years ago, or an economy like Hong Kong or Singapore or Taiwan. And now the other so-called Asian tigers are following track. So try to invent some kind of a developmental state. This does not necessarily mean a command economy. Personally, I'm not a command economy type person. I don't believe in command economy. I don't believe that a command economy could also survive. But a state has to have a very high priority in developing the economy of that country. So be inclusive, put the right incentives for the economy to develop in the future, and make development your primary objective, economic objective. The next thing, the next heading is also, Professor, you have, I think I should have spoken maybe better before you, but you already said it. Cooperation among Arab countries. There is basically no cooperation among Arab countries. There are tiny, small countries, but at least the European experience has shown us that when you integrate markets, there are many benefits that are created. In Turkish, we have a saying, let it be small, but let it be mine. The European way taught us that don't try to govern and divide and govern a small portion. Try to make it a big sum. Try to integrate your economies. Then you will benefit from scale economies. You will benefit from trade. You will benefit from cooperation. Solid macroeconomics. Well, we have seen that Libya is doing very well in terms of internal and external budget, but that's only because they have resources. Solid macroeconomics is a must. What is solid macroeconomics? Three things. One is inflation under control. The second is budget under control. The third is current account under control. This has shown, for example, that the country that I'm coming from, Turkey, we have learned this the very expensive and costly way. When we have seen you don't have solid macroeconomics, what could happen to you as a country? You will have a lot of problems. Two more. Cutting red tape. Almost every Arab nation is ranked terribly weak in doing business indices. The World Bank's doing business. Maybe doing business index is not the best measurement, but there is no alternative to that as well. I know that every country is unhappy. China is unhappy, Turkey is unhappy being ranked way down. But at least it gives you some benchmark. And I have not seen too many Arab countries in doing business indices higher, in the higher ranks. Many of them are very bad for doing business. If your companies or foreign companies cannot do business in your environment, how can you find jobs for 70% of your unemployed, young or old? And this is very endemic to Arab nations. As I said, very few exceptions, very few exceptions. We know who are they. For example, Dubai is fine, UAE, etc. But almost every Arab nation is terribly ranked in doing business index. Social development is my last thing. When you are looking at economic development, trying to build, very high technology manufacturing facilities, etc., of course, social development is a must for long-term economic development. If you don't continue spending money on your education, which their Arab countries have been spending money on education and on health, that we know. The statistics show, maybe not enough, but still they know the value of education, the value of health and other social areas. But that agenda should be furthered if the Arab nations want to re-emerge in the long run as an economic let's say, I don't want to say power, but economically happy set of countries. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Yürek. You touched on Acemoğlu Robinson case, which is quite controversial in some cases, which might bring up the idea of more extractive China, for example, growing quite fast, rather than more inclusive EU growing quite slow. But obviously that the whole concept has merit, and I agree with it. But without taking too much time, I would open the floor for questions. We have probably 10-15 minutes, I was told, because we have to catch up some time, because we have to finish by 6. So if you have questions, please raise your hand, introduce yourself, and questions, please, not long comments, if possible. Go ahead. This question is always difficult, so whoever is going to take on the responsibility for the first question is going to get a gift from me. And on the first row, please. Do we have mic or? Yeah. Maybe you should use this one, yeah?
Just a very short question for whoever would care to answer on the panel. I don't think I heard the word corruption as a problem from any of the speakers. Do you have a comment on corruption in business, in government, as a factor in economic development? Leave it at that. It's a favorite journalistic criticism, I know. I'd like to hear your views.
Whoever wants to take on should go ahead. Yeah, please. Dr. Rivlin? Yeah.
I think I mentioned crony capitalism, and that's just a partial euphemism for corruption. It's obviously a very important issue in terms of the damage that it does to the economic mechanism. And it's also a very important issue because of its wider effects, because of the perception, because of the feeling that you can't get by doing something legally without doing something illegal. And that is very bad. The problem is not only the Arab world. I made a couple of visits to India in recent years, and when I was in the new airport in Delhi, I remarked to an Indian who was with me, wow, this is a big improvement over the old airport in Delhi. And he said, yes, it is, but we paid millions and millions, if not hundreds of millions in bribes to get this over. And this was a constant theme I heard last year during a visit to India, that the extent of corruption there was so great that it may be actually undermining the growth of the economy. Why? I don't disagree with my friend's comments that the state has a very important role. Although I mentioned the Washington Consensus, I'm not a naive supporter of it, at least in its original form. I do believe that even in the United States, the state played a role. And in all developing countries, it has an important role to play. But the problem is, can it be effective? If resources are going to the state, and the state as the motor for economic growth has to basically give up on 20, 30, 40% in order to pay bribes, in order to get some benefit with the remainder, then that has enormous fiscal consequences which can break the whole system.
Thank you for raising this question. I think the most common source of corruption is in the public and the government things. For example, in most countries in the region, the most important principles for achieving economic efficiency and promoting development and growth is putting the right person in the right place. And this is as it looks as simple as it is easy also, but this basic principles is totally violated in most Arab countries. So there is the WASTA, the mediations, the political role, great role in filling public positions. This is very important. Also, I have conducted a research on the extent to which corruption may affect economic growth in some selected Arab countries. We found strong evidence that there is a real effect, but not that much as in these selected countries as you might think. It's almost decreasing economic growth by only 0.3%. So I think our measure for corruption is very limited because we took it from Transparency International. This is the only available measure for corruption in many Arab countries.
Yes, I also do agree. Corruption, of course, is a major problem, not only in Arab countries but everywhere. And it is probably, again, it goes hand in hand with an extractive society, because by definition, if the society is extractive or the institutions are extractive, the bigger part of the economic value, whatever is created, goes to a few people, which is the definition of corruption. However, as a flavor, I wanted to add something. Corruption we can classify into two. One is petty corruption, which is, you know, in some countries you may have in your daily life some corrupt practices in bureaucracy. And then there is the large corruption, which we don't know. I mean, we can't even face as ordinary people. Now, there are some economists, very interestingly, who believe that corruption, petty corruption, may actually increase efficiency. I'm not saying that it's a good thing. But how can petty corruption increase efficiency in an economy? Well, if your country is full of red tape, and if you assign a certain value for your business to be done, and the other party agrees to that small amount, and your business is completed, whatever your problem with the state is completed, efficiency could be increased by corruption only because there is a lot of red tape in that country. So if you get rid of red tape, you are going to probably get rid of the main reason for petty corruption. Large-scale corruption, of course, is a totally different issue.
Thank you. The last point is quite interesting, actually, and I've heard the same argument, but I also heard about optimal level of corruption. That's also important because too much of red tape is also inefficient in a way. And Dr. Warad said it's important to put the right person into right place. In Azerbaijan, we tend to not put any person and computerize it in order to avoid corruption. Actually, which could be one of the Asan service that Azerbaijan has recently introduced, which has a kind of one-stop shop in which a citizen goes to one place and solves all the issues, which has been actually quite successful in the case removing these petty corruption issues. Any other questions? I see one hand over there, please. Yes, please.
Well, my question is the following. Is there any necessary connection between democracy and development? We see sometimes in some non-democratic states like China, North Korea, they have a high rate of development. And in some democratic states like USA, as we have heard lately, almost going to deficit. We saw in the Arab world and in the third world that Nasserism was not a very democratic regime, but it had a high rate of development. Then what to do then if the case of democracy in the Arab world is a hard question and needs longer time, while the case of development is much easier to have a high grade of development, especially if we operate through Arab cooperation?
That's a very good question, actually. Development first or democracy first?
Well, I think the issue is the term period that we are looking at. I know that in 1970s, in the US, even economics textbooks praised Russian development, the Soviet development, because they used to compare Russian growth rates, Soviet growth rates with American growth rates. And clearly the Soviet growth rate surpassed those of America, and there was a lot of concern that these the communist devils are going to grow so much and this and that and that, but they couldn't survive. So I think the right way to look at things are the long run. North Korea, I don't know how much they are developed. China is a major example, is a very good example. China is opening up. China, to me, is a capitalistic country. I'm not saying capitalism is a good thing or a bad thing, but it is very clearly a very capitalistic economy right now. But when they opened up after 1978, they didn't do the, let's say, cold turkey type approach like Russia after 1991. And we know what happened in Russia and what is happening in China. China is much more successful in managing the transition. But when things opened up so abruptly in Russia, we know that things have not proceeded as they wanted. So then that's a second probably variable. One would be you have to be long-termist, and democracy is a good thing from a long-term perspective because at least your economic development will be sustainable. And number two, in the short run or medium run, how to manage that transition. And China there is a good example. The Chinese Communist Party, maybe it is a little bit far-fetched you may think, but it is running the country like a CEO club. There are 20 or 25 people at the helm of the Communist Party, and there is a certain amount of competition and politics within the Communist Party, but they have definitely a developmental look. They want to develop economically, and they want to hold a huge population which has a huge variety in terms of ethnicities, religions, languages. Their main concern is, number one, to increase their growth or keep the growth rate very high. Number two, how to keep the society together, a very diverse society together, and they are managing the transition, I think, well. And this could be actually an example to draw some lessons, at least for the Arab nations, long term and looking at the long term, whereas managing the transition also effectively. I don't know.
I want to say something very shortly. I think the issue also depends on the measurement that we use in economics. If you talk about the relationship between, for example, democracy and economic growth, there is no such clear relationship because, as you mentioned, the examples, China and other countries are achieving very high economic growth. So I think we should ask about the other question is about the welfare and the happiness of people. And I think in democratic countries, even if they achieve less rate of growth, they are happier, they achieve a higher level of welfare. And this is very evident. If you can see, for example, a small country like Switzerland, it's achieving very low of economic growth at this level of stage of development, but people there are achieving much higher level of economic welfare, more happier, than people who are living in China, for example.
On this note, I apologize to the audience because we have the second section of this panel which is going to be on the same theme, so there will be more discussion on that. On final note, I would just add that you are right, in democracies might be people are more happier, but not in all democracies. It's really on well-advanced democracies, which qualify about 15% of the world, and when you statistically measure them, you would see that those are really quite advanced. And those that what Norton, Wallace and Weingast would qualify as mature limited access societies, including Turkey, South Korea, etc., they could be as equal as Singapore, which is not necessarily a democracy, but it's quite advanced economically. I think the panelists today, I guess the audience also enjoyed the discussion. I very much liked today's overall discussion. I look forward to participate in tomorrow's discussion. And I would invite for a coffee break, and then in maybe 10 minutes, we'll be back for the second panel. Thank you very much.
We are beginning our session, which is the second part of our economic session actually. We are already far behind our schedule, that's why I will have to ask kindly our speakers also to a little bit shorten their presentations, and we can continue because we will be having dinner as well, and during the dinner we can continue with our presentations. I have quite distinguished speakers here who are either my close friends or my teachers or whom I used to work to cooperate since a long time. And Dr. Raja Al-Marzouki, Dr. Mete Durdar, Dr. Peter Havlik, and Dr. Riham Rizk. I would like to begin start our session with Dr. Raja Al-Marzouki, who is his actually comprehensive information about him you can find in biodata, which is in front of you on your tables. He's head of IMF mission in Azerbaijan, and he will be speaking about Arab countries in transition, challenges and potentials. Please, Doctor.
Thanks. It's really difficult, end of the day, to present such kind of a dry subject. As they called us an economist, our subject is a little bit dry. Where I was hoping that our subject was a little bit early in the morning, and the political issue, the politics a little bit late, where a lot of debate can take place and people will find it easier to follow. But anyhow, I'm now here and also pushed by the dinner which has been promised by organizer. I don't want to keep you for longer time here, so we'll try to master this one, yeah. Before we start, as you can notice, this is a historical background about the growth per capita income in the region, which is really one of the lowest per capita income in the world. And you can notice how it was before, and it's really slowing, and the margin between the growth of emerging market is wider as it's emerging market getting higher growth, and our region is almost left behind. Where in reality it's growing below its capacity. The capacity of the region is much better than this growth. This can be growing in a higher percentage. This is also when we compare it with the rest of the world. You can notice per capita income in the Middle East and the rest of the world, and is widening the percentage between them as our per capita income in the regions left behind. And mostly the growth in the region is linked to oil,
yes, it's only a few countries in the region which export oil, but the whole region is linked directly and indirectly to oil, where any growth takes place in oil countries is reflected in the rest of the region. And lately, after this Arab Spring happens, we add also another important factor. Instability become really important as one of the important factors determining the growth of the region. Why our region left behind per capita growth? What's happened? Is it because we could not do it, or there is a structural problem? There is, from the literature, which try to determine how many factors and which factors that affecting the growth. They list a few of them. The first one, domestic political tensions. I think I have a difficulty with this one here, so please bear with me. Okay. And now there is a few lists here that could not appear. I don't know what happens in the slide, but there is another issue. So first one, domestic political tension. The second one, security. When we say security, most of the political system in the region, they're maximizing their security of the party or the people in the power more than maximizing the welfare of the economy. As an economist, usually we consider the government, its main role is to maximizing the welfare of people more than to maximizing the welfare of people in power only. The third issue, corruption. It's one of the important issues that affecting the growth. The fourth one, the public sector. Public sector dominated the economy in the region, which is crowding out private sector. Another reason, weakening of educational system. And this has a big potential, big negative impact on the growth. Other reason, inadequate infrastructure and institution setup in the region. Custom considered as one of the big problems also in the region. All these issues that affecting per capita growth led to, first of all, capital migration from the region, discouraging investment, and most of the investment in the region, as they get worried about what's going on in the region at the time and also after, they're focused in the short term more than long-term investment. This is the three important factors that consider is making a limitation in the growth. The first one is lack of adequate infrastructures, which is we just three issues under this one: the transportation, logistics, and electricity. The second one, inadequate services, which is either inefficient from the government side or also inappropriate quality from the public sector. The third one, this match between labor and also education, which is affecting the demand and the supply and demand of labor. Recently, after Arab Spring, all this issue led to this pressure happens, and after Arab Spring, we have three issues now affecting the macroeconomic picture. The first one is the externally, which is the global environment. Global economy is not growing in a healthy way that can contribute to the region, so this is an important factor. Second, spillover from the region, and you can notice our region is really linked. Any issue in any one of these countries spill to the rest of our other countries in the region, which has a big effect. And now Syria has a big impact on the region, as well as the other country is still not stable. The third issue, the social pressure from inside and unstable, that put higher pressure on the government to think now short term more than long term. All these issues led to declining consumer confidence, also productions, industrial productions, it's almost stagnated, so it's not growing in a healthy way. I think many speakers before me, they talked about the FDI, foreign direct investment, how it's declining in the regions, so I will not go through all these numbers to save the time. With all this impact, we expect that the growth in 2013 for the region is around 2.9. In 2014, will not pass 3.2, which is really not enough to create jobs and solve unemployment. And you can notice unemployment increased after Arab Spring more than declining. And with this macro picture is in a negative way, not promising, we expect that it's maybe a little bit longer than what was expected before, and has big impact on unemployment and affecting that. And most of the unemployment also take place on young generation, where in some countries it's reached around 40 or 35% of the young generations without job. Downsides coming also from Syrian crisis that spill over either directly to country around where refugees been in Lebanon and Jordan and Turkey, and this has put more pressure in government of these countries to try to provide services. And some of this country, for example, refugees become around 18% of the whole population, which a big demand, and has a big effect also on tourists coming to these countries, as been previous speakers was talking about this issue. I think the most important issue for this country to help private sector to lead the growth, not public sector to lead the growth. Public sector important, really important for the growth to put in place the right regulation, the right policies, the educations, but not to solve all the problem in the economy and to crowd out the private sector, but providing the right business environment. And also, if the private sector felt the government and the macroeconomics policy will not lead to more crises in the future, especially when it comes to more debt and deficit in the government budget, then they will be encouraged with the right policies and right environment and more security to come in and invest in the region. And there is a big potential in the region when it's come to its location, its optimum location between east and west. And it can be used in these locations. I have met several investors where they thinking to jump in the region after Arab Spring, because they felt this will reduce some of the cost when they want to export to Europe, or if they want to import something from east. But with what's going on in the region now, most of the investors whom I met in several conferences become more pessimistic more than optimistic, while first time when it's happened the Arab Spring, I heard a lot of them were a little bit optimistic, and some of them even jumped in and put some money, and they started to lose this money. Also, the populations where it's the growth of population is high. Second, also most of them in the young generation, where the labor force is huge. This is will provide the private sector with the right people to work and also to reduce the cost, because with the high unemployment, this is another opportunity for investors to come and utilize this labor force. It's not been utilized in these countries. But unfortunately, the reality now, when we saw how the unemployment increased, also the efficiency of public investment is declining, all this contribute negatively to the macroeconomic picture in the region. And importantly for the region and for government to think about policies more in an inclusive way. So inclusive growth, this reform have to be in many dimensions. Either in educations, in public service, in many of these reforms. I don't want to go through with them to save your time, but this is important to have inclusive growth more than growth in one dimension, which will not have the whole society covered. This is a priority which we think is really important for the region to cover and to be taken into consideration. One important issue is public spending and maintaining the public spending and more in net saving more than just subsidies and everything. So rationalize the subsidies and should be targeted to the right segment of the society, encourage and provide the private sector with the right business environment that encourage the private sector to lead the growth more than the government spending led the growth. And this is without a clear vision from government and right policy, and such kind of vision should be also announced and make it clear for investors to encourage them about the government future vision. And also the government should stick to this vision to give a confidence to private sector they mean it when they put this plan. A need from external might be important also, either from country around or from the global community to help the growth in this region, either through technical assistance, through training, investment, loans. All this is maybe needed in the short term to push the growth in this region, but without right policies from these countries, Arab country in transmission, without right policies, then any support or help will be only short term and will gone, will not be last for a longer time in these countries, and they will not benefit from it. But with the right policy, with the right vision, this is will utilize all this support coming from outside to have more long-term impact on the growth more than short-term. Thank you.
Thanks very much, Dr. Marzougi, for very comprehensive information about macroeconomic factors to do with Arab countries. And quickly to proceed to Dr. Mete Durda, who also used to be attached used to work for IMF as well, and was in 90s was head of delegation for IMF that was existing in Azerbaijan. Please, Mete Bey. Pleasure.
Well, let me first thank the chairman and to the some organization which made this event possible, and also invited me to come back to Baku, where I have been working on and off since 1993. Well, my talk today is on the economic implications of the Arab Spring or Arab awakening and the resulting transition in Arab countries. And I arranged my talk in two parts. One, to look at the impact of these
political and social turmoil on the key macroeconomic variables in the North Africa and Middle East in general and in some specific countries. And the second part, I wanted to focus on some key issues, three key issues, which I feel encompass the many other important policy and structural issues. But the presentations done earlier this afternoon and today by the previous speaker all have covered already what I could have said in the first part of my talk, and therefore I don't want to repeat it. In any case, the text of my statement will be available to you all later on. Therefore, and also to serve the time saving, I am skipping the first part of my talk about the impact of the Arab Spring events on macroeconomic, key macroeconomic variables. And I will turn to the second part, which will focus on the, as I said, some key issues. Those issues have also been raised by the earlier speakers, but I will try to, the same issue I'll try to emphasize in a probably from a different angle, from a different approach. Have I left my board? Here. As experienced by all countries that had gone through a period of political instability, the countries that have been going through since 2011 Arab Spring protests, social unrest, and aftermath have inflicted
sorry, Dr. Durda, can we use microphone, please? Yeah, thanks very much.
Okay. Have inflicted large output losses and increased unemployment. Macroeconomic balances have come under strain as fiscal deficits widened from already high levels. External current account deficits have deteriorated and international reserves have declined, which have all been explained in full detail by earlier speakers. The start of recovery process will have to wait until political instability and social unrest subside and new governments begin responding to Arab Spring demands. The recovery was often slow and took about 5 years in the past cases of political instability in transition countries. In the case of Arab Spring economies, the recovery may take even longer because of weak external demand, particularly from European countries, high food and fuel prices, and weak initial fiscal positions. The sizable financial support coming from the international community and from the Gulf countries will help shorten the economic recovery process and hence quicken restoring political stability. The Arab Spring and accompanying political and social instability will gradually, hopefully, move towards stability conditions, and with the help of course, international communities' financial help. These macroeconomic balances or imbalances could gradually be removed, and the affected countries could recover their pre-disturbances levels and patterns of economic growth. This will not, however, be a sustainable recovery, as it will be missing the real grievances of the masses underlying the Arab Spring protests. The deep structural problems that predate the Arab Spring, namely high youth unemployment and large pockets of poverty among disadvantaged groups of population will not be mitigated by recovering the macroeconomic balances and by resuming the former growth paths, which have been again depicted by the previous speaker. In the Middle East and North African countries, unemployment rates are around 10%, but youth unemployment is close to 30%. With a 2.7% annual workforce growth, the region has one of the fastest growing workforce in the world. Labor market inefficiencies, particularly skill mismatches, remain as a key problem in addressing the unemployment problem in the region. The heavy public sector share in the labor market, for instance, in Egypt, the public sector accounts for 70% of non-agricultural employment, hinders economic dynamism in the region. Inequitable and non-inclusive growth and weak social policies result in high unemployment and poverty rates in most countries of the Middle East and North Africa region. With the exception of Saudi Arabia, Qatar, and United Arab Emirates, the elasticity of employment to GDP growth in the region on average is around 0.5. In 2010, 5% of the Middle East and North Africa population were also below the lowest $1.25 a day poverty line and suffer from many forms of deprivation, including malnutrition. As many as 17% of Egyptians, 15% of Yemenis, and 10% of Moroccans had consumption levels which are only 50 cents above the $2 a day poverty line. Now, building on the demands of the Arab Spring on employment and better incomes and to be included in the inclusive growth, all on these demands, the World Bank has consulted a large scale of stakeholders across civil society and has developed a new policy framework for its dialogue with the governments of the Middle East and North Africa. According to this new policy framework developed by the World Bank, the 4 points are essentially important. First, strengthening governance through transparency and accountability measures. Second, increasing social and economic inclusion of disadvantaged groups. Third, creating jobs, including for youth and women, by providing an enabling environment for opportunity, competition, innovation, and entrepreneurship. And fourth, accelerating sustainable growth through managing stresses on natural resources. Now, this framework appears to be a well-designed broad strategy for economic and social development of the countries which are at the center of the Arab Spring. But we should keep in mind that these 4 pillars, in some forms or other, were already included in the pre-Arab Spring government programs, and that their adoption now by new governments will not also guarantee that demands of the Arab Spring will effectively be attended, as they were not done in the previous government's programs. Meeting these demands will require successful implementation of the 6 points above through increased competitiveness and diversification of the economies. Secondly, through improved business and investment environment. And thirdly, through not only strengthening but also democratization of governance. But if we look at these areas, these three areas, in the present Arab economies, we will see quite big hurdles, great hurdles, in front of the realization of demands of the Arab Spring. The World Economic Forum's Global Competitiveness Index shows that the Gulf economies continue to be up in the index rankings among the first 40 countries out of 144 countries in the 2012-13 index. In other words, the Gulf countries are doing well, almost as well as many European and other developed countries. But North African and Levantine countries, Jordan and Lebanon, their competitiveness rankings have stagnated or deteriorated in recent years, and is lagging well behind the Gulf countries in the 2012-13 index. Jordan and Lebanon's rankings were close to the midpoint of the index, in other words, around 70-72. While Egypt, Algeria, and Libya, their rankings stood around the rank 110 out of 144. Well, these economies will have to improve their competitiveness both at international and domestic markets to accelerate their growth rates. To make the growth more inclusive and equitable, also diversification of production and exports will have to be achieved. Improvement of both competitiveness and diversification, on the other hand, can be facilitated by the presence of a business environment conducive to entrepreneurship, innovation, and investing by domestic and foreign investors. On the other hand, when we look at the present status of the business environment in the Arab countries affected by the Arab Spring revolts, with the help of the World Bank's Ease of Doing Business 2013 index, we see that out of 185 countries included in this index, most Gulf countries have rankings among the first 50 countries. On the other hand, all countries at the center of the Arab Spring have rankings between 1970 and 118th, except for Tunisia, which ranks well, 50th, and Algeria, which is worst, 152nd. What improvements are required to render business environment in North African and Levantine countries more conducive to private sector development are reflected in an executive opinion survey undertaken in 2013. The survey was focusing on 2012 conditions by the World Economic Forum, identifies 10 or 12 major factors as problematic for doing ease of doing business. I have taken out the most important 6 factors out of this total 12 factors. They are in the decreasing importance, are as follows: inefficient government bureaucracy, This is the first main problem, problematic factor seen as an obstacle to doing business with ease. The second one, access to financing. The third one is policy instability. Not the political instability, but economic policy instability. Fourth, corruption. Fifth, inadequately educated workforce. And sixth, government instability, coups. So if we take the final one, political and policy instability together is an important finishing? Johnson? It immediately leaps to the eye that business development in North Africa and the Levant would benefit from a stronger institutional setup, in particular from less bureaucracy and less corruption, more political and policy stability, and better skills match in the labor market. I skip some paragraphs and then come to the final part of my talk. To design and effectively implement right policies for increasing competitiveness and diversification of their economies, and for building a favorable business environment conducive to greater private sector dynamism, new governments of the countries affected by the Arab Spring need to reform and strengthen the related state structures and institutions. There is a need to move away from past systems of patronage, nepotism, rent-seeking, and corruption towards a regulatory system that fosters fair competition and equal access to opportunities with greater transparency, accountability, participatory decision-making. Now here, I want to touch 2 points which have been referred to in the earlier statements, but I think I want to emphasize further these 2 points. The role of corruption. The corruption is ranked as the fourth among the most problematic factors to prevent ease of doing business. But I think it must be a quite understatement, because the survey identifies those factors by asking questions to the businessmen. What do they think about the most problematic factors? By most businessmen, corruption is not considered probably a problematic factor. It is considered most probably as a facilitating factor, making price and quality competition redundant. So it is very harmful for resource allocation to promote the most productive production in the best areas to be used, most productive areas to be used, is defeated by the influence of corruption, as I said, because it eliminates the need to compete on price and quality basis. And the second point which I want to touch with as my last point is the role of democracy. All of these business environment conditions, favorable business environment conditions, would be very much dependent on the prevailing of democracy, as long as we believe, as long as we define the democracy as it is usually understood in the Western countries. We have heard quite many references to democracy, but no one defined what no one mentioned what is the definition of democracy, because there is no need to define it, because there is one type of democracy. All the conditions are known to democracy. But then we should ask if democracy, in the way it is understood in the Western world, can be established with sectarian and tribal basis political parties. Now, the democratic conditions for a favorable business environment to be established, to make the private sector dynamic, entrepreneurship, and investing enough for competitiveness and diversification of the economy, can it be achieved, that kind of democracy, with sectarian and tribal basis political parties? I believe this is not likely, and I believe one of the main problems in the North Africa and Middle East countries after this Arab Spring is still trying to reach democracy with parties based on sectarian and tribal bases or linkages. Thank you very much.
Thanks very much, Dr. Durdar, that you looked to the region from another angle. And now I would like to proceed to the session with Dr. Peter Havlik, who is attached to Vienna Institute for International Economic Studies. And he's going to look at MENA region and make some comparisons, giving advantages, disadvantages, making comparison with some European countries, including CIS region. Please, Doctor.
Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, first of all, I would like to thank the organizers for the invitation to this extremely interesting conference. Second, I would like to apologize for speaking in blue jeans, but my luggage is still somewhere between Vienna and Baku. I don't know exactly where. So this is the apology. And the second or third thing which I want to mention is that being one of the last speakers, it is of course very difficult to say something new, what you didn't hear yet. Nevertheless, I will still try, hopefully, to tell you something new, and I will focus on kind of policy lessons and perhaps policy recommendations. This is the list of the countries which I cover in my research and in my presentation. Why this comparison of Middle East and North Africa or Arab Spring countries with Central and Southeast European countries? Well, one of the reasons is that after the outbreak of the Arab Spring, there were many expectations that these are revolutions which are very similar to those revolutions which happened in Central and Eastern Europe at the end of 1980s and beginning of the 90s. I would argue rather that this comparison is not really proper, but nevertheless there are still some lessons which can be learned from the experience of Central and East European countries. Well, I will not go into all points of my paper. I will try to focus instead on something which perhaps wasn't mentioned so far. So first of all, let's start with the reform agenda, which may perhaps still expect the Arab Spring countries, and this reform agenda can be perhaps similar to some of the reforms which Central and East European countries have undertaken in the last 2 decades. So first of all, what was on the priority list? Liberalization of prices, foreign trade, exchange rate, capital account transactions. The second broad area was privatization, of both small and large enterprises. Various methods have been used for these privatizations. It has been mentioned by some of the previous speakers that in Arab Spring countries, the private sector is either rather small or in some countries really de facto non-existent. That means that the creation of the vulnerable or let's say sustainable private sector is one of the key priorities. These reform areas, which I mentioned very briefly, were summarized under the slogan, so-called Washington Consensus. One of the ideas was that these economic reforms have to be introduced rather fast, partly also because of political reasons, because there was a need to overcome the possible resistance from the old elites. So this is another very complicated part of the story. What is very important and what I would like to point out, and which was not perhaps mentioned so far so strongly, is that all these reforms require very strong and sustainable institutional changes, institutional reforms. Of course, these are very difficult and have been very often delayed or perhaps even neglected, especially at the beginning of transition. But without these institutional reforms, it's really very difficult to introduce sustainable economic reforms. What was also very important was a so-called external anchor of the reform. In Central and Eastern Europe, it was the prospect of, let's say, going back to Europe, accession to the European Union. So there was a kind of institutional and political model. This is something which is lacking in Arab countries, and it is very important. Regional integration was mentioned also as a very important part of the development agenda for the Arab Spring countries, and indeed the experience of Central and Eastern Europe only confirms this. Well, excuse me, another point which should be mentioned, that it was shown by my colleague from the IMF just a couple of minutes ago, is this long-term view. And if you compare the economic performance of the MENA region, Middle East and North Africa, with the performance of new member states of the European Union and Southeast Europe and CIS countries, this is this group of Central and East European countries, you see that after the transition, after the revolution started in Central and Eastern Europe, there was a huge and deep so-called transitional recession, which resulted from many factors, but one of very important ones was the implementation of these reforms. Liberalization of prices, privatization, disintegration of the existing trading links, and so on. And if you compare the performance of the MENA region, you see that there has been a more or less stable growth, despite some deceleration at the beginning of this, let's say, decade, partly because of the result of the global crisis, but there has not been anything like that comparable to the transformational recession which we experienced in Central and Eastern Europe. And now the big question is, should we expect a similar recession as a result of reforms if these are going to be implemented in the Arab Spring countries? I would not exclude this. This is definitely a very serious issue, and again, one has to expect political bottlenecks, social unrest. Again, it has been mentioned by some of the speakers previously. that this is something what has to be feared in Arab Spring countries. I am not going to show you all results of the analysis, perhaps just a selection of some of indicators and illustration of the arguments. It has been mentioned by some of the previous speakers, this importance of doing business, investment climate, and so on. And indeed, the analysis clearly shows that the MENA countries are performing much, much poorer than the average of Central and East European countries in terms of these investment climate indicators. What is important to say is that in the last couple of years, the data here are for 2011. A couple of days ago, new data were published for 2013, 2014, and this data show that all or the majority of MENA countries decline in their investment ratings. That means that the situation has deteriorated. And this is, of course, something which is not good for doing business and investment and economic development in general. I am not going into details here. Perhaps I will go immediately to some challenges, lessons, and conclusions. I will perhaps say something only about this bottom part of the problems and challenges. What I would like to stress again is the importance of this regional integration in the MENA region, which is extremely important. Again, it has been already mentioned, but it has to be reiterated, because also the experience from other countries clearly show that this is extremely important. MENA region does not have any realistic perspective of membership with the European Union, which means that this external reform anchor is missing. And these countries therefore have to look for some other alternative reform anchors, and this is again a very challenging issue. One of the possibilities which has been perhaps also suggested in the literature is that there may be something like pan-Islamic integration, but this is probably something which is at least in the long run. I will skip a couple of other suggestions and recommendations and move immediately to the end of my presentation. What is the main challenge and what definitely has to be done in the region? First of all countries in the Arab world and Arab Spring countries have to improve the governance, they have to improve transparency and accountability. This is relating to this issue of corruption, which was mentioned before by Mr. Ambassador from the United States. What is again also needed is the increasing social and economic inclusion, modernization, support of the private sector, fostering regional and global integration. And since there is no realistic reform anchor or accession to the European Union, one has to look for alternative reform anchors. Again, the majority of these points have been already mentioned by previous speakers, but still I think that it is very useful and interesting that more or less independently we have find very similar or almost identical conclusions. And the final point is that, and again this is what the experience of Central and East European countries are showing, is that very likely there will be setbacks. So don't be surprised if these setbacks occur both in terms of economy, like these transitional recessions, or political setbacks, which we unfortunately are witnessing now in Syria or in Libya and possibly in other countries of the region as well. So thank you very much for your attention.
Many thanks, Dr. Harlik, for your points and comparison made between the regions. And as you touched economic development matters, I would like to stick on human development, which is in fact basics, fundamentals of economic development. And it's better if we continue with corporate social responsibility, which is directly linked with human beings with us. And I would like to continue with Dr. Riham Rizk, who is the last presenter in our session. Again, lady, but it doesn't mean that we have forgot our ladies, because we began our first panel with a lady, and we are going to end our conference for today with, again, next lady. Please, Doctor.
You preempted any sort of obnoxious comment from me on the subject already. Well done. Good evening. I am Riham Rizk, and I won't even pretend I'm going to teach you anything new or say anything new. So consider me your wrap-up for the day, to just kind of go over some of a lot of the issues that were raised, perhaps with a slightly different spin. I am from Durham University, which is the lovely place you see in the photo, for those who do not know. 40 years ago, a leading academic professor, Dao Vota, who was, besides being a prominent academic in the field, was also the former dean of the Haas Business School at UC Berkeley, had this fantastic criticism of corporate social responsibility, or CSR. The term is a brilliant one. It means something, but not always the same thing to everybody. To some, it conveys the idea of legal responsibility or liability. To others, it means socially responsible behavior in an ethical sense. To still others, the meaning transmitted is that of responsible for in causal mode. Many simply equate it with a charitable contribution. Despite 40 years of intensive academic as well as practitioner debate and research in the area, this criticism is unfortunately still true. Being a glass half full kind of girl, I see the biggest criticism of CSR, also the biggest opportunity for CSR. In the 40 years since that criticism, I would perhaps add a few more categories of individuals and how they perceive or conceive CSR or what they conceive it to be. There are some who view it as being wrong, extremely wrong in some instances. Wrong first perhaps from the perspective of the firm, in that it's a misappropriation of shareholder funds. Wrong from the perspective of society, in that it gives large multinationals a smokescreen behind which to hide unsustainable and discredited business models, also referred to as greenwash in a lot of the literature and the popular press. I put them in the middle because I tend to view them as those in the middle of the road, sort of entrepreneurial / opportunistic, whether they are first movers in the area or a bit of follow the leader and mimicking best practices. They see it as a business opportunities, or they see the business opportunities arising from catering to this arguably niche market of ethical investors and or consumers. Right, which maybe when I look at it now, maybe those are the ones on the left, but I mean right as in correct as opposed to right and left. There's a large growing body of literature and debate around the emancipatory power of CSR and how it can liberate us from the ills and woes of capitalism. There is still a further group that see genuine opportunities to help leverage millions out of poverty. As such, CSR tends to be viewed as a complex, often contested, and even a new term that has come up in the literature as a tortured concept. So how do you define a tortured concept? It is perhaps unsurprising that there are as many definitions of CSR as there are disagreements about the actual role of organizations or corporations in society. Just a few examples. One from the UK government off of the dedicated CSR platform on voluntary actions that business can take over and above compliance with minimum legal requirements to address both its own competitive interests and the interests of wider society. I particularly like the definition, since China was brought up in the previous session. I'm glad I included this definition. Chinese Ministry of Commerce views CSR as concrete actions taken by Chinese companies to implement the political aspiration of the new Communist Party collective leadership, putting people first to create a harmonious society. The World Business Council for Sustainable Development is a civil society organization, arguably unlike others, given that it is not a grassroots organization. It was actually created by businesses, which might explain the use of the word continuing commitment back in 1999. Whether or not there was any prior commitment is debatable, but their definition is a continuing commitment by business to behave ethically and contribute to economic development while improving the quality of life of the workforce, their families, local community, and society at large. Since the C in CSR is corporate, it's only appropriate that I give you a couple of corporate definitions, or actually just the one corporate definition apparently, from the GAP. Being socially responsible means striving to incorporate our values and ethics into everything we do, from how we run our businesses, to how we treat our employees, to how we impact upon the communities where we live and work. Christian Aid is a non-governmental organization, and their view is an entirely voluntary corporate-led initiative to promote self-regulation as a substitute for regulation at either national or international level. Variations of a theme, variations of the same theme, perhaps unsurprising, the positions taken by the different organizations that I've just talked to you about. Unsurprising given the stakeholder groups that they actually represent. Traditionally, businesses look to academia for more concrete, coherent frameworks. As a career academic, I can tell you, in the CSR area, academics are equally guilty of wishy-washy definitions that don't tend to actually mean anything. One that I particularly like, and that I think is most appropriate for this conference, is the Matten and Moon 2004 definition. CSR is a cluster concept which overlaps with other concepts such as business ethics, corporate philanthropy, corporate citizenship, sustainability, and environmental responsibility. It is a dynamic and contestable concept that is embedded in each social, political, economic, and institutional context. This is the definition, the working definition, that I'll use for the next 45 minutes with you. Just making sure you're still awake. The core characteristics, that regardless of how you conceptualize or define CSR, has about six core characteristics. It is voluntary. I think that was noted mostly in the UK government definition of what CSR is. And this is the actual criteria that is seen by critics of CSR as its major flaw. Does volunteerism actually work? The Christian Aid definition focused in on, and what most critics of CSR focus in on, that it perhaps needs to be better regulated, more stringent, and it's the regulated legal aspects of CSR that should get the most attention. CSR is about internalizing or managing externalities. Externalities being the positive or negative effects of economic or consequences of economic behavior that are borne by others, not reflected in the market price of goods or services. All the definitions will also include a stakeholder orientation versus a shareholder orientation. So the classic theory of the firm and the business of business is business argument, very much a move away from that. But that's not to say that it should come at the expense of economic priorities or responsibilities. So all definitions of CSR will focus in on this alignment of social and economic responsibilities. a term I very much like is enlightened self-interest. Do well by doing good. Also termed the business case for CSR, that you can actually make a pretty good, decent living by doing the right thing as an organization. CSR is obviously about very specific practices and policies and behaviors, but it's also about values, and it's the value dimension of CSR that creates the most contempt and potentially the most contentious part of the definitions, because it's the why. If it's about what organizations do to appear socially responsible or to be socially responsible, not as contentious as why they do it. All definitions of CSR also will focus in on that it is very much beyond philanthropy. This is not about largesse of corporations throwing a few crumbs to the communities in which they work. It is about, or it's very much predicated on the assumption that CSR needs to be mainstreamed rather than simply a discretionary activity or activities, meaning or implying that it needs to be built into processes, all major business functions, from marketing to finance to production to logistics and everything else I've forgotten to mention, rather than just being bolted on as an extra activity. The key themes in CSR will all start, I think the last presenter touched on issues of transparency, accountability, and more broadly, notions of governance, corporate governance very specifically. For key areas beyond transparency, the specific areas of CSR tend to look at marketplace, anything having to do with product safety, access, the costs, etc. of products, workplace related, anything employee related, from equal opportunities, or arguably based on some of the presentations about the high levels of unemployment in the MENA region, about employment or opportunities of any sort, equal or otherwise, health and safety of employees, etc. The community, issues of infrastructure, education, healthcare, etc., and the natural or ecological environment. So where are we today, 40 years on from Vota's critique and 21 years on from the Earth Summit in Rio, the original Earth Summit? CSR is no longer just about the usual suspects, being those in the extractive industries, the dirty industries, mining, oil and gas, tobacco, those nasty evil creatures. Today, virtually no industry sector, market, business type that has not experienced growing demands to legitimate its practices to society at large or to very specific segments of society. Starting from governments, he's no longer in the room, Dr. Sameh talked about legitimacy of governments, of Morsi's government and his removal, to government organizations, to NGOs, to civil society organizations. It is not just the C is a bit of a misnomer. Corporate does not imply big, large, ugly corporation. It applies equally to SMEs, arguably, perhaps even more so. Even traditionally clean industries, a term I use in the loosest sense with regards to banking, but that is one of the clean industries traditionally, has very much a CSR agenda, or CSR is very much on the banking sector's agenda, healthcare, education, pharmaceuticals, etc. It is absolutely no longer simply academic rhetoric. CSR is everywhere you go. It's in the annual reports and other communications to shareholders. It's in dedicated websites by organizations, by governments, by institutions of various sorts. It's in our boardrooms the world over. It's in election campaigns. It's probably most notably in news and media. It's even in the cinema, with films such as, if they have any meaning to you, Blood Diamonds, which was about conflict diamonds out of Africa, Super Size Me, which was about, do we know? No? About the fast food industry and what it's doing and creation or contributing to obesity issues the world over. Because I like consistency, I use the term again, no longer about Western best practices, but I have spent the last 10 years of my life arguing that it was never a Western best practice to begin with. Grameen Bank, for example, in Bangladesh, over 35 years of responsible microfinance activity. Tata in India, the Tata Group, well over 100 years of responsible business activity. I had a high school teacher who actually told me many years ago that you can tell a good idea by the stages it goes through. All good ideas go through the same stages. First, you trash the idea, then you trash the inventor, and then a few more stages. The very final stage is people try to steal it. So that's how you can tell a really good idea, is if people try to steal it. So I have, again, a bit more shameless plugging for myself and my research. I have spent the last 6 or 7 years arguing that it's actually ours being Islamic ethics. For over 1,400 years, all of these notions about responsible business practice and attention to the environment all exist in the Quran well over 1,400 years ago. So what does this have to do with us and why we're here and what we're talking about? Surely this can't possibly be a solution for post-revolutionary Arab economies. I would argue that it is. That a lot of the specific features and characteristics identified by previous speakers as being challenges are actually the conditions that make those countries ripe for greater, considerable scope for the exercise of CSR. Issues such as the low standards for working conditions, low environmental protection, high corruption, or various degrees of corruption, oppressive regimes, non-existent regimes, power vacuums, whatever term, low regard for human rights, poor provision of healthcare and education, low levels of per capita and foreign direct investment. That is precisely the breeding ground that should encourage businesses to step up and fill that void. Label it anything you like, whether dissatisfaction or awareness or an acceptance of the notion and its place in Arab economies. There is very much that already happening prior to the revolutions, arguably stalled a bit in the last couple of years, but it's out there. Even in those countries, even in those places. But in order for it to have meaning, CSR, for it to be real or relevant, must be contextual. Context is very important. It must be important to the individuals. It must be a national issue. It must. So there is genuinely a growing degree of awareness of these issues in the MENA region. Not just by the general population, but also an acceptance of it in the capital market authorities, in the listing requirements of stock exchanges, in the requirements, the governance requirements of stock exchanges, all of that linked, in the growth in NGOs and civil society organizations in their prominence. So, having said that it needs to be national issues for it to have meaning, I think more qualified individuals than I have already identified what those issues are. There are a few that I picked out, which I think relate very much to some of the speakers earlier today. Post-oil economies, what are these countries going to do after the oil runs out? And should that not in itself naturally lend itself to investments in greener technologies or smart technologies, smart energy? The young populations, the statistics that were quoted earlier of upwards of 50% in some countries, upwards of 60%, closer to 70% of the population is under the age of 30. You see from the top of my slides, I write challenges and opportunities because I see the same variables as being, or seeing that two sides of the same coin. For every one of these points, it is both a challenge and an opportunity for these companies, for these governments, for these economies. The economic empowerment of women, the attraction, development, and retention of female talent in the region. Without stepping on too many toes with tomorrow's speakers, this might be my one chance to actually say something new today. The issue of the rise of Islamic, or the Islamic revival, I am not a political scientist, and therefore I'm not going to call it political or otherwise, but just this renewal of the revival of, we have already a tradition and a culture thousands of years old, pre-Islam and post-Islamic civilizations in the region, of charity, giving, openness, caring and sharing, all those wonderful, beautiful notions. They seem to unfortunately only manifest themselves 1 month out of the year, during Ramadan. So I'm kind of paraphrasing the strapline from a UK charity, which is, the actual strapline is, a puppy is for life, not just for Christmas. So I'm paraphrasing that, and that's my attempt at academic integrity of referencing it, that the earth is not just for Ramadan, it is actually for life. The Holy Quran has slightly over 6,000 verses. Of those 6,000 verses, over 800 of them are explicit references to nature, the natural environment, protection of waterways, treatment of animals. I know, it was a surprise to me too. It was, and I've been Muslim all my life. I bring you full circle. I started with Vota, I end with Vota. If the leaders of business continue to conceive of social responsibility as a mere euphemism for charity, a surrogate for the corporate image, a concern only for the public relations department, or simply a passing fad, they will fail to meet what may be one of mankind's greatest challenges. Professor Vota has unfortunately died in 2004 at the ripe young age of 83, so I'm unable to ask him if this is what he meant, but in the words of the straplines of the Arab Spring, Aish, Hurriya, Adala Ijtimaiya, Karama Insaniya. Bread, freedom, social justice, and human dignity are perhaps mankind's greatest challenges, not just for the MENA region, but for all of humanity. Complaints can be directed at Meher. Questions and comments. Thank you all for your attention. And that's all she wrote.
Many thanks, Dr. Rizk, for touching this important topic, corporate social responsibility, which is in fact, I would say, lacking in the Eastern world. I don't want to divide our world to two parts, Eastern and Western, but I would like to end our session with the name of, or with the words of one Muslim intellectual, or let's say intellectual, who said about these things, saying, Ra'aytul Islam bila Muslimin, going to one part of the world. And obviously we don't have we don't have time for questions and comments, but if you have any urgent questions from audience, we can allow for one or maximum two questions. If there is no more questions, we can continue during the dinner, and I would like to make two announcements, please. One is in regard for tomorrow. We are going to begin our third panel, which is about social, religious factors to do with Arab Spring, Arab countries, and it's going to begin at 10 o'clock and ending at 1 o'clock. And the second announcement is I kindly ask all our speakers to be downstairs in the foyer in the reception at 19:40, please, because we are going to move to Art Garden restaurant to have a dinner party there. Thank you very much, and I would like to end here. Many, many thanks for our presenters.